Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51. Hateful Prey. POV narration. The four of them made their way towards the back of the mountain. The Hellbell had made its territory exactly at the summit, just like Maha had explained. That meant that they could fight it without making too much of a fuss. It was quite far from the family home, therefore the assassins had an easy time hiding this from the younger members of the family. The four of them were nearing its territory, and just like they had planned, Ashton was to go first and capture its attention whilst the three assassins attacked it by surprise. Ashton hadn't told them yet, but he was doing this because he wanted the Hellbell to focus its mind-altering abilities on him. If he did, the Zaldiks wouldn't have accepted this plan so easily. After all, if Ashton was to be driven mad they would surely die. But the old scientist wasn't one to let himself be influenced by others. POV Ashton. This snake seems to have taken quite a bit of land for itself. This forest makes for a nice stage. I spread my hatsu into everything I came by, just in preparation. I doubt the Hellbell only has one powerful ability. Its poison is also probably more than I can handle, so I'll have to be cautious about that too. After a while, I could see it. It was exactly as Maha and the books had described it. A snake with two tails. A strange bell-looking black blob around its neck area. Wasn't extremely big in length. One of its tails were wrapped around a tree while the other was clutching a skeleton wearing a familiar set of clothes. Even after all this time, it still hasn't let go of Zig's remains. What a strange creature. It has no reason to keep holding onto it. Or does it? It probably realized that this would bring more prey in its territory, so it decided to keep it close to itself. The Hellbell is a highly intelligent species, at least it seems so. A calamity in general usually isn't a mindless beast. Still, why didn't it try to change its territory at all? Are they truly this territorial? To the point where they'd stand in the same spot for years? I took a few steps closer. I could hear a soothing bell chime, my mind being filled with murderous thoughts. I guess this is its fabled most powerful ability. Well, unfortunately for it, it won't have much of an effect on me. I'm already filled with murderous intent enough to drive a lesser man mad. This isn't even enough to affect me slightly. Still, to think Zig was felled by this. It's probably because he was caught off guard. Those thoughts crept into his mind and wrestled for control. I couldn't help but clench my fist and wait. The snake was likely going to come closer and bite me whilst I was in a manic state. I could sense it slithering its way towards me, prepared to sink its teeth into me. Just as it got close, I released an explosion from my body, blasting it away deeper into the forest. The three Zaldiks all waited for it to return before making their move. And it was fast, at least as fast as the king before he fought Netero. I could still dodge it, just barely. Its maw was stretched, trying to take a bite out of me. It leapt with great speed. I rolled to the side. As it was still midair, all three of the Zaldiks took the opportunity. Two of them weren't fast enough to catch it. But Maha was even faster than me. His only hand turned into a claw as it slashed its bell-like appendage in pieces. That probably got rid of its most annoying ability for the Zaldiks. If they were to face it themselves, one of them would certainly be driven mad. That's likely why they couldn't fight the snake themselves. They didn't want to throw more lives at this snake. It had already claimed one of their own. From the smile on Maha's face, I can bet this feels very satisfying. For me as well, it's quite therapeutic. Getting some closure for Zig's family is a bit more important to me than studying a stupid snake after all. It was about to lash out and try to bite the ancient Zaldik. I grabbed onto one of its tails, but that proved to be unnecessary. A giant dragon made out of Nen barreled into its side. I let go of its tail as soon as I saw it make contact. It sent the snake crashing against multiple trees. To my side, I could see an angered Zeno. He gave up hiding his emotions, I guess. I could see the veins on his hands. His sleeves were ripped apart. The snake certainly didn't know when to give up. It came back towards us. Maha threw a rock in its path. It completely ignored it. But I didn't realize the rock was just a distraction. As Silva appeared out of the dust the rock had raised and punched it from the side, it was sent flying towards me. I caught one of its tails and swung it around. It seems I miscalculated a bit, as it wasn't as dazed as I thought. Its head swung towards me, its jaw was stretched and its teeth were coated in poison, ready to meet my neck. Just as I was about to use fleeting existence, an arm appeared in its way. Maha had jumped forward to intercept it. I was about to try and save him. But he didn't have the face of a dying man. His rage was palpable. I could see it boiling in his eyes. As the snake bit into his arm, the ancient assassin didn't even flinch. But something else happened, his hand was covered in veins as he flexed his muscles. The hellbell tried to take its teeth out, but the old man's muscles clenched them too tightly. The poison won't be able to kill this man. The snake tried to coil its tails around the old man. One of my hands turned into a claw as I took off one of its tails. Zeno and Silva both took out the other. The tails were tough to cut off. The two of them still managed with a few repeated slashes. And just like that, all that was left out of the snake was a head that was stuck onto Maha's arm. The hunt was over. I hope you enjoyed it. The Zaldik family arc isn't over yet though. You'll find out more about them soon. If you want to support me, search Vegan Master on Patreon. It's 37 chapters ahead now. The prices might look a bit odd if you're not working with euros though. It's cause of how the currency value keeps fluctuating. It's actually just 4 euros for the third tier and 2 euros for the second one. Also, is anyone having issues with this novel? How would I go about finding out if it's blacklisted or not? Cause it has some odd stuff going on, like how I can't see the power ranking when reading the book. Anyway, usual link/plug. Discord. 52 Meet the Mother. POV Ashton. Zeno, Silva and I all gathered around Maha as what remained of the snake kept struggling to get its teeth released from the vice grip Maha's muscles held them in. Its poison might as well not be a factor in this fight. Maha likely trained to a sickening extent to be able to resist it. Of course, out of every human in the world, he must currently be the most resistant to poison. I am still lacking in that department, at least compared to Maha. I think it's only reasonable you get the finishing blow. I said to Maha. He was looking at the snake intently. I grabbed its head and forcefully separated its fangs from Maha's arm. He also let his muscles relax in order to ease my endeavor. I held the snake tightly. There was no escaping. Its struggle was fun to watch. Maha eventually took it from me, grasped its head tightly, crushing it into mush. I took no little amount of pleasure looking as the light was snuffed out of its eyes. I will find a different specimen to study on the continent. This one deserved to die by this old man's hand. He finally released a sigh. Zeno still looked at what remained of the snake with hatred. If only it could come back to life so he could kill it again. Silva only looked a bit satisfied. That punch he delivered probably worked off a lot of his stress. Slowly, we all started heading for Zig's body. I already knew that he kept his piece of the key on a string around his neck. He said it made for a sick necklace. What a special idiot. I kind of miss his cheerful attitude. He was the upbeat one of the group, Netero was the muscle head, and Lin was the scared cat. I was the old guide taking them through the most treacherous of places with ease. Although, they became my guides after we left my homeland. This fight was a bit easier than I thought it would be. And, maybe this thought jinxed what happened next. As we approached Zig's remains, I could hear a distinct bell chime. I quickly released a powerful explosion and sent the 3 Zaldiks flying away. In front of me, 3 different snakes stood on top of the tree Zig's body was resting under. Something I hoped wouldn't happen. Even worse, one of them seems to be just as big as the tree itself. Its tails were coiled around 2 different trees. This is a specimen that hasn't been observed before, growing in what is technically the backyard of the Zaldik family. I can only hope my explosion sent the Zaldiks back far enough to avoid their thinking getting altered. Still, am I even safe from 3 hellbells at once? Well, the short answer is, of course. The Ant King grew too strong too fast. You can't even begin to compare these grass snakes to a king. Miruem. He may not be the first opponent able to beat me around with ease. But he was the youngest by far. He was a newborn when he fought against me. Not even 2 months old. This led me to write down a line underneath my last page of research on the ants. They are by far, the species with the most potential for world domination. By that, I meant the Dark Continent included. Now, the 3 snakes in front of me won't be an easy fight. But they are still agreeable odds. It should be noted that I am far from being alone. Above me, hundreds of meters into the sky, a giant, angry-looking Nendragon was floating around menacingly. On it was the 3 Zaldik family members. They were looking down at the snakes that had made a nest in their backyard with pure rage. But they knew better than to attack without any opening. I'll need to create one for them. And I have just the perfect thing. Pretending to be charmed won't work on 3 enemies at once, but I have something that just might. It should also be able to take the bell off of one. I picked up a small stone from the ground and harmlessly threw it towards one of the smaller snakes. The big one looked a bit too tough to be taken out with a simple explosion. The snake didn't react much, even flicking the stone with its tongue in curiosity, until it exploded and burst its bell to pieces. I couldn't use a powerful explosion due to them being too close to Zig's body, but the dust this raised was more than enough. The Zaldiks closed in on the snakes like hawks to a pack of mice. Zeno took the smaller one, a rain of dragons swooping in, pulverizing it in seconds. The dragons weren't directed at the ground. It seems he didn't want to harm his father's remains. This also meant that we were now going all out, not playing around to prolong the suffering of a single snake. We now had an entire family of snakes to slaughter. Silva crushed the other small snake, the one I exploded, under his fist, performing a perfect superhero landing in a crater big enough to fit both the crushed snake and himself. Maha, the strongest of the 3, decided to take out the bell of the strongest one. Killing it in just one blow might be more of a pipe dream honestly. Even the usually unguarded bell seems to be covered in thick scales and skin. But the old assassin knew what he was doing. Using his entire body as a whip, he slapped his claw on the bell so hard that he pierced it almost instantly, ruining its greatest weapon against him and his family. All of that was done at the same time. It was difficult to follow even to me. This is why they almost killed me a few times. Perfect coordination and extremely swift movements. Maha quickly jumped away from the bigger snake, which I can only assume is the mother in this case, and came to my side, his aura flaring up to match his anger. Zeno also jumped away from the snake, preemptively dodging a tail that came crashing down in his previous location. Small dragons danced around him, all in different sizes, 2 of them covered each of his hands as he took his stance. Silva was not going to let himself go unnoticed either. His aura started forming 2 large spheres of nen. They were volatile, probably explosive too. This fight won't be too difficult now that I think about it. You thought the hunt was actually over? You really think I'd let the moment I built up to be so anticlimactic? Ho, you're approaching me. Am I having a menalberiek down? Should I stop asking questions? Okay, hope you enjoyed the chapter. If you want to support me, search Vita Master on Patreon. Discord 2. 53, a sweet ending. POV Ashton. The 4 of us were all locked on the giant snake. Silva kept charging his energy spheres endlessly, waiting for the snake to get far away enough from Zig. One of Zeno's dragons carried him back into the clouds just so he could get a clearer view of the site. It's quite clear that the snake realized we didn't want to attack it there, because it didn't move to follow any of us. So we need to lead it properly. I looked at Maha. A silent understanding was formed between us. I used an explosion to dash towards the snake at breakneck speeds. I was fast, but not fast enough it seems. One of its tails came crashing down onto my head. I leaned backwards whilst in midair, releasing a small explosion to break some of its momentum, and I used the rest of it to send myself flying backwards. But as the snake focused on me, Maha threw a knife towards one of its eyes. Or tried to anyway. It managed to close it in time. The knife remained stuck in its thick-scaled skin. We weren't really going to let that discourage us. The tail managed to do some damage to me, but it's really nothing much. Gon could have done more if he hit me properly. While it was distracted, Zeno also took the chance to slash the back of its head a few times. It instantly turned its head and tried to bite into him. I used my strings to pull him away from the snake's open mouth. I had to use N to spread my Nen fast enough to help Zeno. Whilst he was pulled backwards, he released a large dragon that caught a large portion of the snake in its mouth and started dragging it away. It now only had one of its tails around a tree, and it was uprooted instantly. It quickly tried to grasp Zig's body, probably realizing that was the reason for our hesitation. But Maha wasn't really planning on giving him that chance. He immediately grabbed Zig and dodged out of the way. The snake's tail didn't have enough speed due to it being pulled in the opposite direction. After it was pulled a few hundred meters away, the dragon finally crushed it onto the ground. We could all hear a crunch sound as the dragon smashed it into the ground. But it wasn't dead yet. From above, 2 large spheres of aura were quickly descending onto the snake. It instantly tried to escape, but I put my hand on the ground and used another one of my hatsus as my eyes turned scarlet. The earth around it turned pitch black and immediately grasped the snake and held it in place. This is what I called nature resonance, something I could hardly do before becoming a specialist, something that I completely mastered now. A perfect combination of manipulation, specialist, and enhancement. I imbue the earth inside my N range with Nen, strengthen it and control it. The strength relies on the amount of Nen I am willing to spare. This time, I put just enough to trap it for a few seconds this time. By the time it managed to break through, it was already too late. The spheres exploded and razed everything in that part of the forest. At least a few hundreds of meters were completely erased. Silva also landed somewhere near Zeno after they landed. We all looked towards the snake, which wasn't dead yet. It seems that this one is a lot more resistant than I thought. It managed to intercept the spheres with one of its tails whilst the other protected its head, leading to it losing only one tail and half of the other. But the explosion left it dazed. Zeno looked at me pleadingly. I guess I should give this to him, huh? I ran behind him just as he strengthened his body, releasing an explosion and sending him flying towards the stunned snake. He grabbed onto the snake's head with his hand as he came to a stop. His hands were covered in purplish dragons. He used one of them to dig into the snake's eye, passing through its eyelids and into the brain. He looked it in the eyes, extended his middle finger and pierced its head through its eye. Maha looked on with a large smile stretching on his face, as he held the remains of his son closely to his chest. I couldn't help but grow a smile of my own. It looked both sweet and grim. Sweet because it was a father finally retrieving his son's remains. It is also a grim scene for obvious reasons. But not one of the member of the Zaldik family seems to be sad. Silva has a large smile on his face whilst Zeno just closed his eyes in contemplation. A bit of a shame we couldn't torture the snakes a bit more. But this one was quite a bit more dangerous than the others. It's better that its life was ended smoothly. Zeno looked at the snake's corpse, taking his hand out of its brain and looking at it with satisfaction. Well then, let us head back for now, I said, breaking the Zaldiks out of their spells. Silva and Zeno both nodded. I think I will keep one of the bodies of the snakes too. I ripped open space and took the least destroyed one, the one that Silva killed. They didn't object at all. I think they don't care much about the bodies of the snakes. Maha also slowly got up, not letting go of his son's remains yet. He put them over his shoulder. Ashton, here you go. He threw me the piece he likely took from Zig's neck. Thank you, old man. Now, I think some celebration is in order. And a proper burial too. I said with a warm tone. No, thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Maha looked at the dead snakes. I don't have all that much time left. I was afraid I wouldn't get to see my son again. At least now I can rest in peace. He said with a tired smile on his face. I guess he is even older than Netero. Even if he retained more of his strength over the years, old age will still catch up to him. He has a year or two left, at most. I don't need any thanks, old man. I did what I had to. Zig was like family to me. He didn't look surprised by my claim. I didn't want to accept his disappearance at first. You suffered this long due to my denial, I said whilst shaking my head. Well, no reason to dwell on past mistakes for too long. I think the other family members also noticed the fight. Maha said, not losing his smile. Yeah, they definitely did. It wasn't exactly a quiet confrontation. Now Silva has some explaining to do. I can't wait to see him pull that off. Well, that was the hunt. Hope you liked it. If you want to support, search Vegan Master on Patreon. Discord. 54, Family Meeting. POV Ashton. And just like that, I managed to gather every single circlet. In retrospect, our fight with the Hellbell was only possible because I could resist their mind-altering prowess. I could also provide for a perfect distraction to allow the Zaldiks to destroy their bells. That was the main strategy that leads us to this point. Without the Hellbell's special ability, the Zaldiks could have taken care of this without me. Although, not without casualties. Zeno did almost get bitten, and his resistance isn't as good as Maha's. Maha probably stood up many nights trying to figure out the perfect way to actually kill those things. After all, the grudge of the world's greatest assassin isn't really something to joke about. I think I might be the only thing in Lake Mobius that Maha can't actually kill. Bar the calamities obviously. Those aren't really fair competition for humanity. Hell, without the relics, I wouldn't have survived living in the Dark Continent after everyone went mad. Well, maybe I would have, but it wouldn't have been easy. With the relics, I could basically walk around like I owned the place. Well, minus a few really dangerous spots, where either the vegetation or the wildlife were too unreasonably strong. Because plants obviously could kill you in my homeland. Although most only reacted if you tried to do something funny. Some had a poisonous aura around them, it was so powerful it basically made them untouchable. Well, enough reminiscing about the dangers in my homeland. The Hellbell's special ability was much stronger than I had expected. No wonder Zig was affected so thoroughly. He also didn't know how to escape its control. So he did the best thing he could have thought of at the time. Protected his family in the process. After all, if Zig went on a rampage, even Maha in his prime wouldn't have been able to stop it. Still, if only he thought of fleeing the scene at the time. Or maybe his mind was too clouded in murderous intent, so he decided to direct it all to himself instead of those around him. At least I finally found out what happened to him. I always hoped that everything was fine and that he just got bored of us. I knew just how unlikely that was, but I was also trying my best to distance myself from everyone at the time. Seeing them all grow older was affecting me. Now I've matured a bit, I realize that distancing myself only exacerbated problems. It also almost ruined whatever relationship I had with Lynn. Thankfully, she didn't blame me in any way. Netero probably made sure to maintain her friendship with me. The same way he always gave me news about her, in hopes that I would finally arrange a group meeting. Really, I have always been a shitty friend, huh? At least Maha doesn't blame me for prolonging his suffering. Zeno and Silva also seem to be fine with it. They are all mature enough to understand that maybe I had other problems. Even if all I did was drown myself in whatever research I could find. It's already too late to think about those things. Regret is a sickening feeling, and it comes in waves, the tides only getting stronger and stronger the more you dwell on the past. Whilst I was pondering, the four of us managed to reach the top of the mountain again. We had walked all the way here in silence, each with our own thoughts, either mourning the dead or sighing in relief at finally finding closure. When we entered our previous meeting room, 4 people were standing there, looking like they were preparing for something serious. I could obviously recognize all of them. The cross-dressing child, Kalito. The weird hospital security guard, Illumi. The lady of the house, I don't really know her name though. Oh, and Miluki, the fatty with the strange doll. He seems to be properly dressed this time though. And he looks even fatter with a shirt on. Kalito must have decided to visit his home for a bit. I don't know much about Illumi's deal though, I guess he's just here now. How come neither of them was here earlier? Did they just arrive together? That's the most likely answer. Why do I suddenly care about their whereabouts? I'm probably just trying to distract myself with useless matters. Greetings. I waved my hand with a bit of grace. They didn't really react much to me, except for Kalito, who seemed pretty happy behind his cold mask. I think they are all a bit more curious about their ancestor carrying a skeleton with him. Oh, and the fact that 2 of us have some sort of injury. Maha's is the most obvious. Although his bleeding stopped long ago, It's quite clear that he got bit by a snake, especially to a family of this nature. Father, what happened? Asked Illumi, looking quite angry. I guess he thinks someone attacked us or something. He won't really make the mistake of thinking we fought each other, although that would be a bit more entertaining. Silva decided to seat everyone down and give them the truth. Now that the Hellbells were dead, there was no reason for them to hide this matter anymore. Most of them seemed surprised about this entire part of their family's history they had no idea about. Silva didn't get into too much detail about how strong the Hellbells were, but it was still enough to make the rest of the family understand why they would keep it hidden. Although the lady of the house didn't look pleased with all of this being kept from her. Although, only me and Maha realized that, this lady is pretty good at hiding her emotions. Maha and I also spoke for a bit whilst Silva was giving his speech. He had already sat Zig's remains onto one of the chairs, one nearest to him in fact. During our talk, I learned a bit more about the things he went through to prepare for killing the Hellbell. Apparently, whenever he scouted the place, only one of them were present. He said he doesn't realize where the others came from. The smaller ones might have hidden in the bark of the trees, but the larger one would have been hard to miss if it was above ground, which lead us to think about it building itself an underground nest. It sounds like a logical conclusion, but not enough is known about the Hellbell to make such assumptions. The realization prompted us to go back to the scene. We searched around for a bit in order to find the hole. We managed to find and destroy all of the eggs in that nest, preventing any more Hellbells from growing in the Zaldik mountain range. I also decided to spend the night at the Zaldik mansion, mainly because it's late and I want to rest for a bit before setting off on another trip back to my laboratory. But I wasn't expecting to receive a visitor in the middle of the night. Took me a while. Busy day and all that. Hope you liked the chapter though. If you want to support me, search Vegan Master on Patreon. Discord 255, Night Visit. POV Ashton. Relaxing in my bed is usually my favorite activity, well except for killing annoying things and people. Oh, and researching interesting things. But my relaxation was rudely interrupted by a rude visitor. I mean, I am technically the guest in this house, and it is one filled with assassins. If Zig was among them, he'd certainly try to assassinate me, just to see if I've been keeping up with my training. And, I obviously haven't been slacking off all that much since I can notice this person skulking around my room. It's not exactly an unfamiliar presence either. The hospital security guard, Illumi, seems to want to settle his grudge with me one way or another. Silva didn't tell them of my relationship with their family. He just said that they hired me to help with the snake situation. Although, the more perceptive of the family might have noticed a few things. Like me and Maha speaking casually and the two of us going out in the middle of the night for a walk. I guess this guy wasn't really paying attention to the situation all that much. The nest of the Hellbell only had 3 eggs inside of it anyway, which leads me to believe that they aren't fast in their reproduction. After all, it's been a few decades of them living here, and there were only 3 of them, excluding the mother of course. I learned a lot of things about this calamity whilst fighting alongside the Zaldiks. 1. It's fast, to the point where its speed is similar to that of Netero's attacks. That's no small feat. Although I can surpass that speed in a straight line, I have little control over it. The snake seemed to be able to perfectly maneuver itself around. Second, its mind-altering special ability is quite similar to the way those eyes in the abyss affected my psyche, although to a much lesser degree. Still, the reason I could resist them so easily is due to those eyes. If I didn't already experience something worse, the snake's bell would have likely affected me a bit more, at least clouding my thoughts and dampening my reflexes. Their poison is also quite strong, a lot stronger than any other being in Lake Mobius, making them a powerful predator even without their bells. But, if I were to classify their threat level, it would be far below that of the king. It's quite easy to choose really. I took a straight hit from both. The king broke several of my bones and the snake barely left me with a few bruises. Even if I now have more nen to protect myself with, I didn't even use Ken at full capacity. The snake was simply weaker, in both speed and strength. The king's ability seemed to revolve around devouring the strength of others. If he found and ate the calamities, he would become a god. That's something I find both creepy and exciting. But still, the king died, so he doesn't matter anymore. Oh yeah, Illumi. I almost forgot about him. To think he had the guts to actually enter my room too. He is currently standing over me as I expertly pretend to be asleep. I just want to see what he's up to really. I'm not going to kill him anyway. That would be like spitting into Silva's face and rubbing it in his eyes. He took out that odd nail that he tried to use on me back at the hospital. I think his intended target is my forehead. I remember seeing some of the staff in the hospital with the same nail in their heads. They were robotic in their mannerisms. If I'm not mistaken, his ability has something to do with manipulation, so inserting an object into me isn't just to kill me. I grabbed his arm, just a few millimeters before the tip of the needle touched my forehead. That's quite rude of you. I'm supposed to be a guest here. I don't know what he was startled by the most, the calm in my voice or the fact that I caught him, again. This is the second time he's tried to put a nail in me after all. I guess he fell for me acting asleep. I don't blame him. I can stop my heart instantly with no repercussion. Faking a sleep state isn't even challenging. He didn't respond verbally, his other hand was already trying to pierce my chest. I guess he doesn't want me to live if he can't control me. He used so much force that his fingers broke on my chest, as I flared up my ken at full capacity out of frustration. As I said, I think I could block a hit from the king in this state. One of Silva's kids won't even be able to pierce my skin. Illumi quickly jumped backwards, probably thinking I'd attack him after his stunt. Although I don't feel up to it today. Maybe if I was less melancholic after finding out about Zig's fate I'd be more inclined to kill him. After all, I don't care that much about Silva's face. Well, at least not enough to let one of his snotty brats harm my life. Although, to say that I am in any danger would be a bit of an exaggeration. Illumi looked quite horrified by the fact that he just injured his claws on my chest. I guess he's been taught the assassin way of running away from confrontation against stronger opponents. Illumi turned around and bolted out of the room. A true survival technique that has helped the Zaldik family countless times. Zig would be proud. His running away technique was much more advanced than this. He could escape from a prank gone wrong in seconds. Oh well, Illumi is likely expecting me to follow him and at least attempt to kill him. But I feel like sleeping for now, so I'll let his fear fester a bit before meeting him at breakfast tomorrow. Hope you weren't expecting some BL love here. You heretics got too excited. And no, he didn't care much for Illumi's attack. And yes, Illumi will forever be branded as the hospital security guard in Ashton's mind. If you want to support me, search Vegan Master on Patreon. Discord 256, Departure and Chest. POV Ashton. For breakfast we didn't have anything too fancy. Poison pancakes are always tasty with syrup. Maha and Zeno were also there. Today, they will be properly burying Zig. And I won't stay around to see it. I already overstayed my welcome long enough. Illumi didn't say anything about his little mess up yesterday night. I also forgot to bother about it all that much. I did like seeing him be awkward in his own way. It was amusing enough. But my departure was something they expected. Maha bid me farewell and thanked me one last time. I don't think we will ever be able to meet again. Thank you, for everything. Were his exact words. And, to be fair, he stuck around much longer than any human ever could. His long life was probably out of pure hatred towards those snakes. He survived with the hope that he would see their heads on a platter one day. He is at least 10 years older than Netero. The only person that could top that is Don Freaks if he's even alive still. Now, he's completed his objective. His only reason now is to see his family prosper, even more, to observe the next generation silently. After all, Silva does have 5 times as many children as every one of his predecessors. And 2 of them are highly talented. Namely, Kalito and Killua, who are both extremely young Nen users. Zig would be proud. Or he would laugh at them for not learning about Nen sooner. It's hard to say with him. He did find out about Nen at around 7 years of age, which is even better than me. Well, I was technically stranded in a strange place where no one could teach me anything. The only being that taught me how to manipulate Nen properly was my teacher. And I only met him after a dozen or so years. I was around 17 then. I already knew about Nen, finding it out by myself at the age of 8, and trying my best to develop moves using it. Details of what happened back then can be a bit blurry, but I can't really complain much. I remember teacher saying I was pretty average, but it seems that humans would consider me a 1 in a million genius. It's quite obvious that the Dark Continent would have different standards of strength, as most species there could cause the downfall of the human race. When I eventually reached my laboratory, I dragged the huge chest out of my void space, slowly piecing the key together with the pieces I had collected. I didn't want to rush the process too much. I won't be jumping straight into the continent after opening it anyway. After half an hour of slowly fiddling with the lock, I managed to get it open. An old air came out of the box as if I just opened the door to a dusted-over library. These relics are ancient after all. I don't even know what civilization lived on the Dark Continent in the past, because the beasts there wouldn't have been able to build such complicated items. The Chimera ants only became able to do similar things because they devoured humans, so they don't count. Inside the chest, I could see my old pair of gauntlets. The gauntlets of Neith, an artifact that allowed me to strengthen my own body with Nen to a much more focused degree, disregarding any Nen compatibility. They also allowed my Nen to travel smoothly. It allowed me to completely bypass the pacifist condition of my parasitic explosion. After all, in the Dark Continent waiting for your enemy to attack first is like asking for death. Near them was my most favorite book, the Compendium of the Wild Hunt, Wooden's Diary. It was an endless book, that collected information about the world's beasts in real time. The book didn't look large, but the more pages you cross, the more appear. It only shows the species that are currently still alive. The Chimera ants weren't on the book the last time I read it, but a lot can happen in a century. Besides those 2, there are many trinkets with varying abilities and useful attributes. Some granted me protection from poison, others from physical damage. In the box, among the varying powerful relics, I could see a familiar pair of beads. The 1000 bead mala, a small-looking bracelet that Netero managed to get his hands on whilst traveling with me. It made his prayer 100 times stronger. It was obviously named by him. It could grow larger or smaller depending on the user's wishes. At some point, the prayer beads would separate and multiply, turning into a bead necklace for his 100 type Guanyin Bodhisattva. That would circle around the body of the statue and crush his enemies while he used his hands. I could also see Lin's trinket here. Euconomatima's field, a small ring with a strange inscription on it. The ring greatly strengthened Heron's range. It also added different effects to it depending on the seasons. Summer was quite deadly, turning all of the targets into fertilizer for more life to grow. It took a lot of Nen to use though, so she could only use it in emergencies. Running out of Nen on the Dark Continent after everything went mad was as good as being dead. And finally, Zig's relic. Yama's nail, a small dagger, everything even scratched by it would die instantly, at the cost of an appropriate amount of Nen of course. The strongest the target the greater the price. If you run out of Nen, you would need to use your own vitality to appease the god of death, lest the relic decides you are unworthy of its prowess. These things aren't exactly sentient. But they aren't mere objects either, they are obviously somewhat animated. I could see some of them wriggle around a bit. Seeing all of these artifacts makes me feel safe. But I know that even with them I can't really be careless. Yama's nail is more of a trump card than anything, no matter how strong it sounds. And being reliant on it would make you weaker in the end. Zig knew better than to be too excited about it. He didn't hesitate at all to seal it away, even if it was the perfect weapon for an assassin. Netero didn't care much about his relic, even though he named it himself. He said it just didn't feel like his own strength. And Lin only liked hers because it helped her survive. Overall, these relics are all overwhelmingly powerful, especially in the hands of someone with an unbelievably large amount of Nen. Now, I'll just clean them a bit and start the next part of my departure plan. Double upload. Yeah, more of the relics will be explained as he uses them. And yes, he does have something for every situation, it would be weird if he didn't. If you want to support me, search Vegan Master on Patreon. 57, Training. POV Ashton. After cleaning up my old equipment, I needed to make a proper training plan for my little ant subordinate. She has yet to develop a personality, but that is only because I kept her inside the void space. She didn't have enough time to do much of anything. I only took her out for 1 hour at most to look for any sign of the king's body, which we didn't find, a completely expected outcome. An explosion capable of raising 100 kilometers in seconds wouldn't leave a body behind. The reason for the need for training is that I plan on having Pita tag along with me in my journey. It's quite regretful that I have to teach her all of the basics again. After she regains her personality, acting on instincts will become harder and harder. This means that she also won't be able to use Nen instinctively anymore. But that's fine too. It's not like she can use any actual techniques, so I'll have to teach her those too. So much trouble for a single ant. But it is worth it. In a year or two, she will be a force to be reckoned with. And her loyalty to me will forever remain unshakable. Well, in theory anyway. I've never done this before. My mind-breaking ability is something I developed to manipulate others and torture more colorful individuals. Her loyalty to me is undeniable now. But when she eventually reforms her personality, she might not listen to me as willingly. I need to take precautions, make Pita completely dependent on me yet capable enough to do things of her own volition. It's a difficult task, but not impossible. I can act like her parent, she will listen to me unconditionally. Well, at least that's the plan. I won't underestimate this task though. Manipulation to such an extent is never a permanent fix. I need to make her get emotionally attached to me, to the point that even when she eventually realizes she's being manipulated, she won't turn her back on me or betray me. And she will eventually realize, she's always been intelligent. Had it not been for their king, she probably would have gone in hiding with her brothers. Although, me finding them that quickly was certainly a surprise to her, judging by her face when she saw me on Zeno's dragon. Still, the fact that she is a quick learner is just as valid as before. Although her talent won't show itself until she becomes more sentient. I took her out of the void space and let her observe her new surroundings. She was taking the image of my well-lit laboratory with empty eyes. Now, it's time to do stage 1 of her development. This one also happens to be the most important. Laying a subconscious foundation. That is talking to her, without giving any orders, just trivial things that will make her subconsciously think that I am someone close to her. Right now she is almost like a lost puppy, incapable of thinking for herself. But you see, dogs are very loyal once tamed. She understands my words and commands, but she can't speak. It took quite some time for her to not be so robotic. A month passed and she finally seemed to show some basic emotions, like happiness when fed or patted, or sadness when I raised my tone at her for doing something stupid. It's like disciplining a pet. The only difference is that I make an effort to show her more love than I would a pet. Just she can remember me as a positive influence on her state of mind. Punishments are few and far between. I also feed her a lot of exotic foods, expensive ingredients from all around the human world. The governments funding me are always on my case about strange purchases and weird ways of spending the budget. But I have complete freedom on my spending, no matter how many people they send to argue with me. If a government has had enough, they can just stop funding my research. But they will run the risk of being left behind in the race for supreme power all human countries seem to be secretly holding. That's the reason why so many people want me dead, even though they are funding my laboratory. I am like a thorn in their side. But cutting contact with me would mean losing to the other nations. Therefore, they choose to try and assassinate me from time to time. It's never successful, the Zaldiks consider me a no-go and any other assassin just doesn't stand a chance. So, they are stuck in this strange loop. They try more and more to get rid of me, all until I get mad, track down the culprit and they get suicide or have their minds broken. They always try to order me around, give deadlines, but deep down, they know they have no power over me and my operations. I don't own just this little laboratory in the middle of nowhere. I created dozens of research facilities across Lake Mobius. I am both the owner and the head researcher of an entire chain. Although I spend most of my time in my secret laboratory, I just leave someone in charge and pay him twice the salary. No need to be stingy if it's not my money. Well, most workers are assigned by the governments funding me anyway. So every day there is a clash of petty egos. For a coalition of the smartest humans alive, they sure act like fussy children very often. Well, it's not like they are old or anything, most of them are between 20 and 50. Well, I guess some may be called old by normal standards. Heh, thinking about age reminds me of the fact that I am also investigated every few years. The greedy pigs are curious about my immortal body. But those weaklings wouldn't be able to live as long as me anyway. Well, I think it's time I visit the Hunter Association. I need to talk to Cheadle about my solo expedition. I need some stuff from her too. I will say this now, no horny. I'm not exactly great with psychology, so this was me talking out of my ass BTW, well, using some common logic, but still. It's currently 40 chapters ahead, and that always gets 2 chaps a day. Also, tomorrow I'll start posting my new fanfic. Yay. It's gonna be a bit irregular in uploads though, still over 3 chaps per week. Patreon. 58. A heated argument. POV Ashton. Before leaving I obviously kindly asked Beto to enter my void space. Letting her develop a bit on her own might hasten the training process, but it will also not make her as reliant on me as I want her to be. So in the timeless storage space, she goes. Now, I'm already in front of the association. I think it's high time to properly greet the new chairman. The Zodiacs should also be present. I wonder how they're holding up. As if. I don't really care much about them, but some of them were interesting enough. Cheadle is the one who won. Although the circumstances were a bit unusual, I somewhat wonder what that Muppet Pariston was planning. I don't really know enough about their situation to realize that, but I think a few more minutes spent talking to him would be quite productive in finding out his deal. If only I was genuinely interested. I entered the reception and waited to be called in. I didn't want to barge in rudely, but after standing around for over 5 minutes I decided to just enter. Some people looked at me weirdly, but no one had the gall to actually stop me. I guess my little speech gave quite the impression to many hunters. I was nearing the chairman's office when I started hearing shouting and loud angry banter coming straight from a meeting room in the path. Netero was not one to enter arguments with people he didn't like, he was always a bit more direct with his critics. So the new chairman is probably a bit different. But people like Netero aren't really easy to find, I guess. And, what are we even supposed to do? Cheadle's voice sounded both desperate and angry through the oak door in front of me. What else can we do? They fucking betrayed us. Screamed a voice I don't really recognize. To think Pariston had the guts to pull off this type of stunt. And Jing too. Another one, this one sounding more tired and frustrated than angry. Why would you disrespect your father's wishes to this extent? This time, Cheadle's voice took a bit of a grave tone. She must be quite saddened by whatever's happening in there. I wonder if I should let them calm down a bit. I'll listen a bit more. Isaac was just a foolish old man. He thought he could keep mankind away from advancing if he forbid us from going to the Dark Continent. I don't know who this guy is, but I am probably not going to like him. I wonder what method I should use to kill him. This is always a good train of thought to have when dealing with annoying people, it saves you the trouble of thinking when in mid-torture. But he couldn't keep us here forever. Humanity will flourish one way or another. Okay, his voice is starting to irritate me. I kicked the door open with the grace of an alcoholic elephant and walked into the room. Everyone was staring wide-eyed at me like I just did something wrong. As if I would care about this place being important in any way. It's just a blasted meeting room. I probably lived longer than this city, for God's sake. One of the Zodiacs was about to start shouting at me, but Cheadle reacted quickly enough. Hey Ashton, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you were part of this too. I could see her clenching her fists in anger. Dunno what you're talking about. I've just been away for a month and the situation went to shit instantly. My response surprised the people in the room a bit. Cheadle lowered her head in shame. So, what's with that clown? I asked, my gaze settling on a black-bearded middle-aged man with 2 cross scars on his face. He scoffed a bit at me. To think you'd actually have a random hunter insult me like this. I think this is a bit shameful of a situation for the association. If random people can just enter the meeting room of the Zodi Dash. Beyond. Please stop. Oh, the chairman pleading someone to stop isn't a good look. But I guess she's just being affected by the atmosphere. POV narration. What? I, the son of the late chairman, am being insulted by a man that just barged into our meeting room. This is unacceptable. Beyond continued with fire in his belly and satisfaction in his eyes. He had been captured for planning another expedition to the Dark Continent behind the back of the association and the world governments. But he wasn't worried at all, and now, another opportunity arose. The appearance of the lab-coated stranger that had entered the room unannounced gave him an opportunity to bring more of the Zodiacs to his side. He could see it in their eyes. They didn't like the lackluster response their chairman had given to the unannounced guest. Using his father as leverage worked well with people that were extremely loyal to his father. Even if I am a prisoner, my father wouldn't be pleased if an idiot started treating me like this out of nowhere. But, without realizing it, he had made the most severe mistake possible. He had completely disregarded the ordinary-looking person that had just barged in. If Paris Tunhill was present, he would heavily advise the expedition leader to run as far away as possible. The scientist had been called an idiot by his enemies in the past. While not often, it wasn't uncommon for an enemy to try to insult you. But seeing his friend's spoiled brat insult him, he snapped. "Shut up. Not even your father spoke to me with that much disrespect. Even when we were joking around." The scientist's murderous intent shut him up instantly. The entire room was taken aback instantly, some pulling back in their seats. The cold feeling they had, the hairs on their bodies stand up, as their skin was trembling. They could see the flowers in some pots wither and die in the corner. The green leaves shriveling in fear as Ashton's murderous intent suffocated everyone present slowly. It wasn't that he was stopping them from breathing, but they were too afraid to make even the slightest movement. And Beyond, who was the target of that immeasurable hate, was sweating heavily. As the scientist appeared in front of him and stared him in the eye. Beyond had been to the Dark Continent before, he had seen how powerful some monsters were. He knew fear. This was a seemingly normal person that he thought was just an office employee. And he turned out to be a dreadful monster of the same caliber as the ones in the Dark Continent. Nay, even worse, at least those were honest about their intentions. He knew what to expect. The eyes of the scientist were even scarier than his intent. Bloodshot, empty, there was no anger, no frustration. He had expected to see some emotion in those eyes, but seeing them empty was much worse. It was as if he was a small ant, trying to provoke a tiger. He loudly gulped, breaking the silence in the room, as Ashton's intent seemed to disappear instantly. His eyes became normal, a cheerful smile stretched on his lips, as he pulled a chair and sat down. "So, anyone care to explain the situation?" His calm and cheerful voice made the Zodiacs fear him even more. It was as if they were talking to two different people, and both were just as frightening. In his effort to lighten the situation, he had made everyone fear him, a classic blunder for the old scientist. Well, not everyone feared him, but that's not important. I also posted the first chapter of my new fanfic. Here's the link. Or just look up Ant King in MHA on the search bar. Hope you liked the chapter. 59 Plans and Expeditions. POV Ashton. I might have gone a bit overboard. Seeing Netero's spawn disrespect me like that made me flip. But the people in the room seem to understand my predicament. Either that or they just don't want to argue with me. Smokey also barged in to check what was happening. I guess quite a few people were alerted by my hiccup. He seemed quite shocked to see me. "Ashton, what is someone like you doing here?" "Well, I obviously came to visit. How have you been?" I decided that starting a casual conversation might be a good way to calm the Zodiacs down a bit. "Oh, I've recovered from my injuries. Today a few good news came too. Nove's disciple survived the meteor." Yep, that's what the explosion was considered. Due to the size of the crater, it said that a large rock fell from space, somehow undetected, and crashed somewhere in the middle of it. That's joyous news. The events of that day were already tragic enough. How is she holding up? I continued the conversation casually. "Oh, she's fine. She only survived because she was carrying an injured girl away from the palace. Since all the royal guards were disposed of, we were just cleaning up the scraps anyway." Smokey was quite depressed over this matter. I guess his disciples both died in the incident. One might be my fault, but hey, I'm not about to actually tell him that. Either way, my conversation seems to have given the Zodiac some time to process what just happened. My overreaction doesn't seem to bother Cheadle all that much, well, not in a bad way. Why does she almost have stars in her eyes when looking at me? I'm starting to think this lady might be willing to help me with my little expedition. You see, the association has a few tricks up its sleeves. For one, I need an alibi. The government's funding me will give up on me if they learn that I went on a suicide mission, and that would make me lose my cash cow. So I need to be as transparent as possible and a good relationship with the chairman of the association to gain an out on a mission status. The chairman may need to respond to the V5, which is the alliance of the stronger governments. But the chairman doesn't need to mention every single detail of a mission. At least Netero never even bothered to do something like that. They are bound to insist when it comes to my whereabouts. They are already mad enough that the location of my laboratory is unknown. Simply saying that I am researching something won't work either. They won't be able to contact me on the continent, and I usually respond to their calls, if only to laugh at them crying about budgets. Of course, my phone number is not traceable, at least on paper, but I do pick my phone apart regularly to prevent any spyware from appearing on it. There is also something else in their possession. That is the information on the last expedition. It's not exactly public, and getting it from the V5 would be hard considering my relationship with them. And showing curiosity in the Dark Continent would defeat the purpose of the alibi. Even those pigs aren't that stupid. Overall, I need a cover and information, which is something the association can provide. Still, from their story, I gathered quite a few things. 2 of the Zodiac were undercover and looking to recruit people for a secret expedition. The expedition is planned out by Beyond Netero, who is also my good friend's Isaac Netero's son, who also happens to be the black-bearded nuisance that had the gall to insult both me and his father. He's very lucky, most people would be dead by now, but he gets a pass at life for being of Netero's blood. The plan was not overly complicated. They had snuck in quite a few temporary hunters to organize this expedition properly, meanwhile trying to convince other present hunters to join the expedition, meaning no one at this table can be trusted, with a few exceptions, like the chairman, who would have to be the best actor around to fake those emotions. There is also the large man in traditional clothing and white ponytails. I think I called him Dragon Ponytails at the election. He seems a wee bit too old to do something so stupid. He also looks positively pissed off at the situation. He was one of the few people that could somewhat resist reeling back at the residual murderous intent they felt earlier. So, I guess this isn't the best time to ask for a favor. I need to play my cards right. Be as transparent as possible. Lying won't be a good choice. I'll lose all of their trust if they find the truth eventually. And that would completely undo all of my effort to raise their opinion of me. They definitely won't like the idea of a second expedition. I need to sugarcoat it properly before spoon-feeding it to them. Cheadle perked up at my disappointed tone. Did something happen, Ashton? She seemed curious, even a bit concerned. I released a tired sigh, which isn't really difficult to pull off considering how full the last few months have been. Constant planning and fighting, and to think it all started with me visiting a nest of ants. Oh well, it could have been much worse. Netero decided to kill himself. The king turned out to be a bit too much for me to handle. I learned of Zig's fate. It's vexing how much has happened in such a short time. I've spent most of my life uneventfully. The first part of it was mostly uneventful, with me learning how to use Nen and mostly lazing around and relaxing with the beings of my home. When I eventually reached Lake Mobius, things were a lot more eventful. Conflicts were more prevalent. But it can't really be compared to the last few months. I will have to relax a bit before actually heading for my home. I'll use that to spend more time with Pitu, further training her and befriending her. Well, I also have been planning to head for the Dark Continent for a bit. Cheadle's eyes widened in shock. I could see a hint of a smile on Beyond's face. Haha, poor Cheadle. Hope you liked the chapter. For my new fanfic look up, Ant King in MHA, on the search bar, cause I can't link it. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 60, Outrage and Explanations. POV Ashton. Being direct will have both advantages and disadvantages. But I was already planning on being direct. I just need to convince them of my reasons. What? You too? Asked a short man wearing yellow clothes. I think he should be the tiger of the Zodiacs. At least that's what he looks like. Although, cat, would be much more fitting. He was almost growling at me. The others were also looking at me with hostility. Cheadle just looked shocked. Her ears were a bit lower than usual. How many betraying scum do we have among the association? The angry ponytail dragon was really not taking this well. But I'll let them get a bit mad, just so their regret over the misunderstanding will make them more likely to agree on helping me. Wait, please explain. What is your plan exactly? Asked the chairman, silencing any further incensed shout. Well, I was hoping she wouldn't try to defuse the situation so early. But this also works. Just as I was about to speak, Beyond helps me by furthering the misunderstanding of the Zodiacs with one of his own. Obviously, he is a hunter that thinks for the future of the human race. He must have been in the same situation as me when father prohibited hunters from entering expeditions. He said with a knowing smile. He was not going to even attempt to insult me after my previous overreaction. But it seems he still thinks he can use me as a piece. A part of his plan to further his standing and convince the Zodiacs to help him escape and join the expedition. It's not that hard to tell after hearing the entire story. But his shoddy attempt is actually somewhat helping me. Now that I think about it. He really is similar to Netero. He was also arrogant in his youth. The Dark Continent humbled him greatly. But it seems the son didn't take after his father. Beyond has a lot of his father's ego. I don't know what he's got from Lynn, but I can't see much of her timid personality in him. Still, Beyond must have gotten lucky in his last expedition, otherwise, he wouldn't want to go back there. Netero and the others didn't have it easy at all. Maybe it's because of the route they took. The expedition was killed mostly by disease, so they likely never encountered any of the powerful predators of my homeland. They probably tried to eat something from there or stepped into the diseased marsh. I don't think I ever got sick during my stay there, but I am a bit more sturdy than a regular human. I wonder when he'll stop rambling about the fate of humanity and the advancements we could make if we organized expeditions more regularly. He's somehow implying that any expedition until now was even remotely successful. All of them lead to many deaths, and the last expedition didn't even bring a sample of what was wanted back to Lake Mobius. All they did was bring a disease into their homelands. One that, thankfully for them, didn't get to spread around too much. I think it got contained properly. That's all I know from what Netero told me. I didn't inquire as much back then, now I'll have to find out more. Smokey also decided to interfere with his own words. Why don't we all shut up and listen to what Ashton has to say? I guess out of everyone here, he should have the best idea of what my relationship with Netero was. He knew that I wouldn't work something like that behind Netero's back, I'd do it right in his face. So he doesn't even consider me a possible traitor. The room seemed to quiet down instantly. I guess Smokey is quite respected in the association. Beyond wanted to keep going, but a glare from me shut him up instantly. Well, first off, this is a single-man expedition. Not a group of hunters disrespecting the rules of the last chairman. They seemed to perk up at this. Beyond was also completely taken aback. Wait, you plan to go there on your own? Since he also experienced the Dark Continent, he knows that a one-man expedition is basically suicide. Actually, everyone in this room knows that. Cheadle looked horrified at my words. She really took a liking to me. But they don't know what I'm about to tell them. This is more of me returning to my home. Netero and I first met on the Dark Continent. I helped his group thrive in that environment, and I decided to come to Lake Mobius to see what there was to do here. I won't give my actual reason or any information about relics of any kind, but I will have to inform them of my origins in order to further gain their trust. If they believe me, that is. That's impossible. No one would be able to live in that place. Screamed Beyond. He seemed to be a lot more surprised than the others. But I could see it in their eyes. This was furthest from what they were expecting. Officially, I was a stowaway. Only the four of us knew the truth, but now only me and Lynn remain. So it doesn't matter anymore. My words got slower as my expression grew more tired. Wait, how old are you exactly? Asked a girl with orange hair and bunny ears. I think this is the rabbit. As if that wasn't made obvious by her getup. Well, I lived for quite some time before meeting Netero and the rest. I should at least be older than him, maybe by a bit. I don't want to alienate them by telling them that I am the oldest living human. How come you look so young? This one was asked by none other than Cheadle herself. She didn't seem to be all that surprised by my age reveal. Oh, that's due to my diet while I was living there. A lot of things found there are beneficial to one's vitality. Although the dangers far outweigh the benefits. My words seem to have taken the more greedy ones by surprise. What do you mean? You survived just fine, that means it's possible, right? Asked Tiger Boy, looking around for the agreement of others. Well, I am also much stronger than everyone in this room put together. This argument isn't going to win me any opinion points. But I don't want to have too many people visiting my home so brazenly. They would just litter the beautiful landscape with their bodies. Hope you liked the chapter. I'll try to post another one for the new fanfic, no promises though. If you want to support me, search Vegan Master on Patreon. 61, a boast. POV narration. Everyone in the room looked at the scientist with scorn. After all, they were all at the top of the association when it came to strength. They had all been recognized by the old chairman, which gave them a certain amount of pride. They obviously wouldn't accept such a claim at face value. Even if his killing intent took them by surprise, they understood that he may be stronger than a few of the people present. But his claim sounded outrageous to everyone present. Well, not everyone. Morel knew better than to think the scientist would ever boast in such a boorish way. Besides, he had seen him win against Netero in the past. Even if they weren't going at it seriously, no one could claim to have defeated the old chairman in such a way. After all, if Netero were to say these words, no one would dare to refute them. And Morel considered Ashton to be Netero's match. Still, none of the others had that much insight into this enigma of a man. The only people in the room beside him that didn't react strongly to that statement were Cheadle and the Dragon of the Zodiacs. Batabai Gigante. The current chairman was pondering a few things, processing some of what the scientist had said previously, whilst the other had a gut feeling ever since the first time he had met the lab-coated bipedal monster. His outward appearance didn't give anything away, but that gut feeling coupled with his earlier outburst made the scientist a frightening man in the dragon's eyes. And a first impression is hard to get rid of. The angriest one was Beyond, who thought the scientist's entire story was a lie and a shitty attempt at gaining a pass. And he wasn't entirely wrong. Although Ashton hadn't lied in any way, he left out many details and left them to interpret his words in many places. Like how he said he had been there for a while before Netero's expedition. It was not a lie, it just allowed them to come to their own conclusions. Leaving the truth ambiguous was the best way to go in Ashton's mind. As he had no way of knowing the other party's ability, this was a precaution against any lie-detecting Hatsu. He was being both deceitful and transparent at the same time, a combination that may sound simpler on paper than in practice. Now, it was time for the outrage to ensue. Ashton had said his piece, his tone and mannerisms weren't those of an arrogant miser. He was calm and collected, his words were slow, filled with confidence, but they lacked the demeaning quality of arrogance, which made the reactions of the Zodiac somewhat mixed. Some were angry. What? You think you're tough just because you took us by surprise for a bit? Asked the tiger, also named Kanzei, looking at Ashton like he was his worst enemy. Others were just looking at him suspiciously, judging his performance with their eyes and evaluating him in their minds. I am not one to inflate my chest and sing out praises in my own name. I just don't want so many people to die due to my words. The scientist gave a sad sigh. No one interrupted him. You see, everyone in this room can easily perish whilst on the Dark Continent. Only the extremely lucky ones would have a slight chance of survival. Although Ashton wasn't being completely honest, he was still not downplaying the dangers of his homeland. The strength of Beyond and the others here could be comparable to a common predator in his homeland. But the second they run into the more powerful animals, they'd be nothing but tasty food and fertilizer. The Zodiacs didn't take Ashton's words seriously, at least not a lot of them. His explanation only got them even madder than before. "Stop underestimating us!" screamed the angry Kanzei. A yellowish Nen covered his hand as he jumped towards Ashton. A practical demonstration. "I see." Ashton almost couldn't help the devious smile threatening to show itself on his face. But his fun was soon ended, as a frightened Morel slammed his smoking pipe into the Kanzei's face. The powerful hit sent him flying in the complete opposite direction from the scientist. Ashton could easily spot the cold sweat on Morel's back. If one looked a bit closer to his face, a suppressed pout was present, like a child that had just been denied a toy in the store. Ashton wasn't going to kill the short-fused man, but he was going to use him as an example. A humiliating defeat, a victory decided by only one clash. Then Smoke Hatsu user knew all too well what was about to happen had he not stopped then Hunter's assault. He wasn't close to the scientist, but he had seen enough of him to be able to somewhat read his intentions, at least on a base level. He knew that whatever Ashton was planning, Kanzei wasn't going to end up well. He acted on his instincts when hitting the Zodiac member, and he had saved him the humiliation. "What the hell was that?" asked Kanzei whilst holding his bleeding nose. "No, what the hell were you even trying to do?" Cheadle was angered by her fellow Zodiac's misconduct. I was just trying to show him that we are strong." He seemed to deflate when faced with the angry chairman. "Your behavior is reprehensible. Even if his words didn't please you, his intentions are good," Badabai said in a sagely manner. Beyond was strangely silent during this entire argument. His gaze was fixated on Ashton the entire time, his eyes turning wider as he came to a realization. "Wait. Father told me about you." His strange outburst seemed to silence the argument the Zodiacs were having, as Ashton tilted his head at the restrained man. "He said that I would eventually meet my uncle. Always wears a suit and lab coat, his appearance never changes over the years. But he said you were supposed to look in your 20s. Beyond was mostly talking to himself at this point, but the information he was giving the others in the room seemed to annoy Ashton quite a bit. Damn net arrows, and they're thinking out loud. Everyone in the room turned to look at him strangely. "Say, why do you look older?" asked Beyond as a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Hope you like the chapter. And yes, Beyond gets to live cause he's Lin's and Netaro's only son. If you want to support me, search Vita Master on Patreon." 62 Cause and Effect. POV Ashton. "Nosy bastard. Now I have to think up a reason for my aging. This is a bit weird since this is quite natural for most other humans. Still, why would Netaro even bother talking about me to his son? I guess he wasn't expecting him to inconvenience me like this. Or maybe he was, the slimy bastard." "Stop asking such personal things," said Cheadle, who I really want to hug right now. "She just saved me the trouble of coming up with a lie and spared me from the probability of being discovered." I bet that's why he's returning there, must have run out of juice," said one of the Zodiacs with a huff. "Actually, I am going there in order to study the calamities properly." It was all I needed to say. Not everyone is going to believe every word that comes out of my mouth, but at least those that matter do. "The 5 threats." Cheadle perked up a bit, as her expression turned grave. "Whatever you wish to call them. I've already encountered 2 of them on Lake Mobius, it stirred my interest. I will keep my encounter with the calamities short and concise. I will also keep the Zaldik family out of the picture, as they probably wouldn't appreciate this type of leak in information. Wouldn't want to ruin a perfectly cordial relationship." By the looks on their faces, this wasn't really a good piece of news. It was as if any argument they might have had was completely overshadowed by the words I just dropped on their heads. I thought it wouldn't be such a surprise for them. There should be enough victims of the calamities around to help the hunters realize that they are in Lake Mobius. Judging by their reactions, these should have been somewhat monitored. They will definitely want to know the location of the nest too. But my lips are sealed. I ran into and exterminated a nest of hellbells and also found an AI, the codependence of desire, I said as I beckoned Smokey to make me some tea. "I think this will take a while before I will leave this meeting room." Their interrogation of Beyond is all but forgotten at this point. But I still need their help with covering my tracks, so I will have to bear with this major waste of time. Before you ask, I cannot disclose the locations of any of the 2 threats I met. Client confidentiality. But I can assure you that both threats have been dealt with. Not really a lie, AI isn't even a threat. It took a bit for them to process this information, as Smokey brought me my tea. He's always been composed in stressful situations. A decent lad, also classy. I just sipped on my tea and watched the Zodiacs debate some stuff. I ignored any questions directed my way, but they knew better than to insist on the matter. Cheadle eventually looked at me and sighed. "We will help you. But you need to join the already existing expedition," she said with strength in her eyes. I guess she won't take no for an answer. Wasn't it cancelled because it was planned out by traitors or something? I probably won't be able to whistle my way out of this. But trying never hurt anybody. I think. The V5 has ordered the Hunter Association to take part in this expedition. We have little choice at this point. It's all because Beyond had this planned for decades. We had no time to react. She said while looking down. I can agree to embark on the journey with you. But my name has to be kept out of this. The V5 are already annoying enough. That's why I am here, to get an alibi. I took a short pause and judged their expressions. They seem to be receiving this information quite well. Confusion is fine. My name holds a lot of weight. If I just disappeared out of nowhere, people would start asking questions. And the V5 would probably take its funding out of my laboratories, and I can't have my cash cow leave like that. I could see a few raised eyebrows. But we've never even heard of you in the past. The Dragon Zodiac was looking a bit confused. Very few people have. I am not a public figure. My ranking as a hunter was done mostly on a whim. But I rarely showed myself, and I also used different names in many places. Telling them about my secrecy might help them understand how important keeping this a secret is. I mean, it's still just me not wanting to lose money for my laboratories. I don't plan on relying upon petty crime in order to fund myself in the future. So, do you just need a cover? We could help with that. Cheadle and I continued speaking for a while. Eventually coming to an agreement, they would say that I am away on a random mission. I will say that I am just taking a vacation as I do from time to time. It will make the mission look like a cover-up for my vacation, which the V5 would really not care about. I will enter the expedition under a different alias. I do have 2 other identities inside the association's records. Netero was the one that suggested I get them. This is the first time I ever used one of them. I am to board the ship with the other normal hunters after a month, or something like that. I also asked for access to all of the information they had on the previous expeditions, which they also agreed to provide without any hesitation. Cheadle said that she would have provided that information to every member of the expedition anyway. In the end, I left the meeting room quite satisfied with the outcome. Sure, I will have to have a few travel partners, but I plan on going on my own when we finally reach my homeland. Cheadle is probably smart enough to realize that. I am still quite curious as to what their plan is. I overprepared extensively for this trip, but this is quite sudden to the Zodiacs. I think that's why the departure is in a month, and not a few days. Still, none of them is especially strong. I am curious as to how they will survive. Bonus chap. Felt like uploading one. Hope you like it. If you want to support me, search Vegan Master on Patreon. 63, Kite and Rebirth. POV Ashton. A week passed by, with me training Patu to the best of my abilities. Her progress was plentiful, staggering even, in some places. She could now understand basic mathematical equations, like adding and subtracting. She couldn't speak, but she seemed to understand them in concept. Most of our communications are done by her pointing at things, me telling her their name and patting her. I was doing my best to reward her for her curiosity. It's the only way for her to develop personal desire in the future. You'd think I would try and prevent that, but eventually, she will do so on her own, and if she realizes that I've been strangling her freedom to that extent, she won't be pleased. My strategy of positive reinforcement worked like a charm, and Patu acting like a child reminded me of something else. I have another aunt that I had plans for, but that was before getting interested in going back home. I should still visit it if only to find out what had happened with it. And just like that, I decided to go back to the ant manor. I didn't let Patu stay in my laboratory all by herself. Nicely telling her to enter my void space worked quite well. She is perfectly obedient, something that makes me happy to see. Getting to the mansion took around 3 hours. I used moderate speeds to reach them, not wanting to make too much sound. Although, any explosion is loud enough already. The grown-up ants were waiting at the door. I knocked politely and entered. The ants weren't surprised to see me this time. I guess the sound of explosions is still a giveaway to my presence. It's nice to see you guys are still living here. I had my doubts for a second. My smile seemed to creep them out a bit. But it wasn't even meant to. I was just trying to express my relief in seeing that I don't have to call Smokey and ask about their whereabouts. Ashton, it's good to see you again. Colt, the bird-looking green ant, greeted me with a smile on his face. A welcome that is a lot warmer than I thought I would receive. Politeness is nice to see, no matter what species it's coming from. Good indeed. I came around to check on the little one. How is she faring? I asked with a friendly smile. I find my mood being quite good lately. But when I mentioned the little ant, their expression seemed a bit weird. Well, about that, Colt started explaining a few interesting things to me. Like how the little ant refuses to be called anything other than Kite. Or that it seems to be able to use Nen to a high degree of proficiency. That sounds a bit familiar. Wasn't the name of Gon's friend, Kite? Oh, well then, I guess he was reborn into an ant. And that is something quite interesting. Chimera ants do have a lot of unknown variables about their birth. It's why I took the body of the queen with me. But to think it gives one a chance for revival. That is something quite useful if I do say so myself. But I still don't know everything about that aspect of the ant's reproductive system. And the expedition is soon approaching, so I don't have much time on my hands. I guess I'll have to meet Kite and see how exactly this works. But I am now in a predicament. I thought I could dissect the little ant if I couldn't find the king. Or at least raise and train it alongside Patu. But since it's a reincarnated individual, that makes things a bit more complicated. I don't want to kill Kite. It would be quite hard to explain to Morel and the others. They definitely know of Kite's revival. I could just take Kite away, wipe his mind clean and teach him everything. But that would be an arduous process that would likely ruin any shred of reputation I still have left within the association. Reputation isn't really something I wholeheartedly care about, but it's good to have whenever you need a favor. No one will do one if they can't even stand your presence. Still, I need to be careful with my emotions. My lack of skills in social situations seems to show itself quite often lately. Failing to keep my composure, joking around and scaring people, causing an earthquake due to a slight disagreement. It seems that I have quite a few things to work on besides my strength. But, strength comes first. Such a thought strays far away from the person I used to be. The first half of my life was an extremely peaceful period. I did not need to learn how to fight, only the last 2 or 3 centuries have been filled with conflict. The times when I could just laze around and stare at the sky is long behind me. I blamed humanity in general for the aggression my family started showing to me. But were they really at fault? Were the expeditions actually to blame for my misfortune? I wasn't curious enough to find out back then. I just pinned it all on a single aspect. I needed a target for all of my rage, and humanity just happened to show up. I made a rash and irrational decision that brought me around in a full circle. As of now, I plan to head back to where it all began. The wheel of fate spins rapidly. If I refuse to look into my homeland properly, I have no doubt this will eventually fall down and crush me. But, for now, I need to check out how Kite is faring. I doubt he will be all that pleased to see me, but I am still curious, and the only person that can sate that curiosity right now is Kite. So, will you guys take me to Kite? I asked the ants that were still gathered around me. Kite's finally back. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 64. A quick talk before a long trip. POV Ashton. I stood in front of a young ant with long red hair wearing mostly leather clothes. Its large purple eyes were looking at me questioningly. So, what do you want? Straight to the point, huh? I guess Kite is a straightforward person. Well, I am quite curious about how exactly you retained your life. However, I am well aware our relationship is nowhere near good enough for you to disclose such information. I don't know how much I will be able to learn from this conversation, but I can only hope that Kite doesn't hold a grudge for the fact that I left him for dead. I don't fear any type of retaliation, I just want to know exactly how he managed to bring himself back to life, or how he was brought back. Without any information from him, I'd have to do a guessing game until I get the right answers. And that is very irritating. You are right to assume that I won't tell you everything. However, some pieces of information can be bought. Great, at least I won't have to leave empty-handed. Negotiation means that I still can get the information I want, I just need to present something that attracts Kite. But what would that be? I need a book, every detail possible, everything you can find out about chimera ants and their reproduction. I want to know more as well. I will tell you most of what I know. His cold expression and tone really accommodate the situation. It seems that most of the people in this house have recovered some of their memories from their past lives, even if only snippets. So, it seems that a chimera ant is a lot more interesting than I first thought. Kite regained his memories after a few minutes of being taken out of the queen's torso. He said that he can't remember anything in between. It felt a lot like he just woke up as a baby ant at some point. But the most important part, and what seems to be the common point with everyone that has recovered memories, they all had a strong desire to keep on living, one way or another. That desire gave birth to determination, and the line becomes blurry from there. Is every determined individual that turns into an ant going to recover their memories at some point? Or is it purely coincidental? Kite seems more curious as to how his body was formed exactly. Modern doctors can't really answer his questions without speculating a lot, and he doesn't seem too keen on being dissected alive. So he decided to strike a deal with me instead of just turning me away. In a way, this is him showing me trust. But he's likely not being truthful in everything he said. Or at least left some things out. After all, from what he explained, regaining your memories at birth is highly unusual, at least going by already observed individuals. Regardless, I don't see any reason to kill him, no actual advantage to it. So I will keep my end of the deal, partially. I won't disclose everything either. After all, this the best way to go in such a situation. But, unfortunately for him, this matter will have to wait for quite some time. Very well, I will take some DNA samples from you. Nothing major, some blood, hair, urine if possible. Kite just nodded. It's nice that he's being cooperative. But I will be heading on a mission soon, so I won't be able to come back to you in a short time span. This one seemed to throw him off a bit. I guess not knowing what exactly you are is quite annoying to him. I promise that I will get back to you when the research is finished. I will still take the samples now if possible. He just sighed and ripped out a few strands of his own hair, handing them to me. I ripped space open and took out a few sterilist Ziploc bags, along with a syringe. Kite just sighed and rolled up his sleeve. Although I could tell my storage Hatsu surprised him a bit. But he's seen it before when he was a baby, so he was able to suppress his curiosity and not pry into my abilities. Though I could see that he wanted to know some stuff, his eyes can be quite expressive when in conversation. Just get this over with. And so I did, quick and painless, also applied a bandage so he wouldn't bleed much. Well, I believe we are done here. I hope to hear from you sooner than later. Kite said, ending our meeting quite quickly, but it's not like we're friends or something. Of course, I can't wait to look more deeply into this matter myself. Rebirth doesn't happen all that often after all. After that, I took my leave. The other ants weren't there to say goodbye, but I didn't feel like meeting them anyway. So it doesn't matter. I am satisfied with how this situation has turned out. I also managed to find quite a few interesting things. My deal with Kite was a bit unexpected, but it's a good outcome for me. Now to prepare a bit more for my expedition. POV narration. Only after making sure that the mad scientist had left could the newborn Kite relax. A frustrated sigh came from his lips, as he pondered on his exchange with the old monster. He wanted to know more about chimera ants. The world barely had anything written about them, and the scientist was the only one holding anything important from their race. The queen's body was the key to researching the ants. And the old scientist had it, blocking the others from making any significant breakthrough. The others were stuck on just dissected regular chimera ants and hoping for the best. Kite knew what he was doing was dangerous. But he didn't believe that outright refusing the scientist was a good choice. He didn't know if he would have reacted violently to that. He played things safe and decided that this was his best bet for surviving, and if he could eventually find out more about his new species, then he would be pleased enough. Revenge was not really on Kite's mind. Besides, it didn't even look attainable to the newly reborn hunter. All he could do now was to wait, train and wait. His current body was more talented than his last, so he had more opportunities now. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 65, Strength and Embarking. POV Ashton. Time passed quite quickly. I barely had time to train Patu a bit more after making that deal with Kite, but I still wonder how she would fare against the creatures littering my homeland. I doubt she could even take on a few of the zodiacs. If she was already intelligent enough, I'd give her a relic or two, just to enhance her strength a bit. As for how strong the relics have the potential to make you, Netero, using his relic, the 1000 bead mala, wouldn't have lost to the king at all. Even if he was much older and decrepit, he would have still won. Relics are true game changers. I knew he wanted to die because he didn't even attempt to retrieve his relic. If he did, the king would have died quite easily. The king only powered up because he consumed his guards. That's the conclusion I came to after thinking about their states a bit. That and the fact that his Hatsu could spot and consume mine, it made him too strong. Netero would have lost to the king that consumed his royal guards. But not before that. Netero, using the 1000 bead mala, could easily survive in the Dark Continent. Especially since his relic protected him unconsciously. Relics are alive, after all. As for me, I wouldn't have been beaten around so easily if I had all of my relics. I don't know about defeating the powered-up king, but I wouldn't have lost either. If I were to put me and him on a scale, we would both be at the top. Right underneath my teacher, who I still don't know the limits of. My teacher was a gargantuan being, one that was the definition of raw strength. Yet, despite his size, he wasn't purely a brute force fighter. He shined best when using his intellect to overcome hurdles. But now, his intelligence seems to have disappeared, leaving him as a mindless raging beast. I don't know how much his strength has been affected, but I didn't stick around to find out. Escaping from him whilst he was in a frantic state was easy. My teacher had never been reliant on speed, much like myself. But he could easily rely on his powerful body to tank most attacks, and escaping into the abyss was almost instant, so he could also dodge. He didn't seem to be able to run out of Nen. My fighting style relies upon decisive blows and overwhelming firepower. The speed I can use in close range may be lacking, but I have a relic to help with that too. I can accelerate myself to great speeds and escape if need be, but I'd much rather not fight at all. I may like killing annoying things, but fighting powerful opponents isn't something that I find desirable. Unlike Netero, I don't want to become stronger to fight stronger opponents. I want to become stronger to be able to control my fate. Some would argue that I have already reached that level, standing at the top of the human race and being able to prance around without any issue. But some things still can't be beaten. Like those that we can't see, plots and conspiracy are one thing, but now I also know that the world has a lot more secrets than I first thought. Like the eyes of the abyss, the appearance of the calamities and the way everything in my homeland slowly turned insane. If I truly want to be in control of my fate, then those things are the ones I must concentrate on the most. I need to be able to see more, widen my horizons properly. Right now, I am heading towards the vessel of the expedition. It's named the Black Whale. I believe it belongs to the Kaken Empire. It's basically a floating island. One that looks like a black whale, duh. On top of it is another yacht. A strange ship, but it's whatever. But what exactly is this? A huge ship filled with 200,000 passengers heading for one of the most dangerous places in the known world? The majority of them don't even have any combat skills, and guns don't count. Even the smallest of insects on the Dark Continent can't be killed with regular weapons, grenades and the like. This mission is looking less and less likely to succeed. Even if the ship seems to be quite well armed, a lot of the monsters on the continent can tank a low-powered nuke. Hell, even I can do that, without any relics. And this ship can only possibly hold enough weapons to distract the larger water monsters from tearing it apart, holding them at bay whilst the hunters disembark. Is that the plan? Then why are there so many useless individuals on board, like royalty and politicians? These pigs won't even be proper food for the environment. Do they think the continent is a tourist attraction? No. This is bound to be something else. Something is wrong with this expedition. The only people of higher standing that seem to have some Nen capabilities are the royalty of the Kaken Empire. Some of the other politicians just have Nen users as bodyguards. I had a feeling that Cheadle was holding things back from me, but this seems to be quite problematic. Maybe I'd be able to discern their intentions if I knew more about the situation. But I can't do anything of the sort right now. I will have to talk with Cheadle, eye to eye. I need to make sure she tells me whatever is happening with this expedition. I observed the entire embarking process. I didn't bother wearing a mask or changing my outer appearance. There is no need to go that far, not that many people know of me aging anyway. Now, I need to find the Zodiacs or Cheadle at least. They have quite a bit of explaining to do. Still, I think this is a bad omen. Whatever is planned on this shoddy expedition, it's not going to be a nice experience for anyone on board. Well, I won't really be bothered. Worst come to worst, I can just blow the entire ship out of the water and kill everyone I deem replaceable. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 66 Announcement and Warning. POV Ashton. It seems that actually finding the Zodiacs will be a lot harder than anticipated. The ship seems to have a class system. I'm basically a regular hunter now, so I have a residence in the Tier 1 zone. But the actual rooms are poorly decorated. Politicians are obviously superior human beings, so they get to stay on the ship with the best accommodations. Yeah, no. I obviously will take a room there for myself. Who's going to stop me? Their shitty bodyguards? I will have to disguise myself for that though. Heh, a bit of mischievous fun never hurt anybody. At least it never hurt me, and that's all I care about right now. I'll worry about all of that later. The journey is around 2 months long anyway. I'd likely be able to get there faster by myself. But by the time I reached that point, I'd be exhausted. I planned on using a relic to reach the Dark Continent. One called Noah's Ark. It's one of the stranger ones that I own. It's basically a small ring that transforms into a giant ship. It also has a few hidden features, but those aren't really important to my current situation. Now, I am hearing some of the most amusing information I possibly could. We were all gathered in a huge auditorium. That's right, this gigantic ship housing 200,000 people is actually being treated like a cruise ship. The announcer on stage was talking about some unimportant things, like informing the passengers of the dangers and whatever. Eventually, I heard that the Kaken Empire is actually promising to have 100 million people sent to the Dark Continent within 5 years. Pfft. I couldn't hold it in. I started cackling out loud. Do these idiots actually want to colonize the Dark Continent? Did they not learn anything from the last expeditions? Humanity isn't welcome in that place. Not anymore. Some people looked at me weirdly. I couldn't help but laugh harder. Do these people actually consider this a valid strategy? Did they actually put such a tight bottleneck on information about the expedition? These 200,000 people are all going to die. I don't even have to do anything about it. Humanity hasn't even discovered relics yet. And they already want to conquer the continent. Sir, please be quiet. You are being a nuisance. Said the announcer. She was looking straight at me. Did I really laugh that loudly? Well, by the way, some of the people around me were holding their bleeding ears. I guess I did. But I am quite mad. Should I speak up, I wonder? Of course, I should. At least I should give these ignorant sheep a bit of a warning before they jump inside a den of starved wolves. I jumped on stage. An action that alarmed the announcer and the guards, as they all rushed me with their spears. The audience was either panicking or cheering on. I guess this is the type of idiots I have to deal with, taking pleasure in senseless violence. Why do I have a nagging feeling that I am also speaking about myself? Oh well. I'm sure it was nothing. I looked at all the guards rushing me. All of them were decent Nen users. Maybe they were a bit stronger than Gon. Oh well, not important. If these are the common guards, then this expedition is really down in the water. I simply tapped a necklace that I was wearing twice. It looked like a small harp on a chain of gold. The sound it made reverberated across the room. The sound waves washed across the room and touched every corner of the massive auditorium. Cease your aggression. My voice came out quickly and it seemed to have the same effects. All of the guards froze up. This is one of the best artifacts to use on intelligent beings. I call it Cold Command. It's simple in nature. It just requires a lot of Nen, formal speech, and powerful vocal cords. If I don't enhance my vocal cords, I will lose them whilst using this artifact. I also need to be able to speak the language of the target. Or they at least need to be able to understand me. And there it is. A command that they can't refuse at all. Well, a stronger-minded individual would be able to break through the control. But I can use it repeatedly and affect the mind of the target like waves crashing into a beautiful shore. Eventually, the targets would pass out. But I just want these people to calm down a bit. It's not like I came here to kill them, just a little warning. I extended an open plan towards the announcer. She was shaking heavily. Seeing me dispatch their guards with only my voice took a bit of a toll on her. She seemed to get the hint, and put the microphone in my hand. Perfect, I said calmly. As the guards all fell on the ground, fighting against their own bodies must have been tiring. Oh well. Now then I looked at the audience. None were actually scared. They are really important people, after all, they don't believe their lives could ever be in any danger. It seems you people think this trip is going to be exciting, nay fun even. But a short pause to keep a bit of suspense always works wonders. The horrors that await you on the unexplored continent will not be anything fun, of that I can assure you. I stretched a cheerful smile on my face as I thought of their fates. If they even manage to reach the shore of my homeland, they will only be greeted by death and despair. Not everyone is strong like Zig, Lin and Netero. These people won't even survive if they meet a single nest of hellbells, let alone any of the more dangerous threats. Like an AI. If these greedy pigs were to meet one they'd all die. After giving them that short warning I just wandered off stage. I inadvertently gained the attention of many people by doing that, but I really don't care anymore. Turn my homeland into an amusement park, will you? We'll see about that. Hope you liked the chapter. And yeah, double uploads today. If you want to support me search Vega Master on Patreon. 67, Chip and Troop. POV narration. The people in the auditorium weren't taking the formally dressed middle-aged man seriously enough. They actually thought he was entertaining. Meant to showcase the strength of the provisional hunters taking part in the expedition. After all, a man able to stop people with just his voice wasn't something you could see every day. Many actually wanted to hire him as a bodyguard now. Still, some of the smarter people were taking this seriously. Like Cheadle, who had really hoped something like this wouldn't happen. She would obviously be present for such an event. In fact, most of the Zodiacs were present. Only around 3 of them were tasked with guarding beyond Netero. Thankfully the guests weren't discouraged by this. Were Cheadle's thoughts right now? After all, the Kaken Empire wouldn't have taken kindly to a hunter showing such disdain for their expedition, especially if he influenced the opinion of other people of importance. Although his words still made some people silently question the safety of the expedition. After all, the announcer downplayed the dangers of the expedition quite a bit, whilst Ashton was blunt and forward about the fact that all of them were in great danger. Ashton did basically spit on their promise of bringing a lot of people to the unexplored, new continent. The existence of the Dark Continent should have remained a secret. Many of the people in the audience had been somewhat moved by the old scientist's performance, whether of his strength, or his courage. This was the ship of a powerful empire at the end of the day, and he had implied that it was going to end up ruined. His words were simple, sure, but none could miss the underlying threat in them. The shift in atmosphere and the whispers that followed Ashton's little speech were concerning to Cheadle. She could only hope that things would work out in the end. POV Ashton. As expected, they didn't heed my warning at all. The ship set sail without any hitch. No complaint or anything of the sort. We've already been on waters for 3 days straight. I surprisingly didn't have any trouble with guards or hunters trying to arrest me or things of that nature. But I guess not all of them were pleased with my negativity, as some were looking at me oddly. Like I'm some type of unbeliever in a religious cult. I've not yet been able to find any of the Zodiacs either, so I've mostly spent my time idling and waiting. I guess I will have to ask for directions eventually. But for now, I have yet to explore the entire ship. And it seems this isn't all that peaceful of a journey. There are quite a few stowaways too. Usually, in a ship this big, it would be impossible to tell who is and isn't invited. But I am quite sure a group of thieves wouldn't be invited at all. I could see 3 people looking around. One was a man covered in bandages and wore boxing gloves, for some reason. One was a lady wearing glasses, a black blouse, short black hair, and jeans. And the last was the ever unaffected by the circumstances around her, the pink-haired, traditionally dressed, Maki. I wasn't even looking for people I know, I just happened to be walking around on the 4th tier of this ship and caught a glimpse of them. I obviously haven't forgotten about them yet. Although, the structure of this ship sure is confusing. The ship itself is split into 5 different tiers. At the very top, live all of the important people, celebrities, politicians, royalty. There are around 2,000 people in total on the first 2 tiers of this ship, 500 of which are the aforementioned important people, and the rest are either guards or doctors. At least that's what I gathered from looking at the crowds in that tier. The auditorium may have been large, but only the members of the first 2 tiers were actually there in person. The rest must have had to watch a broadcast of sorts. After all, what was being said is rudimentary information that every passenger should know. The lower tiers are filled to the brim with actual non-fighting regular people. They are all thinking that they are leaving their lives behind to start anew. At least 180,000 people looking for a fresh start. Unfortunately, they decided to embark on what is essentially a suicide ship. I mean, it seems to be quite sturdy upon further inspection, so the sea monsters might not destroy it. At least the ones on the surface. The depth of that sea is filled with monstrous beings that I don't really know the limit of. Now, I am unaware of how exactly they plan on defending themselves with only 1,500 guards, at most, on the Dark Continent. But hey, I didn't write the propaganda about it. From what I've heard, they consider it to be a place filled with opportunity and potential. They seem to be forgetting the fact that no meal in the world is free, and it sure as hell won't be a great experience for anyone involved, besides me. I'll stick around to watch my former family be satisfied with this little snack trying to sneak into our home. Now, I've been following the 3 Phantom Troop members for a while now. I do want to see how Crollo is doing. The little shit didn't even call me and thank me for saving his skin. But, I guess he would be a bit hesitant to call me at all. After all, I wasn't exactly the most affectionate teacher to him. Although, I did try to show him some important things. I guess he didn't really understand most of them. I mean, who exactly lets their very wanted associates prance around in the middle of a very populated ship? I sure wouldn't. I really want to have a talk with him though. I need to find out why he would join this expedition. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 68. Search for the student. POV Ashton. The Phantom Troop seems to be looking for something. Makia and her group have been wandering around the 4th tier for an hour now. I think I'll need to go and just speak to them at this point. My patience is quite limited after all. I'll keep following them for a few minutes. If they continue to just walk around aimlessly, I will just talk to them. I think I also found out where Cheadle is located. She's a disease hunter, so, logically, she would be in a medical ward. It's hard to tell which though. The only ones that actually have doctors in them are the ones above the 3rd tier. So I'll just check those later, I guess. Yep, the lower tiers don't even have any type of surveillance or medical staff. But there are still quite a few doctors on the ship. They are all just hanging about in the 1st tiers. This is beyond stupid, but I guess there's no need to provide healthcare for people that will die anyway. Oh well, I guess it's time to see what the Phantom Troop is doing on this ship. I walked in front of the 3. They didn't really notice me at first. This place is quite crowded, and I do blend in quite well. But eventually, the pink-haired Maki finally noticed me. Her eyes widened, she looked at me with actual fear. That wasn't really the expected reaction, but okay. I mean, Maki never seemed to be the type to actually fear someone. But I guess I do have that effect on people. The other 2 both finally noticed me after seeing Maki's frightened reaction. I smiled a bit and waved my hand at them, taking 2 steps forward to speak to them. I didn't expect the boxing mummy to actually try and hit me. Maybe it was out of reflex or something like that. Well, his form is at least decent. But his frightened state left him a bit open. I grabbed his arm with my hand and lifted him over my head and slammed him into the ground. Maki was quick to try and surround my body in nen strings, whilst the other lady silently pulled out a strange vacuum cleaner, with which she proceeded to try and whack me over the head. The civilians around us all started fleeing in different directions, trying to avoid the random fight that just started for no good reason. Now, letting off my N in this place might be a bit too much, so I'll do this a bit more smoothly. Letting off explosions isn't exactly ideal here either. I just used Ken. Her vacuum cleaner was stopped by a powerful barrier whilst Maki's strings were not able to come close to my skin at all. What's with all of this aggression? I asked in a calm tone. I guess I should have expected something of this nature. They were all on edge even before seeing me. Still, attacking me is probably the strangest thing they could do. I thought they'd get the hint from the warehouse incident. I guess I'll need to teach Crollo how to discipline his followers properly. This is completely unacceptable behavior. None of the 3 responded. Well, only 2 of them are still conscious, so I'll forgive the mummy. You do know I have no intention of fighting you, right? I said with a raised eyebrow as my patience once again started slipping away. The 2 were still just as rigid. I released a sigh. I immediately released my murderous intent. Even if they are Crollo's friends, they still need to learn about not overstepping their bounds. Say, can the 2 of you stop acting like idiots? I will really have to kill you if you keep this up. I could see their fear being amplified by quite a bit. Both tremblingly raised their arms. Makia undoing the strings from around my body and the other lady making her vacuum cleaner disappear. Good. Now that this little misunderstanding is over, will you guys kindly tell me where little Crollo is? I have quite a few things to talk about with him. My tone lost its previous deadly intentions. There's no need to further complicate things with another misunderstanding. We don't know his actual location, but he should be searching around the 5th tier somewhere. Maki said with a shaky voice. Not really all that useful, but I guess it's better than nothing. At least now I know for sure that he's here. Well then, this was a nice conversation. I'd say that you should take your friend to the medical ward, but there aren't any actual doctors in this tier. So I'll just wish you good luck. After saying that I just left, they are quite clearly not too comfortable around me. Now, I could have just asked Maki about the intentions of the troop, but she could barely put a few words together. Crollo should at least be willing to speak to me for more than a few sentences. So I descended another tier and reached the 5th one. This isn't exactly going to be instant, but I can at least look around quickly. I did the best possible thing in this situation. My body quickly grew another head, then another set of arms, then they separated from my main body as a torso, which also instantly grew legs. If others were to see this, it would look like I just split myself into 2 identical twins. I call this cell splitter. It's quite literally creating clones with the same appearance as me. And whilst they are handsome, they aren't exactly all that useful in fights. None of them can use Nen. but they can keep multiplying on their own. The clone I just created started splitting itself into 20 more. And yes, I can keep splitting myself for a long time. The nen required is quite negligible, to the point where I can't even feel the drain in any way. It was the same before my nen reserves doubled too, so nothing new there. Now, I will just send every single one of them to look for Crollo. Once they find him I will get a signal, I will be able to transfer my conscience to the one that found him. This ability may sound powerful, but there are quite a few conditions to it. Like how I need to be within 10 kilometers of the clones in order for them to not turn into globs of melting flesh. And yes, they dispel that way. These aren't nen constructs. They are actual living organisms that work like a hive mind. I obviously need to use my scarlet eyes to pull this off. Now, off to find my little disciple. I hope he will be pleased to see me. He better be. Hope you liked the chapter. Another one might come later tonight, maybe dunno. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 69, regular meeting. POV Ashton. It didn't take all that long for the clones to find Crollo. Maybe 10 or so minutes. I spent that time doing a bit of light reading. The compendium of the Wild Hunt is being updated constantly and I really like watching what interesting species get added nowadays. Sure, not all of them have detailed information, but that's because the compendium needs the user to observe a species for it to provide in-depth information. I've been reading a lot about the chimera ants, which are also now in the book. The details about them are also quite extensive, even clearing up some of my doubts about them. But I will still have to run some tests of my own. Even if the information on this book relic is always right, I'd prefer being sure of their true nature. The book also doesn't go into detail about the biological process of their reproduction, only talking about the different genetical combinations that can be created. So I guess I'll still have to study that by myself. But this compendium is for a hunt, so it's only supposed to be listing their strengths and weaknesses. It will be useful when fighting the more powerful species of the Dark Continent. Many new ones seem to have appeared out of thin air, and many old ones are extinct. But I guess I should stop reading and just head for my little disciple. Transferring my consciousness to one of my clones isn't by any means difficult. But I will put everything valuable into my void space before doing that, just as a precaution. Whilst using this part of Cell Splitter my real body is controlled by the same hive mind. But it will also lose the ability to use nen, which leaves it weakened. It's a bad idea to let it keep the very precious relics. As for the body I transfer my consciousness to, it becomes my real body. After all, Cell Splitter isn't a clone creating technique, it's one where you create more instances of yourself. All of them are as real as the original, and they are all just as healthy as when the original was when they were created. There are ways to circumvent that though. As I said, the only downside to this otherwise ridiculously powerful technique is that the clones can't really move too far away from me. 10 kilometers isn't a lot in the grand scheme of things, although I do have a few ways to work around that. For now though, I just close my eyes and connect my mind to my new body. An easy concept, somewhat easy to grasp. Still, when I opened my eyes again I was already in the new body. Maybe a bit disoriented, but still fine. I could see Crollo in front of me in the distance. He was also looking around searching for something, or someone. His expression was odd, he looked both sad and mad at the same time. His eyes were a lot colder than I remember them being. But I guess he's also been through a lot. Oh well, he's made his choices in life. They are what ultimately led to his current predicament, whatever that may be. I decided to approach him right away. Changing bodies might have been strange only for the first 2 times. Now it's just normal. I am now standing right behind my student, looking at him intently. And I am a bit sad that he hasn't noticed me yet. Has nothing that I taught stuck to him? I decided to take the best possible course of action in this situation. I slapped his back with enough force to send him rolling on the ground. He did a few rolls up until he turned to face me. He looked completely ready to fight me at first, much like his friends, but he quickly realized who I am. And he also realized that I am positively pissed off. Teacher, I apologize for my behavior, he said with a perfect 90-degree bow. Wow, what a brat. He doesn't even know what he did wrong but he started apologizing in advance. I guess the lessons in humility managed to stick with him at least. What in the name of God are you doing here, kid? I asked him in a simple tone. Some of my annoyance at his little group has been diffused by his preventive apology. I don't care if he means it or not, I am not petty enough to hold it against him. What do you mean, teacher? Well, I guess the question I asked wasn't specific enough. Either that or he's too stressed out to think clearly and understand what I am referring to. Why exactly are you on a ship heading for the most dangerous place this planet has to offer? This one should be a bit more specific. And his eyes widened a bit as he started scratching the back of his head. And maybe we should speak about this in private. Good point. I could see the people around us staring, and I guess he has some secrets too. Sure, let's go to your room, it should be closer than mine. We started walking away from the scene. My student is still a wanted man after all. Little Crollo started leading me to his cabin, or at least the place he sleeps in. Pretty sure he's a stowaway. I don't know how much luxury they get in their accommodations. Well, it seems he still managed to snatch a room for himself. I guess it's because security is just about non-existent on the lower tiers of this magnificent ship. So, Are you going to greet your teacher properly now? I said in a chilling tone. I could hear Crollo audibly gulp. He kneeled before me and prostrate on the ground. His hands were extended forwards whilst sticking perfectly to the ground. This unworthy disciple greets master. Oh wow, I wasn't really expecting him to go through with it. I was mostly playing around when I told him to do this in his childhood. But it's whatever. Not like I care about his dignity. But this is also embarrassing for me. There was no need for that. I meant making me some tea or something. He slowly got up. I guess he is also a bit ashamed for having done that. His cheeks were a bit red. But eventually, he sighed and got that same grim expression from when he was searching around. I guess something is eating away at him. I'm sorry teacher. There isn't any tea in the room. I just released a sigh. Taking out an electric stove, some very expensive tea. I also took out an ancient tea set. Although I'm sure that I lived longer than it existed. Bonus chapter. I did say I might put one up. So why not? Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 70 Success in War and Manipulation. POV Ashton. I left my student skulk around a bit whilst making my own tea. I don't want him ruining such quality tea. I don't really think a thief by profession will have many accomplishments in the tea-making arts. Although calling it art is quite strange, humans really love to call everything an art, I just go along with it. So, what exactly made you feel so down? It's a bit strange to say this, but I guess I am a bit curious. I may not be all that concerned for his health, but he is my one and only student. I won't include the chimera ants on that list by the way. Formally showing concern isn't even expected of me from him, so I didn't really bother hiding the lack of sympathy in my tone. Well, do you remember that Kurta clan? The one with the scarlet eyes? It seems his friends didn't get into the details of our conversations. I know that part. 2 of you died, you got cursed. Now get to the point. Again, no need to pretend to show sympathy. Another one of our members betrayed us. He's killed 2 of us, now he's somewhere on this ship. I want him to die. His eyes are as black as night, the murderous intent radiating off of him is also quite impressive for someone his age. But still, I see. You do realize that embarking on this ship might have cost you the lives of every single one of your friends? And for what? Petty revenge. I said that with a plain smile. Revenge is a good enough reason I guess, but it surely won't do them any good in the end. Besides, if this person was strong enough to kill 2 of them at the same time, then he will also be strong enough to endanger the rest of them. So pursuing him or her is foolish. The best thing he could have done was to wait for an opportunity to hunt him down, with everyone at the same time. Now, they are scattered around the ship, like rats in a maze. As for its destination, my student here isn't really informed about the Dark Continent. He's probably only heard the things that the Kaken Empire publicized, which are more than deceiving. And as expected, his eyes widened a bit. I actually have another reason to be here. I aim for the national treasure of the Kaken Empire. Of course, you do. A thief is always greedy after all. But the situation on the ship is a lot more complicated than I first thought. Oh, here comes the part that is actually interesting to me. This ship. It's nothing but the stage for a succession war between the princes of the Kaken Empire. And we are caught right in the middle of it. His expression turned a bit cold. That's interesting, it makes sense that Kaken Empire would have some hidden motives. But I don't plan on inconveniencing myself with a childish struggle for power. I could sink this entire ship in minutes with a few well-planted explosions. Or in seconds with a really big one. I won't be in any danger regardless of what a few brats wearing crowns are planning. Maybe the rest of the hunters are in danger, but that's not really any of my business. Crollo didn't seem too concerned either. I guess he must have his own ways out of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so nonchalant about it. He must also have some plan to get their treasure too. And, it likely involves me. He's been a bit too cooperative. I was expecting him to be somewhat cooperative, but he's basically bending over at my every whim. So I guess he needs my help with something. And it should be big enough where he thinks I wouldn't be convinced by any regular payment. He's trying to get closer to me to turn this favor into a gift. But life isn't so simple. And playing mind games with the oldest fox of these forests is certainly not a good idea. I will play along for now, to see what he can achieve with my own eyes. I see. This piece of information is indeed quite useful. You must have gone through some trouble getting it. I said, putting on my best smile. One that can't be faked. I am sincerely happy to see my student grow to this extent. If only he knew how to pick his targets. Why yes. It took quite a bit of digging. He took a short pause. Here it comes. Can you please help me find the traitor? I want him dead, but he could harm my other friends too. It shouldn't be difficult for someone like you to take care of him. He placed a photo of a man with clown makeup on the table. A familiar face, someone I must have seen in passing. Of course. But me helping with his traitor problem should be more of a cover than anything. He's probably going to start actively making me a part of his plans if I accept. He would do that even if I refuse. At least that's how I would be doing it. Manipulation is quite a refined tool. And I love fiddling with it. Now I have some amusement for the duration of my trip. I see. I will keep an eye out. I said, looking at the picture for a few seconds. he couldn't help the smile on his face. It was one of glee. But I could see the truth of it, he was happy his scheme had worked. I know that face very well after all. With a smile, I left the room. As I said, he chose to take a certain path in life. One that I wouldn't have recommended him had I kept him to my side. But he technically became scum, just like his teacher. No matter how much he values the lives of those around him, he will never be able to extend that same kindness to anyone else. Maybe it's because I didn't set a good example for him, or maybe it was just meant to be. Whatever it is, I am curious about where his choices will bring him in the end. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 71, a card game, POV Ashton. A few days have passed since I've met my student and entered his little game. It's been an extremely quiet period. I gave up on meeting with the Zodiacs. My student already told me enough about this ship. I no longer need to look for Cheadle. I also didn't really bother looking for the clown. I only said I'd keep an eye out for him, so I will do just that. I take a trip looking at the entire ship every day. If I happen to spot him, I will capture him. If not, then it's none of my business. Crollo also probably realized that this is what I meant. Not that it matters too much for him. From what I've seen, he's not all that worried about their traitor. He seems a tad bit more concentrated on the treasure of the Kaken Empire, which he has yet to involve me into. I wonder how he's planning to transition me giving him help with the traitor into me helping him steal a national treasure. Well, I'd have a few ways to go about it. But I don't really think he's as skilled as me when it comes to plotting. I guess he will choose one of the more obvious ones, like me taking the blame for the stolen treasure or something of that sort. It would work especially well since I've already been seen together with several members of the Phantom Troop. Well, whatever he does, it's highly unlikely that I will be too surprised by it. Now, I am wandering around on one of my routine walks around the ship. Why do I take such walks? Well, I am bored. That's as good an explanation as any. I am currently around the 3rd floor, which I also think is the last floor with any semblance of security in the entire ship. There have already been crimes, muggings, and all of that jazz in the lower tiers. But that's to be expected when you don't provide structure to society. Humans are, at the core, an extremely violent species. I'd even wager to say they are more aggressive than any other. These crimes are just people choosing to follow their desires, which is quite harmful to the rest of them. Really, this ship feels more and more like a social experiment with each passing day. Segregate people into social classes, don't provide ant protection or healthcare to the lower ones, whilst the rich get everything. Watching the lower classes struggle against each other whilst the rich enjoy their peace and quiet. Quite a good reminder to the people that, no matter where they go, they will always be underneath the rich and powerful. It's a bit of a shame, but there isn't much one can do. Not when they can't even protect themselves properly. I've seen the Zodiacs running around the ship, trying their best to properly distribute guards. Cheadle trying to plead with the ones on top to get medical staff to the lower tiers. But it seems the rich folks aren't quite so generous as to help out the lower tiers. They only managed to get around 8 more doctors to the lower levels, which is nowhere near enough for 180,000 people. If they are to actually help, they need some motivator, maybe a threat. But no one on this ship, besides me, is able to threaten the upper class to that extent. And I don't really feel like interfering with their business all that much. At least not now. I want to observe the situation a bit more. Whilst walking, I couldn't help but get a strange feeling. I was being followed. The person doing so was quite proficient. I didn't show any reaction, only started heading for a less populated zone. As soon as I stepped foot in that empty corner of the ship, a card came flying towards my head at great speeds. I simply tilted my head to the side, narrowly avoiding the preemptive attack my assailant released. Then I proceeded to turn around slowly, looking at the empty walkway behind me. I sighed a bit. Hide and seek, huh? My quiet voice wasn't really enough to get a response out of my attacker. A strange man appeared in front of me, clown makeup, red hair, a tear and a star. The traitor of the troop. The man I was looking for, coming at me by himself. I couldn't help the smile on my face. Hey, let's play a game. Can you dodge faster than I can throw? As soon as he said that, sharpened cards were launched towards me from every direction. It seems he's prepared this place beforehand, but I guess there aren't all that many secluded places on the ship. He likely just wagered a guess after seeing my usual route. I did feel like I was being tailed a few times in the past, but I didn't care much. This is the first time he actually attacks me. A card game, huh? I said with a sweet smile on my face. I held my breath and stopped my heart as all of the cards passed through me and hit each other, all eventually falling on the ground. I was bombarded continuously for at least 20 seconds. He started speaking again. TSK. It seems you are a decent player. Too bad I got to choose the table. Oh, I see, I said out loud as my smile widened a bit. I quickly used Kyo. I could see the entire place covered in strands of purple nen. I guess he really prepared for this. Too bad he's facing me. The strands of his nen are all around the room. They seem to be constantly moving and forming a spider web around my body. They were slowly closing in on my body. The man seemed to be waving his hands around, as the elasticity of his aura was being shown to its greatest extent. All of the spider webs whipped at me in an instant. You really want to do this, huh? My tone took a bit of a malicious turn, as the smile on my face remained unchanged. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 72 Bloody Circus. POV narration. Hisoka had been following Ashton for a while now. He had seen him and Crollo communicate. At first, he assumed Ashton was a new member of the troupe, but he had his doubts. Carrillo had been acting strangely around the odd scientist. He also doubted a candidate for the position of chairman within the Hunter Association would associate himself with a group of thieves, especially since this man seemed to be quite influential during the election. But Hisoka still decided to make the man one of his targets, if only due to his association with the troupe. After all, if a powerful person supported the troupe, things would get more difficult for him and his new associate. He prepared extensively for this fight, as he knew every election candidate was strong. He observed the scientist for a few days before attacking, learning of his route and looking for common patterns. He quickly found them, as the scientist also tried to attract attackers, although subtly making it look like he was just taking a planned-out routinely walk. Hisoka knew this fight wasn't going to be so simple when the former election candidate slightly tilted his head to avoid his first throw. A more experienced fighter with lesser strength would have rolled to the side entirely. That head tilt could only mean that Ashton was completely aware of where the hit was supposed to land. Hisoka still didn't back down. He had always been looking for good fights. And although his experience fighting against Crollo made him a lot more cautious, he always liked making fights difficult for himself, and almost losing his life to Crollo made him mad. The only reason he was still alive was because of his post-mortem bungee gum manually pumping his blood. He had stopped taking pleasure in great fights, now he only enjoyed the hunt and the kill. Too bad he chose the wrong opponent. POV Ashton. Before the webs approached me, I released my Nen, creating a solid force field of Nen around my body. His webs seem to stick to my Nen, and I have no doubt they will keep multiplying if I just stand around. I theatrically raised my arms, the barrier around me started expanding violently. There was some resistance at first, but, in the end, his strange Nen was stretched out and pushed away from my vicinity. But he wasn't done. He clenched his fists and pulled all of the strands at once, rapidly making them whip in my general direction. The attack made me jump backwards, but it seems he was also anticipating that, as dozens of cards flew towards my back like arrows. I used a small explosion to blow them off their trajectory. The explosion should have been enough to block them completely, but they were pulled backwards all at once. You are starting to get on my nerves, I said, as the clown silently watched me, waiting for my next move and an opportunity. I wasn't expecting you to be so difficult. He seemed to be a bit frustrated. Well, I guess I should spice things up a bit, I said with the most joyful smile I could manage. But my intentions are anything but friendly. My eyes turned scarlet underneath my contact lenses. You see, I wasn't exactly idle whilst training Patu, and her Hatsa gave me quite a few ideas of my own. Puppeteering had never been my thing, but I was bored. I didn't think I'd use it so soon, especially in a fight. But it all fits together too well to not use it. POV narration. Hisoka looked on as his opponent started humming. He quickly covered his ears with Nen, thinking it was a sound attack of sorts. He had no way of knowing it was merely a summoning ritual. Ashton may have created this out of boredom, but it was not a simple Hatsu. Nothing truly simple could come out of that old scientist's mind. He was very meticulous with every single one of his creations after all. A purple light shone behind the scientist, as Hisoka's eyes widened in realization, but it was already too late to interrupt it. He could only watch as his opponent's humming came to an end, and a cheerful melody began. The light behind Ashton molded itself into a rusted merry-go-round. It spun around slowly. It had horses and riders. Every horse seemed to have a mind of its own as they were all moving up and down at different intervals. On top of the horses were little puppets. They were small and lifeless, simply holding onto the heads of the horses with both arms. Hisoka looked on in horror as his instincts told him to run. He was never scared of death, but this just felt off to him. He tried to turn around, but he was stopped. His opponent had already gotten behind him in that split second of shock. Where are you going? Don't you want to have fun? His smile was sickening, even to the bloodthirsty Hisoka. The clown felt as if his gut was sinking into his spine. He was used to being the one in power, the hunter. The thrill of winning against a powerful opponent was something he felt many times. But something kept yelling in his mind, to run, to leave that place. Unfortunately, he had been too late. His escape was blocked by his opponent. He had no delusion of being able to run by him. He could only turn around and stare at the ominous Nen construct that was slowly spinning behind him. The cheerful music of the merry-go-round quickly started being distorted. The horses all turned their heads towards Hisoka. The movement was sudden and robotic, throwing away their previous lifelike appearance. And suddenly, the music sped up. Along with it, so did the horses. They spun around much quicker, their gazes still locked onto the seething clown. Slowly, they opened their mouths. Some started spitting nails at him, some were spitting curved daggers that bent around in the air at odd angles, some were spitting spears. But they all had one thing in common: their speed was hard to follow for the clown. He quickly started moving around, dodging left and right, but he was being overwhelmed by the sheer number of them. They all disappeared after touching the ground. And new ones came instantly. This dance went on for a few minutes. They were filled with constant struggle for Hisoka, whilst Ashton watched with glee as his new Hatsu worked perfectly. He was constantly being grazed by the violent circus act. He was covered in cuts, he was barely standing. As the machine stopped spinning, "Was that to your liking?" asked the deranged scientist with a playful smile. But he wasn't done. One of the horses, the only one that had been unresponsive this whole time, shot a chained hook towards Hisoka's arm. It swiftly sunk into his shoulder. He was far too tired to dodge. He was quickly yanked towards the merry-go-round. "Stop," was all he could muster. But the chain whipped and threw him at the top of the carnival ride, right into the spike on top of the machine. His body twitched a bit, as his eyes widened in a last look of absolute horror. His blood slid down and covered the merry-go-round. As soon as it reached the rusted over a sign near the top of it, a string of letters was quickly formed in his blood. Blood-soaked carnival. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 73. The New Hatsu. POV Ashton. It's a bit regretful that I had to kill this guy, but he was starting to actually get on my nerves. And he also proved to be the perfect test subject for my new Hatsu. And now for the pièce de resistance. All of his blood started being sucked up by the horse that pulled him in. After all of the ride was cleaned, the puppet on top became lifelike. It grew a mask on its empty white face. A mask with features resembling that of the clown. His eyes spoke of the agony and anguish he felt during his last moments. But he had a forced, completely unnatural smile. "Can't have the entertainment show emotions, can we now?" "Now, I want a little demonstration," I said with a smile on my face. The puppet jumped from the horse and started prancing around, throwing cards everywhere, then producing that same sticky nen to pull them back towards himself. Yes, this Hatsu is capable of stealing a person's abilities and making a puppet with said abilities. It has limited slots, but I figured this guy should be strong enough to warrant one. The new clown puppet jumped back onto its horse. Then the merry-go-round vanished into thin air, its cheerful carnival music disappearing along with it. My former opponent's body slumped to the ground like a puppet that was cut from his strings. The same anguished look was plastered on his face. This ability was surprisingly easy to create, although it took form due to a variety of different nen types. Actually, it took from anything other than enhancement. It does have a lot of conditions though, like not being able to attack from too far away, which is why I needed to block the clown's path, or not being able to directly kill anyone with the spitting weapons move. Actually, the only time it's allowed to take a life is when it impales someone on its top spike. It also needs to absorb quite a bit of the blood inside the victim's body from the moment it was impaled. If the person doesn't have enough blood, ability mimicking won't work. I took his head and stored it into my void space. I do need to prove I killed the traitor after all. Although, little Crollo will likely believe me either way. I wonder if he wanted to do the killing himself or not. Oh well, that was never specified in our deal. And I would have still killed him anyway. Testing a new Hatsu is more important to me than doing my student a favor. Still, I guess it's time I go look for him again. I obviously won't do it myself, why else did I create Cell Splitter? Finding him was a matter of minutes, again. He was still wondering about the ship's lowest tier. In different places this time, but still not hard to find. This guy is likely doing this on purpose, wanting me to approach him in public so that more people will see us together. Therefore, he will be able to stick the blame on me, or at least use me as a distraction to escape. He will likely escape during the refill, the last stop before entering the Dark Continent's waters. At least that's what I imagine him doing. But I still don't have enough insight into him to be able to tell his actual intentions. He shouldn't be planning to harm me though. He likely knows that any accusation thrown against me is basically tantamount to nothing at all. Not only will I ignore it, even if I stole a national treasure, but they'd also likely forgive me anyway. Only the empire in question might start sending assassins after me. But, well, I think most governments already do that, so what's the point? I once again transferred my consciousness to the one closest to him. I approached him much in the same way I had done before. This time he was able to notice me before I patted him on the back though. "Teacher, it's great to see you again." Yeah, spare me the good student facade. You're as much of a scumbag as I am. Of course. Let's go somewhere more private. I told him with a simple smile. This casual interaction seems to be exactly what he was hoping for. Sure, please follow me. And now he's acting subservient in public, making it look like I'm his boss, or at least an important client. His plans are becoming more and more clear, but it's not like a baby plotter would be able to cook up something that I can't think of. We reached his room. On the way, he also called his other associates, telling them to come to meet up at the usual spot, or something along those lines. We should likely wait for everyone to show up before the big reveal. Crollo just nodded. After a few minutes of me making some tea and him silently observing me, the rest of the phantom troupe walked into the room. They probably all gathered somewhere before heading here together. "Greetings, how delightful to see you all still well," I said with a smile, as I took a sip of my tea. But I almost spit it out when I saw two people amongst them. It seems that I cannot escape my curse. No matter what I do, I am bound to run into Zaldiks. Curse you, Silva, for having so many children. I mean, I guess should have expected Calito. But what exactly is the hospital security guard Illumi doing with a group of thieves? Well, I guess Silva doesn't know about you brats heading for the Dark Continent, I said, completely ignoring the presence of everyone else in the room. There's no way in hell the Zaldik family would want any of their offsprings on my homeland. I know that for a fact. Maha would likely jail anyone with that intention inside their compound, supervising them personally. I could see Illumi cough a bit, as Kalito covered his face with his paper fan. What? Am I embarrassing them in front of their new friends? Too bad. Cough teacher. What exactly did you want to show us? Krollo reminded me that the rest of the Phantom Troop still existed. They all looked quite surprised to see me. Some were maybe afraid, like Makia and the Vacuum Lady, but their pitiful attempt at fighting me barely even registered as aggression to me. Oh, of course. My gaze lingered on the Zaldik brothers, as they both avoided it like the plague. I guess me being basically a friend of their ancestor came into discussion eventually. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so skittish to meet me again, especially Illumi. I gently ripped space open and dragged out their traitor's head, by the hair and everything. I sighed as I heard a few gasps. I guess explanations are in order. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 74. Conversation with the Troop. POV Ashton. Well, I was originally planning on just capturing him, but he got annoying fast, so I just killed him. I said with a smile on my face, as I presented the clown's head like it was a trophy. The members all seemed satisfied with my capture, although some looked a bit disappointed. I guess they would have felt better if they were the ones to do it. Like Maki, who looked like I just stole her puppy. But they seemed to get some closure in seeing his agonized expression. I guess they can use their imagination and put him in whatever painful situation they want with this face in mind. That was faster than I expected. Muttered Krollo. So Hisoka finally croaked, huh? Said the rude blonde that winds up his punches. I guess. Said the short black-haired man. Fei, yeah, that's him. It probably feels a bit surreal to them, especially since this guy killed two of their own. And I guess I can see how. The guy was quite deadly. His nen was also quite powerful, which is why I chose to trap it in a puppet. It was interesting to see him sling himself around and dodge attacks with it. But he wasn't fast enough, unfortunately, for him. The attacks on the blood-soaked carnival get progressively faster as the ride gains more momentum. So the more he stood in its range, the fewer chances he had of surviving. So, any opinions? I was thinking of mounting it on a pole, but I couldn't find any. I said with a smile, trying my best to break them out of their trance. Well, at least those that were in a trance in the first place. The Zaldik brothers didn't seem to care all that much. Maybe Illumi's I twitched a bit, but that's it. Kalito just pouted, like I broke his toy or something. When thinking about bloodthirsty assassins, these two sure aren't what you'd expect. Well, Illumi does have his moments, but I've yet to see Kalito go for my head. The warehouse incident is long forgotten at this point. The troop members all randomly took a seat somewhere in the room. So, did he put up much fight? Asked the swordsman of the group as he sat down beside me. I guess he's not the fearful sort, I can respect that. It was SOSO. He was by no means weak. Just weak compared to me, I guess. I said as I poured him some tea. He seems the type to enjoy some high-quality and exquisite tea. He smiled and thanked me as he also started slowly sipping on it, savoring the taste and smiling to himself. So much for Hisoka, huh? Sighed Maki. I'd almost say she looked a bit dejected. Did she get attached to the clown post-betrayal? Too bad I didn't get my hands on him. I really showing some bloodthirst. Well, I didn't really want him to escape. I couldn't really use a lot of my moves because we are currently on a ship. I said in a matter-of-fact tone. I also started pouring him some tea. Handing it to him, he just nodded, looking a bit weirded out. And I finally noticed something odd. One of their members was missing. I remember him from the warehouse. He was the tall bulky one with large ears and scars on his face. Maybe it's my imagination. But isn't one of you missing? I asked, my smile tired into a bit of a frown. The atmosphere in the room took a turn for the worst. I guess I should have been a bit less blunt. Oh, who cares? It's just water under the bridge at this point. Franklin. He passed away yesterday. We don't think it was the chain user. Said Maki, looking at the ground and rubbing her elbow. Great, another Muppet looking to kill the Phantom Troop. Wait, wasn't that the Kurta clan survivor? Well, if he is, then I don't really want him to die. I owe a lot to the Kurta clan. The least I can do is making sure their family survives somehow. Their demise wasn't only my fault, but it started from me. Krollo and his gang decided to take things a few steps further, killing everything that moved in their compound. I just asked for a few pairs of eyes, a gesture that might have cost a few lives, but wouldn't have ultimately killed hundreds. This chain user's appearance is nothing but the past mistakes of the troop catching up to them. I see. The Kurta clan kid is heading for the Dark Continent. The people around me looked at me weirdly, but they seemed to realize that I wasn't really part of their friends group and just left me alone. At least most of them. Krollo didn't. Teacher, can you please stop the chain user from attacking us? What? Does he really think our bond is that strong? Well, it isn't. If I remember correctly. This is the third time the troop asked me for help. I was rudely interrupted by my very own student. Please. I will be in great debt to you. Okay, this kid is getting annoying. He's really overestimating my relationship with him. I may help him once, help him twice. But this is a mess that he caused himself. Something he now wants me to clean up. I looked at him coldly. My expression was completely dead. My eyes scanned his own for signs of weakness. They weren't hard to find, not to me. My eyes seemed to turn into whirlpools, a powerful murderous intent seeping from me. Everyone in the room was startled by it, although everyone in the nearby tiers should have felt it. Never interrupt me. That was all I said. No fancy, I will squash you like a bug, for I'll turn your bones to dust. Sometimes colorful words aren't needed to form a threat. Sorry. He looked down at the ground for a bit. Well, if that is all, I will take my leave now. You can keep the tea. Saying that I left the room. All of my murderous intent was gone. I cast one last glance towards the Zaldik brothers as I opened the door. They weren't all that bothered by my murderous intent. Again, Maha likely told them that I am a family friend of sorts. No one made a sound as I left the room. My way back to my room was filled with silence. But when I got to my room, I realized, why am I still in this small room? And started heading for the first tier. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 75, Chain User and Assassination. POV Ashton. I wonder how this will mess up Krollo's plans. He wanted me to get rid of this headache for the troop too. But I really don't feel like doing any more work for him. I just need to wait and see when they decide to steal the treasure. Now, I am walking towards the nicer room of the first tiers, since I decided to take one of them for myself. I mean, the room I have is probably nicer than that of most, since provisional hunters forming the expedition team get some nice treatment. But I really feel like sleeping in a bed with a gold frame, and I don't feel like dragging out my own from my void space. I randomly chose a room, not really trying to find anyone specifically. Inside was a woman being strangled by what seemed to be a bodyguard. She is wearing a long-sleeved dress with a black shirt underneath. Her hair is worn in an elaborate ponytail, her eyes are black. Overall, she looked to be quite the cute young lady. The problem in this image is the brute strangling her to death. Well, I guess the image does have some charm. Maybe it would look better as an art piece though. Oh, what have I walked into? I said, shaking my head. The man reacted quickly, letting go of the poor girl's neck and turning around. But I was a tad bit faster. By the time he was around, I had already gently twisted his neck at a perfect 180-degree angle. I grabbed him by his shirt with 2 fingers and threw him out of the room. Now, I don't really know if I want to keep this room, but I don't want a corpse to stay in it if I can help it. The girl on the bed looked at me, somewhat frightened by her circumstances and somewhat thankful for the fact that I just saved her skin. She was holding her own neck and gasping for air. I patted her on the back a bit, maybe reassuringly. She looks a bit sad, maybe I'll steal another room or something. Well, this counts as a good first meeting in my books. My name is Ashton, a pleasure to meet you, miss. I've had worse first impressions with people. Thank you, thank you. Aeon, she started crying. I guess something like this should have been expected. Surprisingly, she was hugging me whilst crying. Maybe because I am the closest form of comfort she can find? Having someone strangle you to death can be a traumatic experience. I kept patting her back, although I am also getting bored of just staying here. I guess showing some sympathy isn't going to kill me. Even if deep down, I hardly know this person enough to care at all. I mean, I'd probably care more about it if it happened to Maki, and I've wanted to kill her 2 out of the 3 times I met her. The girl kept crying for a few minutes. Then she somewhat regained her composure. Well, it would be nice if you introduced yourself as well, I said with a bit of a smile. She turned embarrassed for some reason. I thought you already knew who I was. What? Why would I know that? Is she some type of self-important movie star? If so, I do regret not filming her get strangled. She probably noticed my disdain. She quickly waved her hands around. And not in that way. My name is Mama Huiguoro and I am the 12th princess of the Kaiken Empire. Oh, that explains quite a few things. I guess most of the people on this ship would know the princes of the empire that made it. But I am not most people. I see. Wait, did I interrupt your assassination by chance? Well, I guess I did. I thought I had fixed my thinking out loud problem. I forgot about the whole succession war after Krollo told me, mainly because it really didn't interest me at all. I mean, I guess it does now. I did just get involved in it. I guess you did. She looked down a bit, only now noticing that we were still basically hugging. Someone quickly entered the room, and a chain quickly flew towards me. I grabbed the little princess with one arm and stopped the chain with the other. It was pulled, in an attempt to bring me closer to the user, but I didn't even budge. On the other side of the chain, I could see a blonde young man looking coldly at me. Well, I guess this is the chain user. The one hunting down the troop members on board. You know, for a ship this big, you'd think it would take longer for me to meet this guy. But I guess he hangs around the first tier. That's rude. I was holding a conversation here. I said in a displeased tone. Let go of the princess hooligan. Well, I guess it does look strange, especially since one of her bodyguards is dead at the door. Me hugging her as she moves her arms around all frantically sure isn't a good image either, even if those movements are mostly from embarrassment. I slowly let her breathe as I let go of her. She looked at the chain user. You've got it all wrong. This man saved me. She spoke with actual emotion. Is this a good moment to mention that her voice is quite nice to listen to? Well, as good as any I guess. Heh, now it's the chain user's turn to be embarrassed. He looked around the room and bowed in apology. I'm sorry sir. Oh, a polite kid. Now I want to kill him even less. No harm done. The name's Ashton by the way. Not like you could do any in the first place. I'm Karapika, he said whilst rubbing the back of his head. The princess sighed. I guess this evening is a bit more eventful than she had hoped. I once again patted her back. Comforting people really isn't my strong suit. If this doesn't work then I usually just give up. But she seemed to appreciate it. She leaned back on me as she closed her eyes a bit, eventually falling asleep whilst leaning on my chest in a seated position. Poor Karapika seemed to feel like the third wheel in the situation. I'll go call for some people to investigate the culprit, he said in a low voice as he left the room. I just nodded. Oh well, I guess I do get to sleep in a nicer room, although not really alone. Hope you liked the chapter. And he won't suddenly develop feelings for no reason. Don't worry too much about it. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 76. The Unfortunate Princess and the Knight. POV narration. Mama's was not having a nice time with the succession war. She was vehemently against slaughtering her brothers and sisters just for a position of power. And she resented her father for allowing something like that to happen. Nay, he encouraged this event. Mama's has always had a kind heart. She trusted those around her and hoped that they would return her kindness too. Seeing one of her trusted men trying to strangle her to death was like a nightmare for her. A man she entrusted her life and safety to was throwing away any kindness she had ever shown to him and attempting to murder her. For what? A succession where she was forced to attend and at the behest of one of her more ambitious siblings? It filled her with indignation. She thought her last moments were going to be her contemplating the nature of the world she was born in and regretting not acting differently. But she was saved. A handsome middle-aged man must have heard her silent struggle. She had no way of knowing that Ashton was picking the lock on her room to steal it. In her eyes, Ashton was a knight in shining armor. Although the way he had dispatched her aggressor and disregarded his body was a bit frightening, she chose to see that as the man showing that he wasn't exactly a white knight. He was a jaded veteran. But she also found that attractive, maybe due to her vulnerable state. But Ashton's presence calmed her immensely. She felt like nothing could harm her while she was in his arms. And, technically, she wasn't wrong. If the old monster decided that her life was under his protection, then nothing in the world could have her. Not even the beings of the Dark Continent. He may not be the strongest being alive, but he is by far the deadliest. Animals mostly rely on instincts, and his homeland had been reduced to a zoo of mindless raging beasts. None could harm him in their current, manic state. Even his teacher, the king of the Dark Continent, the being all of the continent boast to wouldn't be able to kill the old scientist as long as he had his equipment. Even if he couldn't win a fight, he could retreat easily. The reason why he was a bit worried about his expedition. Most of the animals there knew his scent. They would start hunting him down the second he stepped foot on his homeland. He wouldn't have been safe without his relics. But now, he could walk around it freely. Now, Karapika's little misunderstanding with Ashton made Mama's quite mad. But she was also happy, as the scientist's instinctual reaction had been to protect her and hug her closer to him. She had no way of knowing he just didn't consider Karapika a threat. He hadn't done that on instinct because his brain barely registered Karapika's chain as an attack. After all, his passive Nen defenses could have blocked that completely. Much like every attack that the members of the Phantom Troop dished out on his second time meeting them. Overall, that had been both a tragic night and a great one for Mama's. She drifted off to sleep in her savior's embrace. Ashton also considered the night a productive one. He managed to make a new friend, Mama's, and even met the chain user. And, more importantly, he had managed to upgrade his soldiers' quarters room into the room of one of the 13 princes. Getting involved in the succession war was of little importance to Ashton. He didn't think of any human kingdom as threatening. POV Ashton. I only drifted off for around 30 minutes. The little brat I just saved was already clinging onto me like an octopus. She's a tad bit too attached to me. I barely know anything about her. Me comforting her was nothing more than a rare act of kindness on my part. Although, her clingy nature does remind me of Lynn in her younger days. Maybe she's acting childish because she is still feeling vulnerable. I doubt actual relationships, friendship or otherwise, can be formed with only one meeting. But she seems happy snuggling up to me like I am a stuffed toy. I heard a knock on the door. I think Karapika came back to investigate the situation further. I slowly slipped away from her grasp, waking her up in the process. She gave a long yawn and asked me in a sweet tone, "Is it already morning?" She jumped out of bed with unusual energy and looked into the mirror as she started doing her hair. It's been around 30 to 40 minutes. But good morning I guess. This girl is really oblivious. It looks like she already forgot the strangling incident from less than an hour ago. Although the marks on her neck proved to be a good reminder. That coupled with the stinging pain. I can't really do much about that though. Well, I guess I can do something. I put my hand around her neck, she looked startled for a second, but she wasn't scared. Silently, a green light glowed from it, as her wounds disappeared completely. Kotlikya's blessing, one of my very few healing relics, and also my favorite. It's a small ring that allowed one's nen to gain restorative properties. It's simple, but it does have a few quirks to work out, like the fact that you need to have a clean mind while using it, or that you are not allowed to feel any hatred when it's in use. Otherwise, it will backfire and give the user the same injuries he's trying to heal or worsens them considerably. The reason why I used this relic now, I need to get used to them again, so I take any opportunity to use one. This was also perfect since I don't particularly hate this little girl. I actually find her situation a bit pitiful. She doesn't seem to be the type that enjoys a good succession war after all. She looked at me with glee as I healed her wounds. Really, she's a lot like a house cat, or maybe a puppy. Regardless, now she reminds me of Pitu. Let's speak to the investigators, I said as I started heading out. She embarrassingly nodded and followed me. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 77. Formal Investigation. POV Ashton. The princess and I decided to open the door. I was obviously in front, more of a precaution than anything. I wouldn't want to need to heal her again. Karepika was waiting around awkwardly. He was together with 3 other people that eyed me suspiciously. I guess they are also this girl's bodyguards. Hey Ashton, sorry again for attacking you. He really needs to get over that. Don't sweat the small stuff, kid. At this point, with all that's been happening in the last few months, him attacking me is just water under the bridge. Okay. He looked a bit confused. I guess people don't usually let you off so quickly after you attack them. Well, I am a bit too tired to worry about all that. So, how's it going? There shouldn't be much to investigate. The guy was strangling her. I spun his head around a bit, and now we're here. I said in a simple tone. The bodyguards looked at his body on the ground. His neck was twisted at an unnatural angle. He had a surprised look on his face, meaning he barely had any time to register what had happened. Overall, he didn't look like he was having much fun. The bodyguards likely suspect me to have also attacked the princess, but they don't really have any evidence. And the princess herself seems to have taken a liking to me, so any accusation of the sort won't stick. We still need to look around the room for a bit. I just shrugged. We all looked at Mama's for a bit. Okay, you guys can enter. The investigation was boring, and it also didn't really go anywhere. They had no way of knowing which of her siblings put the bodyguard up to that, or if it was a personal decision. If I knew this was so complicated, I would have interrogated him before killing him. So, are you guys done? I'm sure the princess would appreciate getting her beauty sleep. Not that she needs any. My compliment seems to have landed, although it only caused a bit of a blush. Her reactions are quite amusing to watch. And I can dish out compliments like there's no tomorrow, so this will probably be something she has to get used to. I remember doing the same with Lynn. Her reactions were sometimes more violent though. The bodyguards looked a bit concerned, and I guess I know why. A random guy appears and gets the princess of a country to be infatuated with him. Obviously, they wouldn't trust me. Doing so would be failing at their jobs. And yes, I can tell she is in love with me, or at least she believes she is. I just happen to be the closest source of comfort in a rough moment. Her feelings aren't quite developed enough to be called love, and I can barely say that I know her, besides her name and a few personality traits. Why yes. I believe we are done for today, said Mama's as she glanced at me for a bit. The bodyguards left. Karepika was also about to leave, but I tapped him on the shoulder. Meet me later. I slipped a piece of paper in his pocket as he continued on his way. I guess he knows how to be inconspicuous because he chooses to walk away instead of questioning me like a dullard. After all of the guards left the room and collected the body, only the princess and I were left inside. So, should we go back to sleep? She asked with a bit of a blush. Damn, she's a bit bolder than Lynn used to be. I'm not sure that's appropriate. I would like to make a proposal, however. She seemed to deflate considerably at the first half of my sentence, but the second seemed to give her some hope. She nodded her head, signaling me to continue. If you can secure me a room near yours, I will make sure to protect you. She perked up instantly. Why scoff? I mean, of course. I can arrange that. Yeah, you're not fooling anyone at this point. Pretending not to be excited only works when you don't slip up at the very first word. Wait. Actually, all of the rooms near this one belong to my siblings. Oh, I guess the princes have separate living quarters. I did pass by a few guards, but going invisible is quite easy for me, so I didn't really think much of it. But you can live with me. I mean, a room in the servants' quarters just opened up. Well, her room is basically bigger than your average house, so I guess her servants also live there. Although her actual bedroom should have been a bit better guarded if you ask me. How about I bring my own bed and sleep in your room? I still want to sleep in a good room. She seemed to ponder my suggestion for a bit. We've already dozed off in the same bed, so I guess she's not that embarrassed about it anymore. Okay then. But how are you going to get a spare bed? She stopped when she saw me rip space open and take out a golden king-sized bed. I need to spend all that government funding on something after all. I am also an extremely generous person, always leaving tips to the workers. She blinked a few times as she looked at the bed. I guess that solves that. How does that work? Finally, someone actually caring that I ripped space open right in front of them. Hopefully, she can appreciate the amount of hard work that went into creating this blasted Hatsu. Well, I started explaining how exactly I allowed my aura to take the properties of the space around me and tear itself open, allowing me to store things outside of our known reality. I gave her a simplified version of course, but she seemed to be impressed nonetheless. Wait, I see. Why are her eyes glazed over? Damn it all, why is the only human that can follow my explanations dead? Netero. Well, I guess they were easy for him to follow since he wasn't listening 90% of the time. But still, we should get some sleep, I said with a smile on my face. She seemed to like the idea, going to her bed and laying on it. I could feel her gaze on me a few times, but I decided to ignore it for now. I still have a meeting with Kurapika to attend. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 78, Eventful Night. POV Ashton. I laid there on my beautiful and expensive bed, waiting for mamas to fall asleep. I was also thinking of how exactly to approach my meeting with Kurapika, the last member of the Kurta clan. I think I should tell him the truth, especially since I'm not scared of his retribution. I think him knowing the truth this way might be better than Krollo getting to use it against me when I've already allied with Kurapika. I mean, Krollo will surely do that at any given chance, even if it's to take away Kurapika's attention from the troop for 1 second. And I already decided that I want Kurapika to live on. If I were to choose between saving him and my former student, then I'd choose him. It would be hard to save him if he actively tries to kill me. So I need to make sure that Kurapika knows the truth directly from me. I will make myself look less guilty if I can give him the whole story. I can also sugarcoat some details, but not majorly, so he doesn't get any doubts when my former student eventually tries to mislead him with another version of events. I don't know if he will be able to ally with me knowing that I also had a hand in his clan's demise. I hope his reaction won't be too violent. Ashton, are you asleep? Well, if I was, I surely wouldn't be right now. Still, she interrupted my thoughts, and that's not very nice. No, is something wrong? Her voice sounded a bit off. She is either tired or having a nightmare. Either way, I know enough tropes to guess where this is going. I am too afraid to sleep. Can I sleep with you please? The last part was so low in volume that a mosquito could have done more noise. And yep, just like I expected. This is a classic one after all. Sure, get in. I raised my blanket as she entered it happily. She once again snuggled up to me and hugged me with some strength. Thank you. Her voice was barely a whisper. She fell asleep instantly after hugging me. I guess she's had a busy day. So did I, but mine's not really over yet, and I don't even require much sleep. Now, getting up from here without alerting her might have been an issue, if only I had an ability that allowed me to create another body for myself whilst also leaving this one intact. Oh yeah, I do. I used Cell Splitter and did just that. I transferred my consciousness to the one that wasn't in this girl's clutches and silently left the room. I somewhat expected this outcome, so the meeting place isn't over 10 kilometers away from Mama's room. The location I chose is a random bar. It shouldn't even be open at this time. The ship has a curfew after all. But that won't be enough to stop me. And I doubt Kurapika would miss a chance to find out more about the Phantom Troop. I specified that this meeting is about them on that slip of paper. He just needs to show up. I reached that bar a bit early, but he was already there waiting for me. He was looking around suspiciously, probably hoping I'd show up sooner. He looked relieved when he first saw me, but there was still some uncertainty. I guess he's aware that this could just be a trap the troop laid out for him. But Krollo isn't smart enough to think that out. And getting me to cooperate is easier said than done. I waved at him with a small smile on my face. It seemed to calm him down as he also started approaching me. Great to see you came. I was afraid you couldn't understand my writing. I greeted without any change in expression. I did write that in a few seconds while Mama's was doing her hair. I didn't bother making it look presentable. It was okay. Should we go inside? He wants to get to the point, huh? Sure, let me just get that for you. I walked towards the door and opened it using 2 strings of nen. We both sat down inside the empty bar. He looked eager to learn whatever I had on Krollo and his group. What do you know about the troop? He looked at me intently. Well, I don't know that much about them, but I am somewhat related to their leader. I said in a sad tone. Kurapika looked a bit surprised. He raised his eyebrow as some hostility started showing in his blue eyes. You see, I was his nen teacher. That was many years ago before he decided to become scum. His aggression lessened greatly when hearing my explanation. I wanted to apologize to you, member of the Kurta clan, as have had a hand in ruining your home. A sin I have yet to forgive myself for. His eyes widened in confusion. I mean, you only taught him how to use nen. It's not your fault. He looked down. His genuine personality is quite a nice thing to behold. I feel bad at having to manipulate him. Well, I will get over it. No, I was a client of theirs. I bought your clan's eyes from them. I was looking to try something at the TI dash. I didn't even get to finish, as his fist smashed the bar in front of us to splinters. He looked at me in rage, as his eyes shined a dangerous scarlet color. I slowly reached for my eyes, and slowly took off my contacts. My eyes shined the same as his, matching them in intensity. The look of surprise on his face told me everything I needed to hear. The eyes, even after a successful transplant, would never change color. That's why I needed to genetically modify myself. And, since he has no way of knowing that, he will think that I am a relative of his. This is exactly where all of this has been leading up to. I could see a tear slide down his cheek. He seemed to be shaken completely. I guess I can also start actually taking care of this kid. It wouldn't be that great of a hassle. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 79, Family and Emotion. POV narration. For a long time, Kurapika had thought himself to be the last of his clan, burdened with the task of taking vengeance for all of his family and friends. He had been alone and wary for the last half of his life. He spent his time training in order to hunt down the troop. Now, to find out he is not actually alone, the information broke his strong facade. He started crying like a child. He no longer needed to shoulder these burdens alone. He somewhat knew who this man was. He had learned about him from Cheadle after he became a new member of the Zodiacs. There was no clear record of Ashton's birth. He was a bit of an enigma to everyone that knew his first name. His family name was barely mentioned in any documentation, and it was definitely a fake one too. No one with even a shred of intellect would believe that to be his last name. Lennington was a bit too weird of a name for them to consider real. And it was. Netero just thought it would be funny to name his friend like that. Kurapika could tell that this person had his own problems. He was even hiding his heritage. But just the knowledge that he was no longer alone was enough for the teenager to break down. He almost forgot the fact that this man said he also bought some of the eyes himself. Almost. But he was sure there was some explanation to it. He didn't want to think badly of his last living relative. So he was willing to listen with an open mind. This is exactly what Ashton had in mind with his confession. After all, there was no one alive that could testify against him. Not one person in the world knew his actual origin, just like they didn't know that he could genetically modify himself. He had kept the whole ordeal as a secret simply because he didn't like prying eyes. Now his secrecy was being rewarded with a successful plan. Although Ashton's next sentences could make or break their alliance, the troop knew that he would do some experiments with the eyes. So he needed to mention that too. At least, he now knew that Kurapika wouldn't react violently. Not against someone he considers his own blood. Which meant that at least half of Ashton's plan was already accomplished. He didn't need to worry about being attacked by Kurapika at all. After all, it is much harder to save the life of someone trying to kill you. POV Ashton. Hey now. There's no need to cry. There might be more out there too. I said with a reassuring smile. He used the sleeve of his suit to wipe his tears. He looked at me. Where were you? I am a much older member of the Kurta clan. I am even older than the old chairman. I have been exploring the world for a long time. I will take the old grandpa approach. I will act my age and mention my seniority. His eyes widened in disbelief. I guess it's hard to act old when you don't really look it. You are still young. Seeing you so consumed by revenge. It sends shivers down these old bones of mine. Regardless of looks, I can easily sell the whole, concerned grandpa, act. He looked down once again, thinking about some things. I already knew you were old. I was informed of your identity as a new member of the Zodiacs. But I wasn't expecting this. I guess he must have been told of my age and relationship with the previous chairman. That makes things easier. He seemed to be flabbergasted. After the tears were dried up, confusion set in. Thought like, why didn't he help us? And, why did he want the eyes of his own people? Are likely brewing up in this young man's mind. And they will be answered. He started a question, and I started responding as soon as the first word came out of his mouth. I had detached myself from our clan. Something I regret today. I wanted to explore the world without any worry. I left everyone behind back then. And this is where we are now. I said as I gritted my teeth. His eyes widened once more, this time in grief. I guess I did a good job selling the Wayward Soul performance too. Now for La Pièce de Resistance. That is one of the things I regret the most in my life. Distancing myself from the people I loved, a cowardly endeavor that only brought me more misery in the end. I said as a tear slid down my cheek. Hey now. I wasn't trying to make this so real. Why does my fake act strike this close to home? I shook my head, quickly dispelling any reflective thoughts I might have had. I can't let this affect me now. I am in the final stages of gaining this child's trust. He looked at me, his expression was a tragic one. He closed his eyes painfully and seemed to shut down for a second. I left him to think for a bit. Meanwhile, I will start formulating my next point. Why I needed to use our clan's eyes. I can't just bluntly say that I wanted to experiment putting it on animals. No, that would defeat the purpose of my last, quilty act. I need to make this one more subtle. I can mention something we both have in common. The special ability of the Scarlet Eyes will be what carries this forwards. Hope you liked the chapter. Bit of a shorter chap. I might release another one later tonight though. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 80 per time and realization. POV Ashton. After Karapika was done pondering the information I just spoon-fed him, he looked at me again, this time in resolution. Why? Why did you want eyes from our clan? Yep, this was the obvious next question. I wanted. No, I was testing out a hypothesis. You see, our eyes have a certain ability. He was surprised once more, a better reaction than what I was expecting. Why you can also use Emperor Time. So that's how he named it. Well, it's certainly a fitting name. After all, activating the Scarlet Eyes grants one 100% proficiency in all aura techniques. All for the small price of draining an unnoticeable amount of vitality every minute. Well, it's unnoticeable to me. A normal human wouldn't exactly find it convenient. Emperor Time, huh. Fitting name. That, my child, is the inherent ability that our Scarlet Eyes have. His eyes showed a look of realization. Unfortunately, not many of our clansmen practiced Nen. I needed the eyes to make sure that no one else would be able to gain that ability. But, the eyes of the Kurta clan don't shine when transplanted. He said, a bit confused. And who do you think made that knowledge public? I did my best to dissuade greedy pigs from purchasing our clansmen's eyes. Now, it's my turn to crack something. I tapped my foot in the ground, turning the marble floor into fine dust underneath me and forming web-like cracks throughout the entire bar. What I said just now isn't even a lie. I did make that knowledge public after learning of the clan's massacre. I didn't want the Phantom Troop to make all that much profit off my request after all. Although the eyes still sold like hotcakes, turns out people like to keep odd things in their collections. Most weren't even used for anything, just preserved on shelves and left there to look pretty. Which is, in my opinion, a disgusting waste of an extremely powerful eye and a quite decent research subject. The scientists of the world weren't interested/paid enough to start researching ways of implanting the Scarlet Eyes properly. And since most of them know diddly squat about Nen, they have no incentive to do anything of the sort. There also aren't any hunters, besides me, that noticed the subtle change in their aura while the Kurta clan still existed. I only noticed it by chance too. If I hadn't, maybe the Kurta clan would have lived. But that's unlikely, especially considering how quickly their eyes sold out. It didn't work. Rather, it didn't help at all. Those disgusting pigs bought our clan's eyes just so they could put them on shelves. Saying what I think is the best way to go here. I see. I won't blame you. Thank you for telling me the truth. He shut his eyes in contemplation. Hey, the two of us could hunt down the troop. I already know the location of some of them, but 2 people out of them are non-targets. I said resolutely. I will always have a soft spot for these Zaldik brats. No matter how much they try to kill me, I've seen fragments of Zig in all of the. Although that might be exactly because they tried to kill me. But, keep something in mind. Whether it was by the troop, or someone else, it would have still happened at some point. He didn't seem to believe me. He even seemed mad at this statement of mine. What do you mean? They were the ones to kill our clan. If they didn't do it I could see him not believing his own words more and more as he spoke. He gave up on his sentence and looked down once again. I'm sure you've realized this by now, there was a lot of need on the black market for them. One doesn't just slaughter an entire clan without somewhere to sell their valuables to. I won't explicitly mention that I was the first buyer for the eyes. Doing so would ruin his impression of me by quite a bit. But I will hint at it a bit. Things like informing the world about the eyes, and attempting to take attention away from them. He just looked at the ground and gritted his teeth. I guess he would love to be able to pin all of his sufferings onto only one group. But that's simply foolish. I should know, that's exactly what I've been doing for a large part of my life. Blaming humanity for all the bad things that never happened to me and ignoring the actual issues. He still has a chance to see the bigger picture, before it's too late. I took a long damn time to understand that not all of my problems stem from one group. And I didn't have any help whilst doing my rationalizations. My fear drove me to push everyone away from me. Only Netero stubbornly remained by my side through everything, doing his best to make sure I wasn't going crazy by myself. Every time I tried to move my location he would pull every resource he had available to find me, only to strike up the most casual of conversations like, "Fancy meeting you here in this bunker underneath a random mountain." He was a strange man, but he was dedicated. He also proved to be a much better friend than I deserve. I will do my best to right my wrongs. I'll start by helping this child in front of me. The broken down bar was silent for a while, both of us pondering on our own issues. We've not let vengeance eat away at us for a long time. Mine a bit longer than his. I was the first one to recover. I have had enough time to reflect on my mistakes, but I also need to sleep. Rest is crucial after all. I may have ways to disregard the need for sleep, but feeling well rested is something that I find joy in. Karapika. Regardless of all that, we will still hunt down the troop together. Even if our clan would have ended anyway, they were the ones that ultimately did it, and they need to pay. My words woke him up. He nodded, but I couldn't see the same intensity and hatred radiating from him. It seems he's no longer drowning himself in vengeance. At least not now, but it's a start. Revenge is only good in small doses. Too much will make one go crazy. Let us head to our respective rooms and get some rest. I stood up, ignoring the sorry state we left the bar in. We both left silently, neither wanting to pay for the damages. A simple goodbye was all that was needed. We established another meeting in a few days' time. I don't want to kill off the troop just yet. Hope you liked the chapter. Didn't get to write more yesterday, Sray. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 81 Morning Invitation. POV Ashton. I didn't walk back to my room, I simply transferred my consciousness back to being in bed with the princess and dispelled my clone. Falling asleep as soon as I blinked for the first time. I would say that I slept well, but that would be a lie. I spent most of the night with my eyes closed, thinking of other ways to pass the time in this long trip to my homeland. Mama's, unlike me, slept like a log. She didn't seem to be capable of waking up. Before I even realized it, morning came. She seemed a bit too peaceful, so I didn't want to ruin her sleep. However, her servants had a different idea. I heard a loud knocking on the door. Princess, your first brother, Benj, has called for a meeting with some of the other princes. You have also been invited. Great, just what I wanted. Why would they decide to meet up like this? They are supposed to be enemies now. I can't help but think this is some sort of trap, and that thought makes me want to tag along for the ride. I may not be interested in getting involved with their empire's affairs, but I already went through the trouble of saving her once. And we do have an agreement. I get a nice room even if I have to share it, and she gets a bodyguard, me. So I will make sure she remains safe. Mama's didn't even react, she was still sleeping. I decided to wake her up myself, especially since I doubt this will be something she should miss. I shook her a bit, she woke up after a bit. She stretched a bit, it seems she won't get flustered over clinging to me anymore. Next time we sleep together, remind me not to use a blanket, you had me covered quite well in that department. But teasing her seems to do the trick. As she instantly turned red and looked away, I heard another series of knocks on the door. Shut up, I shouted. Mama's looked at me with an amused smirk. Don't be that rude to them. They are my allies. Yeah, allies that couldn't save you as you were being killed a few steps away from their room. Yeah, they just wanted to inform you that you've been invited to a meeting by your first brother. She looked a bit shocked. I guess being invited to a meeting right after a failed assassination attempt is a bit odd. There's no way her siblings don't know about the assassination. I don't trust Mama's bodyguards to keep their mouths shut. And I definitely don't trust the people that came and cleaned up the traitor's body. One of them specifically seemed surprised when seeing the body. Did he expect to be cleaning someone else's blood? I obviously didn't call them out, but I observed the situation closely. I think it's quite obvious that this assassination was orchestrated by one of the other princes. I think the obvious choice would be the one inviting us to a meeting now. Benjamin Huiguoro, the first prince of the Kaken Empire. I don't actually know anything about him. I just know his father, the king, a bit. A cold man with a cruel self-absorbed personality. The current ruler of the Kaken Empire always liked to consider himself powerful. It's probably why this succession war even exists. He likely wants the new ruler to be as powerful as him. He's one of those that tried to assert their power over me in the past. I've had my fun making him look like a fool for a bit, but the novelty of a raging fat man being humiliated disappeared quite quickly. I'm sure he still sends assassins for my head from time to time. Well, none have been coming lately, maybe because he's been cooking up this entire expedition/succession war. Why would he want me to meet with him? She was confused. I don't really know why though. He's always been an aggressive person. If he was to ally with someone, it wouldn't be with me. Great, this basically confirms that this meeting is sketchy. If that wasn't already obvious enough. Don't worry, I will make sure you are safe. She perked up at this. Her smile seemed to shine a bit too brightly for me. Of course. Thank you. Well, there she goes, a princess of a powerful empire bowing her head to me with a smile on her face. That's not really something that happens daily. Looking down, I realized that I ended up sleeping with my suit on, which ended up wrinkling it to no end. I guess I'll have to change too. We should get changed. I'll give you some privacy. I said as I left the room. She seemed a bit disappointed, but I'm not one to take advantage of this type of setting. She is likely feeling indebted to me, and also developed feelings at a vulnerable moment. I don't plan on taking them seriously for now. After the dust settles down, she will likely realize that she doesn't actually love me or anything of the sort. Outside of the room, the servants were all there, silently waiting. They all gave me mad looks. I'll guess I may have come off a bit rude, but they did ruin a perfectly fine morning. Well, I guess it's not really their fault. This Benjamin guy is the one I should be blaming. Whatever, I don't really care about befriending them anyway. For all I care, they might all be assassins going after Mama's life. It is quite strange how quickly I managed to get involved in this whole succession war. But I don't actually plan on participating in any other way than protecting Mama's. And she doesn't really seem to want to become a queen either. Problem is, I doubt she can actually retire from the war. The current king wouldn't have gone through all of this trouble of organizing this deathmatch if the contestants could just give up and leave. Where is the meeting, by the way? I asked, as the men still glared at me. It's in the room of the first prince, said one of them as he looked at me. Do they think they are intimidating me or something? Oh well, I'll just ignore them. I ended up ripping space open and changing my shirt whilst waiting outside of her room. I also grabbed a new coat, as mine was getting a bit dirty. I'm done. She shouted from inside the room. I entered to take a look obviously. She was wearing a purple frilly dress. I think that's her favorite color or something. I guess she does look good in it. You look great. Let us go now. She turned a bit red and just followed me. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 82, Small Gathering. POV narration. Usually, mamas wouldn't be feeling so carefree heading straight for what any person with a brain would consider a trap. But she was different this time. By her side, was someone she trusted enough to protect her safety and well-being, both mental and physical. Mamas didn't think of herself as an easy woman in the past. But this situation had shown her that she was quite quick to fall in love. Although blaming her would be a bit cruel, the circumstances painted Ashton in the most perfect of lights. If he was any lesser of a man, he would have likely accepted the girl's misconstrued feelings. Or at least that was what the man thought. But mamas didn't think of it in a bad way. She knew she loved him because he provided a feeling of safety. He was strong, he was currently an anchor for her. Is it really wrong to love someone that helps you when you are down? Was the thought coursing through her mind. She realized that Ashton didn't openly show much affection to her. However, she didn't know enough about him to realize that this was just how he was in general. A man that is used to bottling up everything and avoiding complicated issues. She thought he was hesitant because of the little time they spent together and the fact that she felt indebted to him. And she was partly right. But there were many issues with this situation that only Ashton could notice. Like, the fact that she seemed to be completely dependent on him right now. Or how she seemed to hang on to every single one of his words. The little teases he occasionally gave were usually taken as compliments. Simple words were enough for her to react strongly. Now, Mamas was trying to figure out a way for this man to show her his true feelings about their situation. Whilst Ashton was trying his best to avoid breaking the girl's heart for no good reason, he was not in a state where he could accept someone's feelings anyway, regardless of circumstances. The mission ahead of him was something that he needed to focus on, and love was something he considered to be the worst of distractions. Although, deep down, he started caring for the little princess that happened in his arms, just like he started caring for the survivor of the Kurta clan. Not out of duty, nor out of guilt, just because he felt pity. It would be a pity for this child to die. He tried his best to justify this to himself, but in the end, he was slowly opening up to the people around him, something that Netero had tried to get him to do for many decades. And, had the old chairman been alive right now, he would finally be able to enjoy looking at his friend slowly breaking out of his self-made prison, one that had bars made of insecurity and fear. But regardless of all of that, there are many obstacles in front of the people he now wants to protect. He needs to face them accordingly, with the appropriate amount of cruelty and decisiveness. Hesitation is rarely rewarded with anything other than regret, and the old scientist was done regretting. POV Ashton. We reached the room of the first prince quite quickly. It was basically on the same corridor, so there wasn't any way to get lost whilst walking in a straight line. Mamas was still following behind me, with a determined look on her face. I guess she's taking this meeting seriously, huh? Well, at least she doesn't seem to be afraid. I was expecting a bit of fear, to be honest. She doesn't really know what I can do, but she knows her brother quite well. From the rumors I've heard, he should be quite decent in strength. Well, nothing on the level of even the weakest Zaldik, but still, decent. I won't count little Aluka on the list of Zaldiks, by the way. Due to the calamity living in her body, she's likely the strongest Zaldik anyway. Regardless, it seems that Mamas blindly trusts in my skills, even though she has barely seen anything that would be considered astonishing from me. How do I get her to rely on me to a lesser extent? Well, I guess I should address the elephant in the room. A large bear plushy-looking Nen beast. It had blue fur, razor-sharp teeth, large round eyes and mouse ears and tail. The Nen beast has been sticking to her like glue this entire time, even as she was being killed. From all of the glances I've taken at the royalty on this ship, all of the princes that I've seen had a Nen beast on them. I don't really know its context, but they should be related to the succession war in some way. But I dislike how little combat ability she otherwise has. Relying on a Nen beast for protection is quite foolish. Regardless of what that beast is capable of, I need to train Mamas to protect herself, at least to a basic level. She doesn't really seem to be a hand-to-hand type, but I am proficient enough in a few weapons. I will start talking her into learning archery after this meeting ends. I should be a good enough teacher for her, so there is no need to find one. When entering the room of the first prince, I could already see a few people gathered there. One tall lady with a blue dress and blonde hair. She also seems to be quite the beauty. For context, I am around 1.90 meters tall. Mama's looks to be around 1.55 at best. This lady is about as tall as I am, although, she is wearing heels. Inside the room, there was also a beautiful woman holding a baby in her arms. I'd wager that the actual prince/princess was the baby in this case. The woman doesn't seem to be a maid though, so likely the mother. Behind them, was the familiar face of Karapika, who smiled a bit when seeing me. I returned his smile and continued to scour the room. That was it, only 3 princes were here. Benjamin seems to want to make an entrance or something. He didn't even bother greeting us or anything. What a rude brat. Everyone seemed to have brought a bodyguard. The blonde girl had 2 of them. She hasn't even spared us a glance this entire time. It's a bit annoying that we now have to wait for the people that invited us in the first place. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 83, Aggressive Host. POV Ashton. We waited around in silence for a while. Kurapika and I pretended not to know each other, mainly because that would complicate things. It was mostly a silent agreement. If the bodyguards of two different princes acted familiar, then the others will start suspecting an alliance forming and would target them. Kurapika would likely be in a bit of trouble if the one he's supposed to protect gets targeted by more people. Although I wouldn't care much if that happened, it doesn't matter whether it's one ant biting at my ankles or 10. Mamas didn't seem all that tense about the whole situation. Kurapika also relaxed a lot when seeing me. A familiar face is nice to see, I guess. The woman and child he was protecting still looked tense. I guess all of the princes should recognize me from my little warning during the ship's presentation. The blonde girl just looked at me curiously from time to time. She turned her gaze away every time I tried to make eye contact. Maybe she considers that a condition for my control Hatsu. After all, they can only come to that conclusion since they are quite ignorant when it comes to relics. All of the bodyguards were standing behind their respective prince, but I wasn't really going to wait while standing. I took out a chair from my void and sat down at the table, right beside Mama's. The blonde princess's servants were about to speak up, but their leader raised her hand, signaling them to shut up. Eventually, I got bored and took out my tea-making set. Using a portable stove was also fine. I started making tea for Mamas and me. She seemed happy with the taste. The rest of the room, Kurapika included, looked at me weirdly, but no one spoke up. I decided to tease them a bit though. Would you people like some fine tea? I asked in a refined tone. The tense atmosphere was starting to get on my nerves after all. The blonde girl released a sigh. She still didn't look at me, or talk to me, but she extended her hand anyway. She was a bit rude, but being careful isn't all that bad a thing. I gave her a cup with a smile on my face. I could see Mama's pout a bit, but I can't really ignore the awkwardness in the room just like that. Kurapika decided to speak out. I think some tea would be nice right now. He also came towards me. I poured him 2 cups, and he gave one to the woman and kept one himself. Eventually, the door opened widely. A tall man walked in. He had orange spiky hair raised upwards and to the sides. He was muscular and around 2.1 meters. Quite tall, but then again, Beyond was even taller. I think Beyond took that from his father, who used to be a bit taller than me in his youth. Lin also wasn't all that short, so I guess they mixed quite well. The first prince, Benjamin, looked at us with a smirk on his face. Out of a few other doors came his servants, surrounding us in the process. The first prince took his seat at the head of the table and looked at his siblings and aunt, eventually realizing that I was also seated. I don't understand why a servant is also seated, but it is great to see. He started speaking, but since he didn't start with an apology, I must remind him of the circumstances. I must say, the accommodations of the first prince are quite lackluster. I even had to brew tea for myself and the other guests, I said with a calm smile, interrupting his loud voice with my even tone. The blonde girl smirked a bit as she saw her first brother clenching his fists. Mamas also seemed a bit amused by this. The only one that was uneasy was the woman holding the child. Don't speak out of turn, servant. Mamas, discipline your people well. I don't want to need to do it for you, he said hauntingly, probably not appreciating the fact that I was sitting down at the same table with him. Kurapika scoffed, being offended for my sake. I didn't know our relationship progressed to this point, but I guess I am his last living relative. Now that I think about it, I technically am really his relative, DNA-wise that is. If I were to have a child, they'd also have the scarlet eyes. So that might not actually be that big of a lie. Mamas just smiled a bit at her brother's foolishness. And it seems this wasn't the reaction Benjamin was expecting, as he raised an eyebrow in confusion. I guess he's used to the shy and warm personality of his younger sister, thinking he could intimidate her easily. But she's a bit too calm for his liking. I called you all today to speak on an important matter. He scanned the room, looking at all of us. Get to the point already, attack us or form an alliance. I want to head back and sleep more. I don't believe we can dash. He started speaking again. Can you just get to the point? You've already made us wait for you, now you're further wasting our time. Ooh, I like this blonde already. Really mirroring my disdain for this useless facade he's putting on. He's obviously going to attack us all. She just wants to get it over with. Her confidence is most impressive. Settle down, Camilla, he said as veins started popping up on his forehead. So her name's Camilla, huh? Neat. He gathered 3 princes here, 2 of the weaker ones and one that I can assume he sees as a threat. He probably plans to turn Mamas and the woman against Camilla, hoping to eliminate her quickly. Then he probably wants to kill the other 2 whilst they least expect it. This feels a lot like a beginner-level plot. I guess he doesn't have any great advisor by his side. The plan isn't bad, but neither I nor Kurapika would ever fall for something so boorish. I may be giving Kurapika a lot of credit here, but he has made a positive impression on me. I'd find it hard to believe that he would be so simple-minded. He looked at the woman and Mamas, ignoring Camilla for now. I want to form an alliance with the 2 of you. Wow, this guy is blunt. Camilla also raised her eyebrow at the unveiled threat. I believe it's best for us to take down Camilla first, as she is one of the biggest threats on this ship. He looked at Mamas and the woman for agreement, but he got a few raised eyebrows. Camilla was obviously glaring daggers at the large idiot, but she didn't say anything, only looked at me with a smirk. Eventually, Kurapika and I looked at each other. I nodded at him, hoping we'd be thinking about the same thing. We both leaned over to our respective prince, whispering something to them. Okay then. We agree to your alliance. They both said at the same time. This is where things get a bit more entertaining. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 84 A Bloody Dance. POV narration. Camilla smirked, as this was exactly the outcome she had expected. Her brother was a powerful strategist and a good fighter, but he had severely miscalculated this operation. He had overlooked quite a few aspects. He probably considered Kurapika to be the most dangerous person inside that room, but Camilla knew better. She had seen Ashton make a dozen armed guards stop in their tracks with a simple word. The man in a lab coat was the most interesting person in the entire room to her. She was aware that not everyone had seen the ship's presentation. The first prince certainly didn't, because, if he did, he wouldn't be so calm right now. Now, the blonde princess also learned that this man had some sort of relation with the youngest zodiac present on the ship. However, even if they were all to team up on her, she still wasn't worried at all. Rather, it was better if they all killed her together. Her Hatsu, strengthened by post-mortem Nen, would only be more powerful. Her Hatsu would sap on the life force of her attackers and revive her. As for her servants, they weren't really people she was worried about. They knew what they were getting into when following her. Very well then, said Benjamin with a large smile. Although he still seemed a bit uneasy. Camilla eyed her brother with hate. Do you really think you can get rid of me so easily? She said, acting aggrieved. Silence. You are ruining this festive mood. An alliance between family members is something you shouldn't do. He said, disregarding the fact that Camilla was also his sister. His smile became larger as he seemed encouraged by his sister's faked panicked state. Camilla looked around the room, frantically, giving the man even more confidence in his actions. Now then. He started, staring at Ashton and Kurapika, the servants that were now in an alliance with him. Would you two kindly take care of this pest? Prove your masters useful to this alliance? He asked with a sickeningly large smile on his face. Camilla was extremely calm now, at least on the inside. Her brother was likely hoping the two would tire themselves out fighting her and her servants. However, their actions surprised both of the princes. Kurapika and Ashton looked at each other for a bit. Eventually, Ashton burst out laughing, signifying the complete disdain he felt towards Benjamin's orders. Kurapika also let off a small chuckle, further irritating the large man. What is the meaning of this? He asked aggrieved. Camilla was also a bit confused. She had expected the two to play along at least for a bit. They were surrounded by Nen users trained by the first prince after all. But the two didn't even seem to consider the situation threatening in any way. The blonde princess also gave up on her act. An amused smirk appeared on her face, which made Benjamin quite mad. After all, he considered himself to be quite powerful, and his servants weren't exactly weak either. How was he to know that he was dealing with two monsters, one bigger than the other? POV Ashton. Hearing this brat's mad tone makes this even funnier. I wanted to hold the facade for longer, but I just can't. Mama seems a bit confused but doesn't seem worried at all. Unlike the lady with the child, she seems to be sweating bullets at this point. Camilla was on the verge of breaking out in her own laughter as her brother seemed to be letting off enough steam to rival an old train. This disres dash, he was starting to shout again. But I interrupted him a bit, as I stopped my laughter. Shut up, I said. I slowly got up. All of the servants around me tensed up, their Nen flaring up, preparing for a fight. I see. So that bitch already bought the two of you, huh? He said whilst looking at Mamas and his aunt. Well then, we'll have it your way. Servants, kill them all. An all-out brawl wouldn't be quite nice for little Mamas to witness. So I will take care of their numbers myself. At least some of them. Going all out would be quite hard in this situation. And I'd make quite a mess if I used parasitic explosion here. So I will be using the Zaldik family techniques. Kurapika extended his chain and crushed the neck of one of them already, blocking a few of the servants in the process. There was 14 of them in total. Well, 13 now. They all had different weapons, charging at us at their own paces. Camilla was still sitting in her seat, looking at her servants struggle against two of Benjamin's. I suddenly felt like dancing around a bit. So I decided to join the fight myself. Kurapika was dealing with Benjamin and 3 others, Camilla's servants were occupying 2 of them, so that only leaves another 8 for me to dance with, which is a bit disappointing. I wanted a few more of them, although they don't even count as a warm-up. One of them, a larger man, tried to crush me with a hammer. I simply sidestepped it, leaving behind an afterimage and just walking by his side. He fell to the ground as his heart was plucked out by my claws. It was so fast that I didn't even have the chance to stain myself, nor did he have the chance to react to it. The other 7 didn't seem too discouraged. One of them shot towards me, Nen-infused bullets speeding in my general direction. All I did was dodge them all with minimal movements. not letting even a strand of my hair get touched. A man quickly approached me with a spear, thrusting it towards my chest as two others tried to slash at me from the sides. I used the Snake Awakens, whipping my hand around like at breakneck speeds, shattering their weapons with my blurry defenses. I am not actually using any nen, so they looked quite surprised to see their weapons destroyed. They were all using shu, covering their weapons in aura and allowing them to become extensions of their own bodies. The three didn't have any time to retreat though, as I thrust my leg into the chest of the one in front of me and took out the hearts of the sword wielders. I also took a step back quickly, not wanting to ruin my beautiful white coat, which remained unstained throughout the whole fight. Now, there were only 4 of them left. They were starting to get scared, but their loyalty to the prince seems to be quite strong, as all of them still stood against me. The ranged fighter continued firing towards me. In this situation, it would have been smarter to fire towards Mama's or the woman with the child. But he is likely panicking right now. I took out a small knife from my sleeve as I dodged all of his bullets without much issue. I threw it towards his head, and it would have hit had it not been intercepted by a man with a shield. Well, the knife cut straight through the Nen-enhanced shield, and into the man holding the shield, stopping into his lung as the man collapsed in pain. Had I enhanced that small throwing knife with Nen, I would have killed both of them easily. But where would be the fun in that? 2 more spearmen tried their luck at fighting me in close quarters, this time supported by the gunner's restrictive shots. I let their spears pass by me, twisting my body in unnatural ways at a decent speed. 1 passed by in front of me, and 1 was at my back. They both looked surprised and terrified. I grabbed 1 spear with my elbow as I dragged the man in front of a hail of bullets. I kicked the spear in front of me with my knee, sending it upwards. After that, I drove the other spear into his chest using my elbow. As its previous user collapsed behind me, riddled with holes. The impaled man looked at me with fear, as I grabbed his spear, twirled around and threw it towards the gunner. The spear went right through his head and impaled itself into the wall behind him. I sighed a bit and looked at the bodies surrounding me with a satisfied smile. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 85. The First Prince. POV Ashton. My fight with the 8 men proved to be quite an enjoyable pastime. Too bad it was relatively short. That can't be helped though, the Zalvik fighting style is something that ends fights rather swiftly. The fight itself lasted around 20 seconds. In that time Karapika also took down the servants fighting him, leaving only Benjamin, who was likely stronger than his servants. Camilla's servants also managed to kill one of their opponents, 2 of their own died in the process. Now it was a 1 versus 1 and Camilla's servant was losing ground quickly. I don't care about their lives, but the circumstances make us allies, so I guess I can help a bit. I just kicked a chair in that man's direction, it smashed into his back and took away his balance as he started stumbling forward towards his enemy. Camilla's servant took that chance and stabbed the man's heart with his machete. He looked at me thankfully, but I decided to ignore him. Instead, giving more attention to my newly found relative. Karapika was moving around the prince skillfully, doing the large man easily by using his rather low stature and superior speed. I clapped my hands, Karapika looked at me a bit, and the first prince was also surprised to see all of his henchmen dead on the ground. Prince, would you grant me this dance? I asked mockingly. My request managed to get a laugh out of Camilla. Mamas and their aunt were too busy processing the number of corpses littering the living room. I guess things went down quite fast for the 2 of them. Disrespectful fool. I will show you the might of the strongest prince of the Kaken Empire. Benjamin said with anger and resolution. Spare me the bravado, kid, I'm likely older than your Grand Empire. I mean, the Kaken Empire is a relatively new country, so that's not a surprise. Karapika shrugged and walked back to the table, not even putting the first prince in his eyes. And, he is right not to do so, he's killed powerful Nen users in the past, Phantom Troop. Benjamin can't be considered strong, he is likely comparable to members of the troop, who are decent, but not absurdly powerful. Krollo might be the only exception, as he is quite strong. His ability to steal hatses is also decent. I'm sure he's tinkered with it since I've last seen it. But Benjamin can't hold a candle to my old disciple. Comparing the 2 is unfair, there is quite a difference in talent to be had. I slowly walked towards him, using rhythm echo, walking in a pattern that allowed me to leave an afterimage behind me with every step. He looked at me seriously, then smirked. Ha, not even a Nen user. How did someone like you take down my men? His bravado is getting quite annoying, but he is in for a rude awakening. Using Nen against an opponent of his level would be appropriate, but I don't feel like giving him the honor. So I will show him how useless his meager Nen abilities are by defeating him only using my body. He enhanced his fist as he tried to punch my side. I stepped backwards, he failed to stop his punch in time, getting confused by my afterimage and losing his balance. I chose to punish him for his mistake, my leg whipping around and kicking his face into the ground. He growled as he slid backwards, avoiding an axe kick to the back of his head. He jumped up, attempting an uppercut, an extremely predictable move. He only managed to hit the air as I took a step out of his range. What took me by surprise and almost hit me was a strange Nen palm extending from his fist. I twisted my body and avoided it at the last second, but it left me a bit open. The prince took another swing at me, this time he managed to land a hit. But it was a lot less impactful, as I jumped backwards just as he was hitting me, making his fist only slightly wrinkle my suit. As I was sliding backwards, my arm whipped around and cut him in a few different spots, ruining his sleeve and cutting into his hand muscles. He looked beyond annoyed. I guess he's a decent enough fighter to notice that he didn't deal any damage. But Mama's wasn't, as a distinctive shriek could be heard from her side of the room. Benjamin looked seriously at me, waiting for me to make a move. I guess he wants to be the one on the defensive this time. Fine by me. But he will regret that choice. I dashed towards him. My speed without using any nen is only a bit slower than him. He had ample time to react. But he didn't expect me to come to a stop right outside his range and to start circling him, leaving after images with every forward movement. Benjamin looked around in a panic, trying his best to discern where I truly am. Eventually, he regained his bearings and calmed down. I took a step into his range, breaking his concentration as I kept using rhythm echo, and kept creating after images. He turned around, expecting me to strike from his back. He swung his arms around in an attempt to keep me at bay. But it didn't work quite well. All of the after images disappeared as I stabbed my claws into his side. He reacted quickly. Instinctively he used his nen to protect himself, stopping my attack from reaching his heart. But it still damaged his lung quite badly, as his ribcage also cracked and further worsened his injury. I took a step back as he once again tried to punch me. Another palm of nen hit the ground in my previous location. The prink gritted his teeth and clutched his side. Hate was evident in his eyes as he gazed upon me. It was an enjoyable experience, my prince, I said, taking a bow as he looked at me, acting all confused. Huh, we've barely just begun, you disgraceful peasant. He shouted with indignation. All of his composure was gone as he felt the pain in his lung. Well, my patience is about done, I said as murderous intent radiated off of me, startling the tall man, causing him to take a step back. I simply took out a little throwing knife, looked at it for a second. I used N to look at the trajectory and made sure that no one else would be hit. I used Shu, covering it in Nen, and threw it at him at speeds he couldn't even react to. The knife pierced through him, went through the wall behind him and continued. It eventually stopped after going through a few more steel walls. Benjamin looked down at his chest. The place where his heart should have been was now replaced by a small knife-sized hole. He looked at me in shock as he stumbled forwards, falling to the ground with a loud thud. Well, that takes care of that. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 86, Desire. POV Camilla. I wasn't expecting that. Even if my brother is a boorish man, he is still a powerful Nen user. He was being toyed around with like he was a small child play fighting with an adult. Benjamin's intimidating size and the strength he was proud of seemed pathetically useless. To think my brother would be reduced to such a state. That man, Ashton, is a lot stronger than I had anticipated. I was expecting myself to die at least once in that fight. But no one came even close to the table of then princes. In retrospect, the smart move for Benjamin's bodyguards would have been to attack us first. Although, after seeing that knife throw, I highly doubt that change in strategy would have done anything to change this outcome. Then there was his murderous intent. It was breathtaking. It didn't frighten me, but it sent a different type of shiver down my spine. This is splendid. I almost can't help the excited smile threatening to reach my lips. I must make this man bow to me. His strength will be a great asset to my ultimate goal of destroying this sick society. He is perfect. Everything about him. I need to make him devoted to me. However, one obstacle still stands in the way of that. Mama's. My little sister, who seems to have taken a liking to this man. Her sweet nature might be attractive to most men, but, from what I've seen, Ashton seemed unaffected by her feelings. Even if he seemed to somewhat dote on her. Even when passing tea, she was the first to receive it, signifying that her strategy was at least somewhat successful. I can't act like that, but I have my charms too. My looks have made me quite desired across the Kaken Empire. I am sure I will lure him in somehow. But how do I make him lose his loyalty to Mama's? Killing her won't do. He'll likely find out who did it eventually. And he won't be pleased with me. I need his loyalty more than anything now. With him by my side, there will be nothing to stop me from winning this succession war. POV narration. Camilla was lost in her thoughts as her first brother fell to the ground. Mama's was shocked at how things had ended. She was expecting her brother to put up a fight, but the result almost made the kind-hearted girl pity him. Almost being the most important part. She could only sigh in relief, as she knew what her brother would have done to her if he had won. This succession war had shown her just how dirty the empire she was living in was. She now wanted to flee it somehow, but the Kaken Empire had just become a world superpower. Fleeing from them would have been easier said than done, at least in the girl's mind. If she were to voice her concerns, Ashton would likely laugh out loud once more. After all, there was no kingdom that dared to pursue him openly. It didn't matter if they were part of the V6, the V5 recently changed its name into the V6 because the Kaken Empire became part of the group. There were many factors to take into account when thinking of Ashton's standing in Lake Mobius. His affairs were usually quite complicated. First of all, he was needed. Gaining his ire would rouse the other countries that wanted to get on his good side. Then, there was also something else. Fear. It was no secret to everyone that held political power, Ashton was an enigmatic figure. not only excelling in actual strength, but also in the manipulation of information. That was also why he didn't need to bother changing his appearance or clothing style for this trip. He already said he was doing a mission, and there was another prestigious figure to confirm it. No one would dare to further question the matter. Even if he loudly shouted his name on the stage, no one could do anything against him. Even the king of the Kaken Empire, who despised him, still wouldn't risk getting on his bad side openly. The king was many things after all, but he wasn't an idiot. So, Mama's worries would be amusing to the old scientist. Right now, she should rather be more worried about the strange looks her sister was sending Ashton. The amount of thirst radiating from her didn't go unnoticed by the other two women inside the room. Mamas didn't want to think much of it. But Oito, their aunt, and the mother of the infant princess she was currently holding could tell from her gaze that she desired something in the room. It didn't take long for her to make that connection to the strongest and strangest person in the room, Mama's bodyguard, who, in her opinion, is both a strangely agreeable person and a cold-blooded murderer that didn't even blink when ripping someone's heart out. All she could say about him was that he made nice tea and fought really well, so there wasn't much for her to go on. But she could guess that there wasn't much else needed for Camilla to feel like she needed him as her servant. Of course, that gaze seemed a bit too intense for that, but ultimately, there wasn't anything to say that she was somehow infatuated with him. That would be quite a ridiculous notion to Oito. She knew Camilla quite well, and she was not the type to fall in love. But she failed to realize that she was the type to become obsessed with her goals. And, technically, she was now obsessed with Ashton, or rather, his strength and usefulness to her cause. After Ashton was done dusting his shoulders he went back to the table and sat down, not wanting to let the atmosphere get even more strained. Well, that didn't go quite cordially. He said with a small smile like he hadn't just ended a few lives a few seconds ago. His casual demeanor sent shivers down Oita's spine, and Camilla's, although, the latter was, once again, for different reasons. I don't like the way the royal family is being torn apart by this succession war," shouted Mamas, as tears finally managed to reach her eyes. She had been holding back a bit, but to see her own brother threaten her life openly was not pleasant. Camilla was somewhat startled by her sister's unusual outburst. I propose an alliance between all of the people present in this room." Her resolution was obvious in her tone as she wiped the tears from her eyes. "Things are only going to get more complicated from here," was the only thing Ashton could think of right now. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 87, An Unlikely Alliance. POV Ashton. I wasn't expecting Mamas of all people to take a stand here, but I guess she's acting as a prince should. I wasn't the only person who found this surprising. The only person that didn't think much of it was Kurapika, and that's because he doesn't know her all that well. Even Camille, who's been acting oddly after seeing me kill her brother, seemed somewhat surprised. I guess I should see where exactly this is going. Not getting involved in the actual succession war remains a wish of mine. The only reason the first prince died was due to him attacking me and Mamas and Kurapika. Otherwise, I won't go seeking them out and killing them. That would likely end the war early. It would take me less than a minute to go through every room and kill the princes. An alliance? Dear sister, I'm sure you realize what happens even if we become allies. Camille sure is sticking close to the facts. After all, this succession war would only end when all but one prince is dead. An alliance would simply not last long. And Camilla also seemed to be the ambitious sort. She's likely the only one in this room that wants to sit on that throne. Mamas doesn't have the ambition to have so, and the other princess is just an infant. Although, if I am to be truthful, most of them have high chances of dying upon reaching the Dark Continent. Still, Mamas is intelligent enough to understand the implications of her sister's words. She looked quite troubled too, but I can reassure her a bit. Yes, maybe an alliance would be quite possible after all, but they won't be allying against the rest of their siblings. If they want the war to end early there is only one thing they can do. Kill the king, I said as I took a sip of my remaining tea, which was only lukewarm by now. Everyone in the room looked at me with wide eyes. The shock was evident in all of them. It's quite clear that they weren't expecting that. Not everyone has the gall to threaten the life of the king of one of the most powerful nations in front of his children. But it's quite normal for me. There have been many kings before this one and there will be many after him. He's nothing but a small footnote in history. Ending one succession war early doesn't mean anything either. It just prevents further loss of life and resources. I could just enter the king's room and teach him a few tricks about dying, but I want to see how the people in this room will face this hurdle. Why you're proposing that we kill King Nasabi to end the war early? Asked the woman holding the child. Kurapika also seemed shocked at my suggestion, but he just looked at me and smiled. I guess he trusts me enough. He's strong so he likely can escape if things go bad anyway. I'm not proposing it. It's the only choice you have. You guys don't have any political power to go against him, your only choice is to kill him. If you want a lasting alliance that is. I said, looking at Camilla, who seems to be shaking. Does she care so much about her father? Why is her breathing getting heavier by the second? And I'll stop looking at her because I'm not ignorant enough to not know the answers to the questions I've been asking. Why would she get that excited over the idea of killing her father? I mean the king isn't a likable person, but he shouldn't be despised to that extent. But she seemed to calm down quickly, regaining her composure and asking me a question that I wanted to hear. And what exactly would we do after that? Someone still needs to become the ruler. And I doubt my siblings will be pleased if they don't get a fair chance. She seemed more curious than anything, as if this wasn't an argument against my idea but more of a query. Well, I happen to have an idea for what you could do, I said, letting some suspense set in before continuing. A royal election. It's not like succession laws haven't been abruptly changed in the past. Camilla seemed to think about it for a bit, but she still looked distrustful. I can also pull some strings that might help us achieve that goal, I said with a small smile. Mama's looked beyond ecstatic that I was supporting her. She wasn't even questioning what type of connections a random hunter could have. Camilla and their aunt on the other hand were still quite skeptical, but they still seemed to be drawn into the idea. After that, a few more words were exchanged, just to fill the empty air as we all pondered on different things. The meeting ended with an agreement. Two of them wanted to end the conflict whilst the other only pretended to want that. Camilla is quite a decent actor, but she can't fool me. As I said, she's likely the only ambitious competitor in the meeting. We have yet to decide on a way to go. They said they'd much rather try to gather more of their siblings into the scheme. I obviously won't offer to just go and kill him, even if that would be quite easy for me. As I said, I want to see how mamas will handle this. But, if things don't work out, I will protect them. Even Camilla, she may have a personal agenda, but she's now part of our group. Although, I won't hesitate to pluck her head off if she ends up betraying us. Which is quite unlikely, especially considering the looks she keeps giving me. Camilla was to anonymously announce her brother's death. All of us left before anyone appeared to clean up the bodies. From what I understand, most people should be investigating the random knives that pierced through half of the ship. Thankfully, it was a small knife, so it didn't do much damage. And just like that, the meeting was done. We were left to come up with a plan to assassinate the king. And I have a few ideas for that. Just in case Mamas doesn't get any ideas in the next few days. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 88. The days pass. POV Ashton. A few days have passed since the forming of the alliance against the king. Mamas and Oito, the woman with the child who I eventually learned the name of through Kurapika, have been thinking of ways to take out the king. Neither of them is experienced plotters or assassins, so they are having some difficulty. Camilla is off doing her own thing. She's not really been attending the meetings, but that's fine. At least she's not opposing Mamas and Oito. The two of them seemed quite hesitant about this whole ordeal. It took me reminding them what was at stake here to make them concentrate. After all, one is fighting for the life of her siblings whilst the other is fighting for the life of her child. This isn't a cold-blooded plot to kill a benevolent king. It's a necessary evil, a ploy to get rid of a heinous and narrow-minded tyrant. That realization eventually set in for them, as they started getting more serious about things. They have a few methods in mind, but they don't know how to keep the blame away from themselves, especially since the king is guarded and under surveillance during most of the day. I reassured them that I will properly take care of covering up their tracks regardless of what method they used. Even if Mamas walked up to him and stabbed him in front of a crowd, I'd still be able to salvage things. Although I'd be disappointed if that was her actual plan. I can come up with a few ways to kill him right now, and that's without acting myself. After all, with the amount of dirt I have on him, turning his servants against him would be extremely easy. Unwavering loyalty always breaks when the people are faced with the true face of the one they idolize. How do I look? Asked Mamas, showing off a ball dress she put on for tonight. Amazing as always, I said with a genuine smile. She blushed and returned to combing her hair. I dressed the same as always. I do make a point to always be presentable. Every occasion is a special occasion, I guess. Yep, a ball is being held tonight. This is also a night before our last stop in Lake Mobius. Suffice to say that things around the ship haven't improved all that much. It seems some of Cheadle's efforts paid off in the end, as she managed to convince a few doctors to help in the lower tiers. I've been kept up to snuff on all of this by Kurapika, whose hasn't shown even a shred of distrust towards me or the alliance. Crollo hasn't contacted me again ever since. I think he already got what he wanted from our meeting. And, honestly, with my latest project, he will also be quite helpful. I don't hold any grudges on my former student, but he knows what game he was getting into before he even started playing. He should be prepared to pay the price. As amusing as guessing his thoughts and plots is, being considered a pawn on someone else's chessboard is annoying. Oh well, I have quite a few things prepared for tonight. And, from what I understand, so does Mama's. Tomorrow is the day. The plan she devised with Oito will be carried out. Today, the banquet is preparation for that. During this entire time, we've only been able to attract 2 other candidates to join our small alliance. They are twins actually. Their names are Fujitsu and Kasho. The former is a timid sort that doesn't really want anything to do with the succession war, and the latter is the opposite in personality. Kasho is always putting up an arrogant and haughty facade. Someone like me can easily see through it. She claims to want to become king, but all she actually cares about is the safety of her twin sister. This is why she joined this alliance with the hope of bringing this to an end. There are a few problems, however. The twins can't really help all that much with planning. One is too timid to take the life of her own father and the other won't do anything without her sister. At least on the surface. I still remember my little talk with her. It was right after they joined the alliance. They said they were in for the idea of stopping the war. But Fujitsu was terrified of the way we presented them. In the end, they decided to become part of our group. But only for protection, as they weren't comfortable going against the king. However, after the talk was done, Kasho remained around for a second and spoke to us. I want to protect my sister. If you need me, tell me, in secret. After saying her piece, she left after her beloved sister. Her haughty facade was nowhere to be seen. Only determination and readiness remained. After all, this is the best chance she has at securing her twin sister's life. She's definitely more than she lets on. She realizes that the only way to end the war is to kill the king. She also knows how to be discreet. Something people seem to have trouble with these days. She approached me in private so that she wouldn't concern her twin sister. So, in Kasho, we have a useful ally, and in Fujitsu we have another supporter. They will both prove valuable in time. Mama's is actually implicating Kasho in this plan. Oita is also a corner piece from what I've understood. As for her actual plan, creating a distraction to lure in some of their father's bodyguards and attaching a parasitic nin beast on them, commanding them to kill the king. It's a decent plan, but too many things can influence it. It's not really what I would have chosen. First off, controlling a normal bodyguard might not be enough to take out the king. But they can't really do that to the king's main bodyguard, as that man is quite a bit more powerful than the first prince. He would be impossible to control into doing that. He would also notice whether or not he was being attacked by a nin beast. That main bodyguard is also the reason why this plan might fail. He always seems to be vigilant of his surroundings. I've been tailing him for a bit and the king by extension. They are always together. The man also has a strange sleeping schedule. He only sleeps for around 3 to 4 hours a night, during which 3 men are randomly chosen to take over his duty. I relayed this information to Mama's. She was really pleased with it, but it also brought in another variable that I dislike in plots. Luck. We need to control the right bodyguard, one of the people that the chief exchanges with every night. And, since they are randomly chosen, doing so is extremely hard. I can't help but think that the king has already thought that his kin would try to take him out. Otherwise, all of this specific security would be hard to explain. Is he just a paranoid individual? Oh well, time to head out. There's another meeting happening right before the ball. Only the ones taking part in the plan are gathering, including Camilla, who is also going to help in this plan. She will take control of at least 2 of the bodyguards. Now, I wouldn't want to be late, would I? POV narration. Unbeknownst to Ashton, but very much within his expectations, there was another group planning something big for this very night. The curtains were opening as the final act of this intricate and convoluted war of conspiracy and manipulation was coming to its climax. Hope you liked the chapter. The interesting bit is starting. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 89 Dance and Mess. POV narration. The night of the ball was bound to be an eventful one. The Phantom Troop had been preparing for this moment for quite some time now. Krollo was finally going to acquire the national treasure of the Kaken Empire. The Seed Urn. A powerful item that gave a member of the Kaken royal family a special egg. That egg would become a parasitic type nin spirit beast. It's said to have been fabricated by the first king of the Kaken Empire. That was the extent of the information Krollo had on the treasure. If someone like Ashton were to be interested in it, he'd conclude that the Kaken Empire was in possession of a relic, albeit a weaker one. But unfortunately, the old scientist wouldn't have the chance to catch a glimpse of it this night. He was too preoccupied admiring the ball, the stage to the intricate show he had created, the children going against their father. But the night was holding quite a few surprises. POV Ashton. The entire ballroom was looking at the princes, and Mama's was also a hot topic since she survived her assassination attempt. And by extension, so was I. I didn't want the king to recognize me so easily, therefore, I chose to wear a small face mask, which only covered my eyes and nose. One of those fancy masks rich people put on when they want to feel mysterious. But it will do just fine. As for why I have such a thing, I used to frequent a few rich people gatherings to both make fun of them and to talk to a few ladies. As I said, I rarely indulge in my desires, but I still do so from time to time. And doing something with a politician's daughter allows you to run that in his face for quite some time. Regardless, due to this mask, I am getting quite a few odd looks. And I guess that's fine, I am standing out a bit. But I would have stood out more if he came near Mama's and recognized me. The king isn't exactly a friend of mine, but he knows me a bit. He didn't recognize me during my warning at the beginning of the cruise. If he did, he would have sought me out. Quite a few Cretans came around and spoke to her. Royal families are always sought after in these scenarios. It seems Mama's also has a lot of suitors. Not all of them were quite smooth though. Some were stumbling on their words and some were admiring her from a distance. The same could be said about Camilla, she was turning even more gazes. Although no man had the guts to approach her. Ashton, would you grant me this dance? I wasn't expecting such a thing from Camilla. She might just be poking fun at her suitors though. She'd much rather dance with a random bodyguard than them. But Mama somehow didn't seem pleased by the notion of me dancing with her tall sister. She locked her elbow with mine and said, "He's dancing with me first." Great, the sisters are fighting. And I'm in the middle of it. People instantly started whispering around us. Why must they make things so complicated? At least fight over me in private. You are attracting too much attention, I said in a quiet voice. However, in my frustration, it was still louder than I had intended. It made people speculate even more. This type of back and forth brings a lot of attention to us. It also brought the attention of other princes to us. This situation is becoming such a mess. Mama's immediately pouted and turned her head, trying to drag me away. I'm getting a bit tired of being dragged around by her at this point. I yanked my arm away from her, not putting in enough force to hurt her, just enough to make her let go. I looked away, trying to ignore the hurt look on Mama's face. Camilla covered her mouth with her hand and laughed a bit. It seems your bodyguard would rather follow me instead. Well then, let us dance. She extended her hand in a regal way and expected me to take it. I glared at her through my mask and tried my best to ignore her. At this point, most people were questioning who I was and how I dared reject two princesses in a row. I could feel the mob of admirers taking up figurative pitchforks and torches. Their gazes were burning a hole through the back of my head. At this point, I am also becoming uncomfortable. I readjusted my tie. I am not exactly into this entire banquet. One short, chubby girl with a round face and eyes looked at us curiously. Tyson, the princess that is known to desire every handsome man possible, her servants are all good-looking men. Oh, dear sisters, it seems like you're inconveniencing this handsome man. I apologize in their stead. She smiled, trying her best to look charming. How about spending some time with me instead? Her smile was odd. I guess she's cute in her way, just nowhere near her sisters. Although I'd much rather describe her face as annoying. And her personality seems to match. She is brash and confident in her actions, even though she's trying to pick up a man that looks twice her age. Even if I'm older than the country she was born in. Still, I gave her my best charming smile. Her face instantly turned red, same as every woman that saw it. I can't outright refuse her, that would make me look even more egregious. I thank you for your kind offer, my lady, however, I must refuse. For now. She seemed a bit disappointed, but I gave her hope with the last part. At this point, everyone is looking at us, even the king. What a mess. Who would have thought disguising myself as Crollo would make me so successful with the ladies? I used a special relic to change my looks, Trickster's bag. This is one of its many effects. Not even I would be able to tell that my looks aren't natural. This is one of my most bizarre and most powerful relics. It's more like a coalition of many other relics stuck together. The ability I am using now is something that allows me to steal the appearance of someone else. All that is needed is a strand of hair from the one you wish to disguise as. Oh, and your nen will be drained during the transformation. Same if you disguise others, it's still your nen that will be drained. I technically own it, but Zig liked to use it a lot more. Even when covering my eyes, Crollo is still a wanted man. I would still be able to pick up a few high-class beauties. And just like that, the first part of the plan is completed. Hope you liked the chapter. These scenes will be explained later when the plan is actually fully revealed. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 90. The Decoy. POV narration. The plan had started as soon as the Mamas and Camilla started speaking loudly to Ashton. Ashton was to act as the distraction in Mama's plan. He agreed to help her with this much. He took Crollo's appearance to plant him in the location, just in case things went wrong. Even if he wore a mask, some people would still be able to recognize him. He was the only one causing that commotion. He created two clones using his cell splitter, disguised them using the trickster's box, and constantly transferred his consciousness around to form the conversation. He was like an actor on a large stage, proving just how easily he could switch between three distinct personalities in the blink of an eye. His act managed to fool everyone, including the experienced servants that had spent a long time serving the royal family. Hell, even the royal family itself was fooled by his act. He had asked for information on the other princes in order to attract them to the show, and to not screw up his act as. He was so deeply concentrated on his act that he completely adopted the thought that the situation was real, conditioning his mind to see his clones as the real Mamas and Camilla. He had managed to attract Tyson quite easily, as she was just a man-thirsty, simple-minded individual. The rest were just intrigued at why their sisters were fighting over a random young man. Whilst Ashton was distracting the people, including the king, Mamas, Camilla and Cachot would sick their parasitic nen beasts on as many guards as possible. In the last meeting, they decided that they need to infect as many as possible if they were to raise their chances. This is why they also sought Cachot's help, who happily agreed to do her part in protecting her twin sister. They were currently luring in the guards using the opportunity Ashton created for them. However, the plan wasn't yet over the hardest part. Actually managing to infect highly trained nen users will be difficult for the three girls to do alone. That is, if they were alone, but they had a powerful nen user by their side. Karapika was the one tasked with subduing the guards. His strength made this quite easy. He might not be a monster like Ashton, but he was still part of the Zodiacs, meaning his strength was recognized by the association to be in the top 10, and he proved that he deserved that title with today's mission. He made short work of the highly trained guards. All of them went down in one hit, but that was the point, he was sneak attacking them after all. Capturing them and waking them up forcefully after the condition for the Nen beast was completed is the strategy. After that, their memories of the incident are muddied, making them misremember and forget what had happened in the last 10 minutes. They achieved that through a hypnosis Hatsu Kurapika learned to use. The one that taught him that was none other than his long-lost ancestor, Ashton. It was performed using the dowsing chain, the one hanging from the ring on his ring finger. Its ball and chain-like appearance made it a good catalyst for a hypnosis technique. All he did was swing it from side to side whilst the person was still vulnerable, which is immediately after waking up, and subtly making them forget the last few minutes of their lives. It didn't allow for major commands, especially those going against their loyal mindsets. The four of them worked hard whilst Ashton acted even harder. His performance even attracted the king's attention, just as planned. After all, the king was the one that needed to be distracted. If he returned to his room, then the patrols wouldn't be just as relaxed. It would become virtually impossible to abduct them instantly unless Ashton did it anyway. But that would make the plan rely on him far too much. And he wanted Mamas to think harder, on her own. Develop into a better planner, which is an ability one should definitely possess if they plan to live in a royal court. She needed to understand the planning process so she might be able to realize when someone is plotting something against her. The distraction he was currently providing her was one of the two things he was willing to help with. The other one being the cover-up, erasing the traces of their intentions. Now, they were proceeding with infecting the guards. While something that Mamas didn't expect was happening in the ballroom. The king was approaching the disguised Ashton, as he was curtly refusing Tyson's advances. Mamas might have not expected this to happen, but Ashton sure prepared for it. And he was about to start the cover-up segment of his act. POV Ashton. The king. A sentient lard of human fat and with a thin mustache that has the fakest smile on this planet. I detest his very existence and despise the god that allowed him to spawn on the living plane. His smile may be fooling people, but it will never fool me. It's a strange combination, it's blatantly false to anyone that has put on a facade before, but it's still enough to fool the masses. My hands almost tremble and my nails almost sharpen instantly when seeing him. My desire to kill him rises every time he takes one more breath near me. Still, when I saw him approach me, I gave a cordial smile. His Majesty has graced us with his presence today. And say in the most polite of tones, I can't have my homicidal desires flood my mind and temper with my judgment. The lard smiled, acting all grateful for the introduction I've given him. But I can tell that his eyes are scanning every visible spot of my body. This is why I needed to disguise myself into Crollo. He is a wanted man, the king is bound to notice something strange. And, by extension, his main guard too. The leader of the royal guard is tagging along with his king, studying me with wary eyes. He must be able to tell that I look familiar, but he is unable to put his finger on it. That is another ability of the trickster's bag, it makes people unable to remember if they've ever seen you before. It's only a momentary effect, after it fades and the captain thinks more about it, he will realize that I am actually Crollo, the leader of the Phantom Troop, an infamous group of thieves. I don't really know the name of this man, but I don't care enough about him to find out. He's just a small piece in my puzzle. His testimony will be important later after the king dies. Oh, you're praising me quite a bit. My gratitude, stranger, however. I would like to inquire about your intentions with my daughters. He eyed me suspiciously. This pig. He suddenly acts like a caring father. He is actually just concerned that not saying anything would make him seem strange. Your Majesty, I assure you that I have no nefarious intentions in mind. Not for them anyway. You, however, will definitely die. This small meeting reminded me why I always hated him so much. Regardless of the success of this plan, the king isn't going to live through this little trip to my homeland. This is payment for attempting to colonize my home. I obviously haven't forgotten about that fact. Now, I think I've bought enough time. I see. Well then, I will still keep an eye on you. He said with a squinted eye. To others, it sounds like the king is looking after his daughters, but he is actually just finding me suspicious. He isn't stupid, he should be able to tell that something is amiss, just not in the way he thinks. Thank you for your attention, Your Majesty. However, I am afraid that I must take my leave. I said as I took a bow. I quickly exchanged consciousness to the Mama's clone. What? You're leaving already, but we've barely gotten to know each other. Tyson also reacted in a similar fashion to my Mama's act. And back to being Crollo. I am sure we will have more opportunities to meet again, Princess. Until then. Before turning, I took one last bow to the king, and left, trying my best not to lash out and kill a few people right now. After that, I gave the message to Kurapika and the rest. Mamas and Camilla were to come and change places with my clones. Kasho was also going to need to make an appearance at today's ball, so they needed to hurry. But my part is already done. I will just head back to my room, Mama's room, and wait for a bit. I am not worried about her safety. Kurapika is strong enough to protect her and Kasho, and Camilla said she can protect herself. All we need to do now is watch as things unfold. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 91 The Double Distraction. POV narration. while Ashton was performing and distracting everyone, and Karapika and the princes were infecting the patrolling guards. The phantom troop was also moving. Krollo already knew the location of the treasure, which made things easier for him. It was located in a secret chamber, the only entry point being the king's room. As for how he knew of this, he had disguised himself as a guard, one of the ones tasked with protecting the king at night. He managed to do so while the man was heading for the king's room. The change was done quickly and Krollo now had access to the king's room. Meanwhile, he sent one of the members to the security room to tamper with the surveillance footage. He had 3 hours to observe the room. That time was used to understand the layout. He managed to find it with luck, while also not rousing any suspicion from the other 2 guards. Now, the night of the banquet, he was to silently enter the room and steal the treasure. It wasn't heavily guarded, as it was supposed to be in a secret location, but the king's room was guarded. So, he used a distraction in the form of a corpse. A former patrol member that was unlucky enough to stumble upon Krollo. He threw the corpse in the hallway and the people gathered to check on it, which left the door momentarily unguarded. That was the opportunity Krollo needed to sneak into the room. There were more guards in the room, but they were taken by surprise and killed. Krollo wasn't taking any chances of his face being discovered. He cleaned up the bodies using the copied hatsu of one of his members, a vacuum cleaner manifesting itself in his hand and sucking all of them up. He temporarily stole her hatsu for the smooth completion of this mission. After he cleaned them up, he opened up the secret entrance, a trapdoor blended into the floor and placed underneath a carpet. The carpet itself had been nailed to the ground. Krollo carefully removed 2 of the nails and raised one side of the carpet in order to uncover the door. The treasure was inside. He only descended a flight of stairs and found it on a pedestal. There it was, the fabled seed urn. A large clay pot that also happened to have facial features, conjured by the first king of the Kaken Empire, capable of giving the members of the royal family parasitic nen beasts. And it was now Krollo's target. It was guarded by a laser alarm system. It was unconnected to the surveillance room. If it was to be triggered it would alarm all of the royal guards instantly. But, the system wasn't something the professional thief was unaccustomed to, and he had the right assortment of hatsus to overcome it. Using his bookmark, he copied 2 different hatsus at the same time. One being the fun cloth, that could shrink every item it covered to the point where it could be held in one palm, and Maki's nen threads. The threads carefully grasped the fun cloth as it shrunk in order to get through the laser alarm system. The threads carried it over to the urn as Krollo carefully controlled the size of the cloth to cover the seed urn. The national treasure shrunk and Krollo carefully pulled it from the pedestal. His actions were slow and meticulous, as the gaps he pulled the threads through were extremely narrow. By the end, he was covered in sweat, but he still managed to get the seed urn. He kept his fun cloth activated to transport the urn with more ease. Exiting the basement and perfectly covering up the trap door in the exact same way was easy for him to do. But, by now, the guards were already back to their posts, as a cleanup crew arrived on the scene as well, making the situation a bit more complicated for Krollo. He peeked through the keyhole, choosing one of the furthest guards, the one that wouldn't be noticed by the others, and teleported it to him, using another one of the many abilities he held in his book, swiftly killing the guard, wearing its clothes and cleaning up the body in a minute. He silently left the room and calmly walked away, only getting a few odd looks for shirking his duty. And just like that, the mission was a success. Now, he just needed a cover-up. Since people were aware of his presence on the ship, he needed to divert their attention to someone else so he could safely leave the ship the next day, when the last stop before the Dark Continent was to happen. And, he had already made the preparations. Ashton was the one he chose as a distraction. He knew that it was a dangerous gamble, but he doubted his old teacher was going to find out about it soon. All he needed was enough time to run away. He also didn't think his teacher would be in any danger. Even though he didn't actually care for him, at least, if he was found out, he would be able to claim that he didn't consider this situation to threaten Ashton. His plan was thought out, but he didn't expect to already be dancing in Ashton's palm. Him doing the robbery tonight was what the old scientist expected. This is why he disguised himself as Krollo and departed early, leaving an impression on both the king and the royal guard captain. When the king found out about the stolen urn, and when the royal guard captain found the king's body, the first person they would think of would be the familiar-looking individual that attended the banquet. Therefore, while Krollo planned to pin the robbery on Ashton, Ashton planned to pin the king's assassination on him. Everyone present at the banquet, and even the alliance between the princes in order to kill the king, they were pieces on Ashton's board. It was Ashton's way of showing his former student that playing chess games with him was a dangerous pastime. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 92, Emotions and Lies. POV Ashton. The scene is progressing about as well as expected. Karapika returned alongside a tired Mamas. He looked at me with a smile. The plan was a success. At least this part of it. Now it's time to see what exactly it will achieve. Will the king die? Or will he somehow survive that guard's attack? I hope the attack happens tonight, but it could also happen tomorrow. As I said, I don't like playing dice, so I might have to tamper with the results a bit. I may have a plan for that. The infected guards are disposable after all. The guard captain is the one that chooses the ones to watch over the king for those 3 hours. And, tonight, one of the people he chose might be late. Therefore, he will send a replacement for him, which happens to be one of the infected guards. How exactly I will achieve this? Well, I will nab one of the guards whilst they are going to the king's room. Then I will use the trickster's bag and disguise myself as the captain, after which I will pick one of the infected guards. But would this be tampering too much with Mama's plan? Well, not really. Her plan would still happen regardless of what I do, I just want it to happen faster. Kurapika explained the details of their mission. They managed to infect a total of 11 guards. I asked for the description of a few of them, just to have backups. Kurapika seemed surprised at my query, but he still answered, giving me the appearance of a few of them. Ashton, why do you need this information now? Asked Mamas. She became a bit curious after hearing my conversation with Kurapika. Well, princess, she pouted a bit when I called her that. I want the assassination to happen tonight. I will make sure that an infected guard reaches the king's room tonight. My smile seemed to annoy her a bit. But why is she annoyed? Why didn't you say that you were going to do that? We didn't need to harm and infect so many guards. Great, now we have a morality issue. Kurapika just sighed. He can probably guess why I did it. I already told him about my desire to make Mamas more self-reliant. I wanted your plan to have a proper chance of happening. If you knowingly rely on me for too many things, your planning might get a bit sloppy. I said in an even tone. She looked displeased by my reasoning. She clenched her little fists. I was hoping to not harm too many people from my own country. Couldn't you have just killed my father? She's quite foolish. What do you think this assassination is for? You need to learn how to do this yourself. I already helped you a lot. That was all I said. If she can't come up with her own answer to this simple question, then I won't waste my time on her anymore. Maybe I am being a bit harsh, but this girl needs to learn more. Being kind is a nice trait to have, but she needs to learn when to be kind and when to be ruthless. This entire succession war has already taken a lot more lives than this assassination attempt will. The guard doing it and the king will die, that's it. Yet, here she is, complaining at having hurt some of the royal guards. Kurapika seems to be getting a bit uncomfortable watching my squabble with Mamas. I feel a bit bad for him. He also did his best tonight. He even learned a new hatsu to prepare for it. Even if I am a decent teacher, one should keep his talent in mind. He is probably as talented as that Killua kid, at least in men. Mamas looked down, not wanting to meet my gaze. I understand. Sorry. Well, now she's upset with me, but I only want her to be ready. I have somewhere to go, I won't always be here for her. I don't think I'll be returning to this room tonight. A bit of a shame, but I doubt she'd even want me near her at this point. At least now I can confidently say that her judgment is no longer clouded by our first meeting, and the fake image she has built of me. It's better this way for her. I am not exactly the prime example of a human being. I am by no means ready for any type of commitment. Protecting others physically might be easy, but I am not great with my own emotions. I will leave my bed here. I don't really care for it anyway. I have a few more in my void space anyway. I'll be heading out now. The king must be going to sleep by now. I said as I left the room. Mamas didn't say anything back and Kurapika didn't really know what to do. He ended up following me for now. He likely wants to say something to me. After we were a certain distance from any room, he started speaking. So, are you certain this was the right thing to do? Well, I wasn't expecting that from him. I thought he'd be more concentrated on the troop. Who knows? But I will make sure she's at least safe. I've put a mark on her. It will allow me to know when she's in danger. I said with a small smile. Kurapika didn't really look convinced. I guess I did seem happy with her in the last few days. But, at the end of the day, I don't think she would have such a positive opinion of me if she knew what type of person I truly am. Especially if she got so upset at me letting one person die. She just fell in love with a character I played as. And I can't keep up a facade for far too long, it gets tiring. It's strange how I don't feel like lying to Kurapika at all. He may really be my friend now. But then again, this is also a friendship built on a lie. But that doesn't matter, I will make sure at least he is happy. A lie is sometimes everything someone needs to keep going with their life and to get over a tragedy. Eventually, Kurapika asked about the troop though. Are you sure they acted tonight? I told him of my plan, as it also concerns him. About 80%. It's the last chance they've got. And, even if they didn't, I will still pin this on them. I said with a smile. I see. He said, probably thinking of ways the troop could get out of this situation. He seems to be quite tense. I'll head over and make sure the proper guard's been chosen. You should get some rest for now. My smile seemed to relax him quite a bit. All right. He released a sigh. You also shouldn't overdo it. He said as he started walking away. I didn't waste much time, turning invisible and heading for the guard quarters. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 93. The King's Assassination. POV Ashton. I carried out my switching guards tactic quite easily. It certainly wasn't anything hard to do. The guard captain started his 3 hours of light sleep for tonight, leaving the king with the regular guards. But now, it's time to see if a guard can even kill the king. From what I know, the king is also a NEN user, so this should be interesting. And yes, I do plan on watching it happen. Whilst invisible I can't really be detected, so I can just stand in the room and look at them. The guard entered the sleeping king's room and looked at him with a deranged smile. The other two were oblivious of this man's intentions. He rushed the king, the other two didn't have enough time to react, but they also rushed towards him, hoping to be able to protect their king. They weren't fast enough. The man reached the king's bed with his weapon already drawn and raised over his head. He lowered it quickly, trying to decapitate the king. But something unexpected happened. The king's guarding spirit beast, something I'd describe as an ugly abomination, caught the blade in its hands. I didn't realize he would be this careful, even in his sleep. I guess he is a bit used to assassination attempts. The spirit beast sure is handy. The other two quickly tackled the attacker, as the blade remained in the king's hands. He got up and yawned a bit. It's strange how easily this plan fell apart. Oh well, maybe making Mama's plot against a king this early in her career might have been too much to ask for. Ho, how unsightly. The king said in a pompous accent. I guess the only guard that can actually kill him is the captain. But that man isn't exactly as easy to control as these regular soldiers. Well, I could likely pull it off, but this is a bit too late for that. The two guards wrestled the man into the ground as the king slowly got out of bed, moving his fat body at a snail's pace. I took out my trickster's bag while still invisible. The bag looks like a primitive cloth bag. Out of it, I pulled a mirror. All I need to do is look into it and imagine who I want to look like. It's easy enough. I changed into Crollo once more as the king coldly commanded the execution of all the guards present through his phone. I think he contacted the captain. It would only make sense for that to be the case. The two men that just pushed the assailant away immediately looked horrified. I guess the king isn't as benevolent as they thought him to be. Oh well, I guess they did fail at their job since the king had to defend himself. But they didn't really expect one of their own to act like that. Overall, I find tonight to be the perfect time for a little assassination. I wanted to let Mamas deal with this, but she might get discovered after tonight. And that wouldn't really help me in any way. 5 princes are already under one banner. Oita's kid also counts. The king would likely kill all of them. For now, I will wait for the guard captain to appear around the corner before sinking my hand into this man's chest. I waited around for about 30 seconds. The guards that had failed their king were currently prostrating on the ground and begging for their lives. The king was just coldly looking at them. They had just killed the attacker in hopes that they would at least be spared. But the Lord was having none of that. I could hear footsteps quickly approaching the room, so I did what I do best. I took out a curved knife from my sleeve, slitting the fat man's throat before he even had a chance to realize what was happening. The NEN beast wasn't fast enough to protect its master. It tried its best to stop the man's bleeding, but as I heard the door open, I turned him to face me and plunged my hand into his chest and took out his heart. He looked at me in shock. He didn't seem to want to accept this outcome, but it's a bit late for that. I need him to die tonight, and I need little Crollo to take responsibility for it. Your Majesty. The captain quickly rushed me, his fist already stretching to meet my face when I turned at him. I just tilted my head backwards, avoiding the man as he stepped on the bed and turned to face me. This time, he attempted to kick me. I met his leg with a kick of my own. His was the first one to give way, as it trembled a bit and he was forced to take a step back. I took out a bloodied knife, and threw it towards him, not putting enough force to actually kill him. He blocked it with his arm. It pierced his wrist and remained stuck there. It's the same knife I used on the king. I'm just leaving it to him as a souvenir since that's the polite thing to do. I kicked a table towards him. He quickly punched it, blocking his own vision momentarily. I used that split second to turn invisible. The other two guards couldn't even react in time. But the captain swiftly executed them for their incompetence after he realized that I was gone. I could feel his anger. It was quite funny to see him get so worked up. I guess he was fiercely loyal to that blob of fat. He also has no way of knowing what transpired here. The signs of our struggle erased much of the evidence that the king was attacked by one of his guards. I calmly left the king's room through the open door, not really looking back at the messy room. That's the king done. Now we need to see if the princes can actually give up on the succession war. Oh, and now I need to see Crollo and have a conversation with him. So much to do in so little time, but I can manage. The king's death will be announced in the morning, and the culprit will also be named. As the captain had a good look at my face. The last stop is supposed to happen in the evening, so there is ample time to take care of everything. I guess the princes can wait, for now. Kurapika also needs some closure on this Phantom Troop incident. Hope you liked the chapter. Yeah, the MC kinda needed the king to die tonight for his plan. So yeah, more on that next few chaps. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 94, Distance and Request. POV narration. Mama stood around in her room. To her, it felt a lot emptier than usual. An empty bed was placed in the corner of the room. Even though it was Ashton's, she always ended up sleeping in it too. And it made her feel strange that it was empty now. Sure, she wasn't pleased with the old scientist's actions. But, after thinking about it a bit more, she realized he meant well. It was a bit too late though. The weakness she had shown made Ashton doubt his actions and his support of her. He would keep protecting her, just like he said, but he would stay away from her in every other aspect. That's why, even though Mama's room was filled with luxury, it felt bleak. She hoped he would come back, maybe his task was taking longer than expected, but she became more and more concerned after half of the night passed her by. Had something happened to him? No, that was unlikely. Ashton was strong, she had seen that with her own eyes. Eventually, she passed out, falling on her bed. The day had been tiring for her too. She drifted off in silence, hoping to be woken up by the door every minute. But that didn't happen. She woke up early in the morning, her sleep not as restful as before. There was no source of warmth anywhere near her. Ashton was gone, and she didn't know what to do. Later, the news of the king's death was broadcasted throughout the ship, telling people the appearance of the killer and to be on the lookout. That made Mamas realize that the plan had succeeded. Well, not entirely. She knew there was no guard of that appearance between the infected ones, which meant that Ashton needed to take care of things himself. Something that made Mamas extremely disappointed in herself. She was quite confident in her plan, especially after the first parts went so smoothly. She forgot to take into account her father's Nen beast. It was quite a critical mistake. If Ashton didn't kill the king, he would have surely snuffed out the infected guards, and he would have been able to tell which of his offsprings tried to kill him. Thankfully, now the attention was focused on another group entirely. But that still made Mamas uneasy. She took Ashton's departure as him also being disappointed in her, and all she could do was sit there and cry. Her servants tried to console her, but there wasn't much they could do. She felt like she had ruined everything, including the relationship she had built with Ashton. It was short-lived, but she could confidently say that she loved him. She had no way of knowing that Ashton didn't blame her all that much for anything that was happening. He was just distancing himself from others, like he usually does. POV Ashton. The news of the king's death was sent out about as I expected. The hunters were quickly asked to take care of the phantom troop, but actually finding them will be difficult for the hunters to do. This ship was large and the vast majority of it was unguarded. It would take months to find their hideout, and they don't have months. They are not dull enough to believe that the troop will not depart this evening. Even if they do their best to stop them, cracks will still appear. And Crollo is well known for not being caught. I surprisingly received a phone call. It's what woke me up. Hello. A timid voice, somewhat recognizable. Oh, it's the new chairman, Cheadle. Yes, good morning Cheadle. It's been a while. I said in my usual tone. I heard a sigh of relief from the other end. I guess she wasn't sure I was still using this phone number. I mean, this is my backup. I gave it to her just so she had a way to contact me. It would be a bit rude to just turn it off completely. It certainly feels like a long time. It's been quite stressful for me. Gods, I hope she didn't call to talk about her life's hardships. That's something Netero used to do. And he certainly took our calls like a free therapy session sometimes, even though I might have needed a therapy session more than he did. I see. So, would you like to speak about this over a cup of coffee? I said in a friendly tone. I would love to, but there's not much time left. I need your help. Great, exactly what I expected. Why else would anyone ever call me? It's not like I have any other friend than Netero. Sure, what do you need? My tone didn't change, but its friendly nature is a bit more strained. I doubt she'd actually notice such a subtle change though. I'm sure you've heard of the king's assassination. She said in a frustrated tone. Of course I did. There's not much happening on this ship that can escape my ears. I said in a confident tone. I obviously realized something of this nature would happen. It's actually part of my overall plan. Wait. So you knew the king was going to be assassinated? Well, it's something I implied in my sentence. I'm glad I don't need to spell it out for her in a more obvious way. It's something I need her to know. Otherwise, Crollo will use his connection to me to manipulate them into believing I had more to do with the assassination. That would make an innocent man like me look guilty. Of course I did. But the Lord isn't really an important person to me, so I had no reason to help him. I said with a cold tone. Ashton, please be careful. Those words might get you in trouble. Yep, this conversation is likely being tapped into. But here is where my political immunity comes into play. The old fucks, other members of the V6, already know of my capabilities. If I feigned ignorance about such a large act, then I'd look suspicious. Claiming to know about it and not doing anything about it might get some scrutiny thrown my way. But they can't do anything to me. Not over such accusations. As long as they have no proof of my murder of the king, then I'm golden. As for the throwing knife, the one I let the guard captain keep. The model I used to kill the king is the only one I had. The rest I have aren't that curved, only being small throwing knives. Don't worry your pretty head over that. It doesn't matter all that much. I said in a friendlier tone. I don't know if this was for her own safety or not, but she showed some concern towards me. I can appreciate something like that. It's been a while since I've had anyone be concerned about me. Mamas and Karepika consider me too powerful to be worried over. I see. So, will you help us catch the culprits? There it is. It's going exactly as I told Karepika it would go. Sure. But I'd like to have a helper for catching them. I said as a smile spread on my face. Cheadle calling for my aid and me asking for Karepika as a partner is what I had in mind. This is going quite smoothly. All that's left for me to do now is to face my old student. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 95. Tracking and Group. POV narration. It took a while for the guard captain to realize that the treasure was missing. The death of the king caused too much distress in the royal guard. But, eventually, he realized that Crollo was known to be a thief, so he obviously had a target in that room. He frantically checked the trapdoor that held the national treasure, only to further panic after seeing that it was indeed missing. He was seething in anger, but he couldn't publicly state that the treasure was missing. It would put their kingdom in an even worse light. He needed to somehow retrieve it before it was found out. He gave the order for the hunters to hunt down the troop, but he was secretly hoping he would be able to find them himself to secretly retrieve the national treasure. The succession war needed to go on, regardless of the king's fate, and the seed urn was a necessary item for the war to continue, as it had a condition that prevented the participants from ever leaving, at least while it was still in process. The guard captain needed to make sure that the succession war kept going and that a new ruler would reach the throne swiftly. Otherwise, the lack of a ruler would weaken the nation and create a power vacuum that the other nations would certainly take advantage of. He could only hope that the troop didn't hide the urn too well. POV Ashton. After I finished my call with Cheadle, I called Karapika and told him to meet me in the third tier of the ship. Right now, I am quite excited to reunite with my former student and see his face as every single one of his plans collapses. I mean, I don't actually hate him or anything, but he chose to start this. If he didn't add me to his plots, I wouldn't even care about it. But here we are, or, here I am, about to murder or capture my former student because of his crimes. I guess I don't actually care about whatever he did to the Kaken Empire. But, for Karapika to gain any closure on this matter, the troop needs to go. And I need to make sure they don't ever resurface again. Which means I can't spare them, not even in secret. I walked down to the lower tiers at a moderate pace. The hurry in Cheadle's tone didn't really affect me much. I already know where to find them. Even if they changed their location, I can easily find them again. The mark I put on Mama's, the one that tells me of her state and location. I also put one on a troop member. And they are bound to be together at this time. Separating would only make them easy targets. The mark is actually an artifact. The ring stamp, or the tracker's blessing. All I need to do is touch something with the sigil in my ring and they will receive an invisible mark. From then on, I can always find out where that someone is, and I will always be alerted if something was to happen to them. The requirements are quite strange. The sigil needs to be fed a bit of blood from both of the targets. The member I marked is the one I beat into the ground when they attacked me. I made sure to do it secretly. The other two didn't have any way of realizing what I did, even if they knew of my relic. I did it too quickly for them to see it. Still, I can't help but wonder if I've reinforced my relationship with Karapika enough for it to not be shaken by what Crollo will tell him. I could kill Crollo before he even spoke, but that would make it seem suspicious, like I had something to hide. And that would not be a great mark to leave on a friendship, even if said friendship is built on a lie. I met up with Karapika at the entrance of the third tier. He was just standing there, impatiently tapping his foot on the ground. His eagerness is quite nice to see, but he's psyching himself up a bit too much. Stress isn't all that good for the heart. Hello, kid. Are you ready to hunt down some spiders? Did you bring pesticide? My poor attempt at humor still lightened the atmosphere a bit. Karapika just sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose a bit. Wait, that's my move. I am usually the annoyed one. What happened? Oh well, I guess someone needs to take Netero's role in the friendship. It's a bit concerning really. I don't want to consider myself similar to that guy. Hey, Ashton. Are we ready to head out? Wow, this kid really wants to hurry things along. Did the pressure the governments put on the hunters reach Karapika too? Likely, especially since he's a member of the Zodiacs. You're no fun. But sure, let's head out. I said with a smile. Suddenly, a person shouted from behind us. Wait guys. I'm coming too. Oh, it's Cheadle. I guess it would make sense for her to come. This is quite an important assignment for the association. She needs to make sure things get done. Otherwise, the association might be blamed, either for failing to protect the king or to catch the perpetrators. Either way, solving this issue properly is basically her saving grace right now. Cheadle, great to see you. Let's not waste any more time with pleasantries though. I said with a smile on my face. The three of us should be enough to take care of the troop. Well, I could take care of them by myself. But where's the fun in that? Alright, I'll follow you guys. I think she didn't really enjoy my tone. But then again, it's not like we're friends. We've only spoken a few times. I would say that her job has her occupied. But Netero seemed to have more free time than me, and I work on my own schedule. I guess this period is a bit busier though. Karapika just raised an eyebrow at my quick exchange with Cheadle. But hey, personal matters remain personal. And just like that, the three of us started heading for the location of the troop. A quiet trip. We all seem to have our own thoughts right now. Crollo is still in that same room though, and I can't wait to meet him again. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 96. Crollo and Realization. POV narration. While Ashton was having fun and meeting up with Karapika, Crollo was standing around, thinking of ways for him and his group to escape from the mess that had ensued. He didn't expect things to go the way they did. Even if he tried to subvert the attention of his pursuers, they were no longer after an item. He couldn't trick them into believing Ashton was in possession of it. The death of the king complicated things infinitely. And the worst thing, Crollo didn't even understand how or why something like that had happened. Few people that were present on the ship could have been able to assassinate the king, and even fewer could have stolen his appearance. One of the people that came to Crollo's mind was Ashton. But, from his understanding, Ashton not only didn't have a way to steal someone's appearance, but he also didn't want to be involved in such conflicts. Well, he was unaware if his teacher had such an ability, but he hadn't seen him use one before. Which left Crollo with the only other logical alternative, a stowaway that was extremely skilled. Likely disguised himself as a passenger and decided that pinning the blame on the troop would be the most sensible solution. At this point, he could only curse his bad luck. The circumstances matched too well, especially since the treasure that was missing was also in their possession. Even if the missing treasure wasn't reported, he knew that its absence must have been noticed by now. Crollo realized that he had been duped. It left a sour taste in his mouth, especially since he also had no way of knowing who did it. Right now, he had gathered all of the troop in one place. They were deliberating, trying to figure out a way to leave the ship. The authorities would definitely be prepared to meet them. Maybe we just proceed like normal? Asked Shizuku, or the vacuum lady, with a hopeful tone. The plan was to pin the blame on Ashton and disguising themselves as workers of the ship that was tasked with refueling the Black Whale. Not a horrible plan, but that would have only worked if the guards didn't have a 100% focus on them. Their current circumstances were not ideal at all. No, it won't work, said Phaeton, probably thinking the same things as Crollo. Things aren't looking too good. But let's not lose hope, said Nobunaga, the oldest member among them. Everyone looked to their leader for guidance, but Crollo was also stumped. He didn't know what to do. The only good thing that had happened was the chain user not attacking any more of their group. They also didn't manage to find him in their searches, which meant that the user was sitting around in the first tiers. Indeed, we've been in bleak situations before. We just need to figure a way out, said Crollo thoughtfully. He could just keep hiding around, but he didn't want his group to reach the Dark Continent. He didn't know much about the place, but he had learned enough about the previous expeditions to realize that the late king of the Kaken Empire really downplayed the dangers of it. He didn't want to enter such an atrocious place, and he especially didn't want his troop, the people he cared about, to reach it either. So, they stood there, talking and thinking to each other, until the door suddenly opened, and a voice alerted everyone in the room. See, I told you we didn't get lost. It was oddly melodic, but it helps a hint of mischievousness in it. Crollo instantly recognized his teacher's voice, and the dots finally connected in his head. Just as Ashton entered the room with the chain user and the chairman of the Hunter Association by his sides, he suddenly realized just what had happened. His eyes widened as he wrapped his head around the entirety of the picture he had failed to see beforehand. He had been played, by none other than his teacher. His plans had all been circumvented and turned back onto him, and his teacher was the one to do all of that. Ashton didn't even show a smidge of his malicious intentions in any of their meetings, bar the one in which he overstepped his boundaries. Yet, here he was, bringing with him what was obviously Crollo's enemies. The Chan user was already prepared for combat. In retrospect, he should have thought that Ashton would have some sort of grievance with the king after his warning during the presentation, and he should have realized that Ashton was acting a bit too helpful in the beginning. That had meant that his teacher had always been aware of his intentions, something that frightened the young leader of the troop. His misjudgment and misplaced confidence had just led to a confrontation he knew the troop wouldn't win. POV Ashton. I opened the room and entered it. My associates were already prepared to fight the troop. All of Crollo's friends were shocked to see us, including the Zaldiks brothers. I already gave Cheadle clear instructions to not harm them. 10 minutes ago. Her reaction was quite bad. What? They are part of the group that assassinated the king, and you want me to just ignore them? She was quite mad at me. I made a quick clarification. Yes, you will ignore them. I wasn't asking, I was telling you that the Zaldiks are not to be messed with. My assertiveness seemed to further annoy her. That's preposterous. It's going to bring more trouble to the association. Her ears were raised and her tail stood up. It was surprisingly amusing. The proper word for it is cute though. I can bring a lot more trouble to the association than the V6. Besides, no one needs to know that the Zaldiks had anything to do with this matter. Only the three of us know that. She seemed to understand my point. Although she didn't really like the first part, I guess a threat doesn't work well when she doesn't know me all that well. But she seemed not to want any trouble. She accepted to leave the Zaldik brothers out of it. After all, they were just two people, and killing them would also bring the ire of the Zaldik family, which was never a good idea. Back to present. Oh wow, the atmosphere in this room is quite strained, I said with a cheerful smile, my cold eyes betraying my facade. I scanned the room looking at the shocked and angry faces of the troop members. Crollo himself just stood there, wide-eyed and looking into the table. I guess he's realized who the killer is, huh? A bit too late. Time for the theatrics to ensue. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 97. Panic and Fight. POV Ashton. The standoff was a bit strained. We didn't have much room for a proper fight where we are now, so this will definitely cause some damage to the area. What a mess you've gotten yourself in, Crollo. To think you'd have the gall to assassinate a king, I said whilst shaking my head. He gritted his teeth, looking at me with hate. His book instantly appeared in his hand. I guess he doesn't want to talk anymore. Then Kurapika won't really get to hear more about his clan's massacre. I doubt he'd listen to much in the chaos of a fight. He's got quite the gall, I can at least acknowledge that. To think he dares to raise his hand at his teacher. I dashed forward, a blade quickly met my path. The swordsman of the troop was quick to extend his in the room and defend. So eager so weak, I appeared behind him and kicked his side, putting in just a little amount of nen as my leg hit his guard, crushing several of his ribs and sending him flying through a wall. Threads gathered around me in familiar patterns. Seems like Maki is a bit mad. She effectively immobilized me, making sure her strings cut off my escape paths. Well, I could break them, but where's the fun in that? Illumi, Kalito, both of you should stand on the side. Neither of you has anything to do with this. One opening appeared on the web as the tall blonde man winded up his punch and rushed me with gritted teeth. Too bad, this is a team fight. Can't have all of them focus on me. POV narration. Finks was struck into the head with a ball and chain. Kurapika entering the fight with force as his chains tangled around with Maki's threads. Finks was sent tumbling to the ground. He had managed to protect his head with nen at the last moment but was still rendered unconscious by the brunt force of Kurapika's chain. Phaeton was quick to intercept Kurapika, and he proved to be his match, as the two entered a scuffle and kept each other occupied, at least for now. The short man dodged around the small room as Kurapika twirled his chain around and whipped it towards Phaeton. Kurapika's chain broke open the wall to the hallway in seconds, as Phaeton also dodged outside, taking his fight out in the hallway. The breaking of the wall also revealed that Nobunaga had been sent through a few more walls than expected. Cheadle also entered the bout, engaging Bonolinov and Shizuku, as the chairman of the association enhanced her body with nen and fought them without any issue. Her hatsu was related to healing, but it also helped her boost her physical performance greatly, leading to her singling out two powerful nen users by herself. Every time she got even slightly grazed, she would heal up instantly, as her hatsu made sure that she was full of stamina and endurance at all times. That left the old scientist to fight against his former student and Maki. They were eyeing each other up cautiously. In the last few seconds, the three were caught in a stalemate, as neither was willing to make the first move. Ashton out of pride, them out of fear. Eventually, after seeing the sorry state of their group and the Zaldik brothers not really helping, they were forced to act, only if to help the rest of the members. Maki quickly tried to entrap Ashton, but the scientist didn't feel up to it this time, grabbing the threads around him without any fear and pulling with force. He managed to drag Maki around and smash her into the wall, as she had failed to disconnect herself from the threads in time. The pink-haired girl smashed into the wall at great speeds, her back bending the cold metal wall as blood came out of her mouth in seconds. Ashton didn't waste any more time. He dashed towards Crollo. He didn't showcase his full speed, but he was still fast enough to prove troublesome. Crollo quickly acted, teleporting Nobunaga back to him, as the swordsman had barely recovered from his tumble, still holding his side. But he didn't let off, his katana sliding out of its scabbard as his sword cut into Ashton's path. His appearance was sudden, and a sneak attack like this would have worked on most people. But Ashton wasn't really a normal person. He stopped his body, only his previous momentum keeping him forwards as he became completely still. Nobunaga's blade passed through Ashton, much to the excitement of the swordsman, but his happiness was short-lived, as he realized that he had felt no resistance almost instantly. Ashton instantly resumed his movement after the blade passed him, his hand shooting up to meet Nobunaga as his finger dug themselves into his throat. Nanoseconds away from severing away his windpipe, but Crollo managed to teleport his subordinate back to his side in time. The scientist looked at the two of them with a smile. The rubble around them gave him an idea. He kicked a piece of rubble towards them. Nobunaga, as injured as he was, still intercepted it without any fear, cutting it in half as it passed by the two and raised dust into the air. Crollo almost instantly used Gyo, but he was too late, as Ashton's hand was already into Nobunaga's chest, the swordsman dropping his sword in shock. The katana didn't even get to hit the ground, as Ashton kicked the blade, making it turning into the air until it faced someone else, and kicked its handle. Shizuku was about to swing her vacuum towards Cheadle once more, but her instincts instantly flared up, as a blade almost reached her side in seconds. Bonolinov managed to deflect it, only gaining a slight cut to his gloved arm. Thankfully for them, Ashton hadn't put any nen into the blade. But that action had distracted them, and their standstill with Cheadle broke, giving her an opportunity to punch Shizuku's chest and send her flying through a wall. Crollo might have been able to teleport her to him, but his vision and attention were obstructed by Ashton flinging Nobunaga's lifeless body towards him. He caught it with both hands, looking at the body with empty eyes. He raised his gaze at Ashton, his hatred was unveiled as he placed one of his hands on Nobunaga's body and cloned it. Gallery Fake was a move that Crollo used in his fight against Hisoka at Heaven's Arena. It allowed him to copy the things he touched. He proceeded to make a few copies of Nobunaga's body. Ashton just looked at him with a smile. As he started to hum a melodic tune, the showdown between teacher and student was bound to end with one of them losing their life. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 98. Showdown, Circus and Puppets. POV narration. Ashton stared and hummed as his student filled the room with his friend's corpse. It was a curious choice, but the old scientist was never one to judge. He leisurely hummed, watching things unfold around him. Cheadle was slowly beating Bonalinov into submission, as she was a lot more resilient than him. Karapika and Phaeton had been caught in a standstill for a while now, but they weren't in Ashton's field of view. Their fight had brought them further down the corridor, breaking most of the walls in their paths. Using his book, Krollo took out yet another Hatsu, order stamp. Whatever object had a head and was considered lifeless by the user would be controlled by him. All he needed to do was touch their heads with the stamp. The puppets would only be able to listen to basic commands and would refuse to do things they used to be against in their past life, if they had any. It was a useful ability. And, coupled with the 80 clones of Nobunaga's corpse, Krollo had managed to make a sizable group. All of the broken down walls around them managed to create quite an open area, allowing Krollo to make a good amount of puppets. But then, Ashton had finished his ritual. As he finished humming, a structure made out of Nen slowly molded itself into existence, as the old scientist stared with glee. The carnival music slowly filled the area as Cheadle and Bonalinov were instantly distracted by the strange occurrence. They weren't expecting such a bizarre thing to just appear in the middle of the room. A decently sized merry-go-round. Thankfully, the ceiling was high enough. But, its appearance coupled with the small army of puppets made the space quite cramped. The horses of it spun around, jumping up and down cheerfully. All of their riders were lifeless except for one. It jumped up, dancing in the air and landing away from the carriage. Its face was one Krollo could easily recognize. Its body was just that of the doll, but it was carrying Hisoka's face, a forced smile stuck on its lips. Krollo wasn't one to be afraid of such things, but it was still unnerving to see his former opponent appear in this form. Illumi and Kalito, who had been standing by the side, were also quite shocked. But they only found it interesting more than anything, especially when it started spitting out cards randomly, throwing them around and cutting up the puppets that Krollo kept making. Now, the condition was that the carousel couldn't kill, but the puppets weren't considered living, as they were just bodies controlled by Nen. The puppet entered the crowd, its small body dancing around the puppets in skilled moves, perfectly replicating the style of the person it had stolen the face of, punching puppets left and right, sticking his bungee gum onto them and throwing them around. Ashton just watched a bit. Slowly, the puppet was being defeated. Eventually, one of Krollo's puppets exploded, sending the little clown flying away. This was another one of Krollo's copied Hatsus. Using the bookmark, he was copying it alongside the order stamp, which was controlling his Nobunaga puppets. The sun and moon consisted of attaching two symbols to targets. When the two symbols touch each other, they would explode. Krollo had managed to charge a few of those symbols to explode on a decent scale, but he didn't have enough time to mark too many of the puppets. Ashton didn't make a move to help out the struggling clown. But the ride revved up, the horses started spinning violently, their heads twirling around targeting Krollo, who tried his best to hide in the crowd. But the horses didn't seem to care about such methods. Their mouths dragged themselves open as they started spitting a variety of weapons towards Krollo. This time, one of the horses was also spitting out playing cards. The projectiles tore through the crowd as they tried to make their way towards Krollo. But the bodies of the puppets managed to stop most of the barrage. Not easily, mind you. The projectiles were coming towards Krollo in strange patterns, some curving unnaturally in the air and striking from different angles. The Zalvik brothers watched with intrigue as the rusted carousel ride sung its melody and ripped apart the corpse puppets with cold steel. Krollo was starting to get more and more concerned by the situation. He had no way of helping his friends, and he had little control of the fight he was currently in. He could only hope Phaeton would finish his bout with the chain user and come to his or Bonalinov's aid. What he didn't expect were threads to start gathering around the spinning death trap, slowly clogging it up and making it slow down exponentially. Maki had somewhat managed to recover from her daze. Her threads were slowly breaking as she kept creating more to stop the merry-go-round from spinning. She didn't keep the threads attached to her body, as she would just be sent flying once more if she did. But Ashton wasn't going to let her get away with her actions so easily. He wanted to see how his new Hatsu would fare against Krollo, but he hadn't designed it to fight multiple opponents, so he would need to take care of the ones that intervened. He rushed at Maki. The pink-haired girl panicked, sending threads in Ashton's direction, trying her best to connect his body to the merry-go-round. Ashton sidestepped and dodged most of the attacks sent his way. Then someone else rushed in. Finks had finally regained his consciousness and decided to help out his leader. He had already winded up his punch a lot in preparation. Now he rushed Ashton at full speed, intercepting him before he reached Maki. Finks extended his fist, punching towards the old scientist with aggressive force. Ashton simply jumped over him, using his fist as support for half a second and reaching the blonde man's back. Finks was about to swing his fist back around, but Ashton grabbed his collar and dragged him backwards, tripping him into the ground and using his free hand to try and stab his heart out. It was quickly tangled up in threads, as his fingers only managed to reach the lower side of his lungs before being pulled backwards. Ashton lacked enough stability to pull back towards the threads, so he just spun in the air and threw a knife towards Maki. A cop's puppet quickly blocked the knife with its body, as a few of them had started to swarm the location when Ashton started dashing towards Maki. The blocking was successful, but what they didn't expect was the knife to explode after a second, sending Maki flying back into the wall and disabling a few puppets in the process. Finks quickly wound up his punch once more and tried to hit Ashton's head. Ashton was still in a backwards motion, but he didn't need to be grounded to dodge that attack. He bent his neck backwards, as Finks's fist passed right above his nose. He used his backward momentum to whip his leg around and sever the blonde man's windpipe. Blood gushed out of his fresh wound as he tried to hold it closed, but he couldn't do anything to help with the slowly decreasing oxygen supply his brain was receiving. That led to him collapsing on the ground, still holding onto his neck with a desperate look on his face. The merry-go-round had already started spinning, as Maki was busy regaining her composure after being violently thrown into a wall. The barrage of cold weapons kept up, making Crollo go on the defensive once more. Ashton just smiled a bit, as he slowly walked towards Maki. The smile on his face terrified the pink-haired girl. His cold gaze told her everything she needed to know of her fate. He grasped her neck and held her up, looking her in the eyes as she thrashed around, trying her best to escape the clutches of the madman in front of her. "Good night," he said, as her struggle eventually died down. He dropped her corpse on the floor, leaning on the battered wall as he watched his former pupil's performance. This isn't all that shabby, he thought with a smile. Maki do be kinda dead. To be fair, she was completely loyal to Crollo. She wouldn't have appreciated the MC just killing him. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 99, Frustration and Regret. POV Ashton. I looked at the fighting happening around me, taking a moment to relax amidst the chaos. Crollo was still being overwhelmed by the blood-soaked carnival, and he would slowly lose, as the Hatsu keeps gaining more and more momentum. Although he is lasting a lot longer than Hiskoa did. But that might just be because he has meat shields around him. Although, eventually, these corpse puppets won't be fast enough to block the projectiles. And if they formed an actual wall, they would just be shredded to pieces in a few seconds. I looked at Cheadle, who had managed to kill the mummy, her fist caving his face in. The vacuum lady was still quick to try and keep her busy once more. But she seems to be a bit too injured to keep up with Cheadle, who is still in pristine condition. As for Karapika, I silently extended my end to observe his fight against Fei Fei. It was quite bloody. Fei Fei had both of his hands broken, he was wearing an odd red armor, and Karapika had some burns covering his body. The two of them seemed to be quite evenly matched, at least that's how it seemed for a second. But Karapika managed to heal most of the serious injuries that were dealt to him, leaving him only a bit tired, whilst Fei Fei is trying to fight through his broken bones. The fight was obviously in Karapika's favor. I then looked at the Zaldik brothers, who much like me, were leaning on a wall, observing the situation. Kalito seemed to be quite excited when seeing my new Hatsu. I guess he's a bit more bloodthirsty than most. Illumi had the same empty, cold look on his face. I guess they weren't all that deeply attached to this merry group. That's fine though, I guess they both had their own missions and objectives when joining the troop. After all, a Zaldik would have no actual reason to join a group of thieves like this. Well, that's enough analyzing the situation. I don't want to waste any more time. Cheadle and Karapika are about done with their opponents too, and I don't feel like falling behind these young ones. I dashed towards the crowd of corpse puppets, dancing around them as the projectiles of the merry-go-round kept them occupied. Crollo likely expected me to attack him at some point, as two of the puppets attacked me at the same time, both touching their hands together, and they exploded right in front of me. I ran through the explosion, completely ignoring any damage the heat or the impact of it would have been able to deal me. I just covered my body with a bit of nen and pushed forward. My most favorite Hatsu revolves around explosions. I can obviously tank through such weak explosions. There were a lot of puppets between me and Crollo, but he couldn't really use explosions in this zone, as that would harm the meat wall he has fashioned. I think he's still making new puppets and trying his best to tire me out in some way, but I'm not even winded yet. This has been more of a warm-up than anything else. I grabbed one puppet by its head, injecting it with my explosive parasitic nen, and threw it in the crowd. I don't think prolonging this fight will benefit me in any way. The puppet caused an explosion twice as strong as Crollo was able to produce. It shook this part of the ship, as the battered walls were further brutalized by body parts. It blew away half of the puppets protecting Crollo, as the merry-go-round started spinning faster and faster, its projectiles threatening to tear him apart. He did his best to dodge, but he was quickly overwhelmed, as the puppets could no longer protect him. I watched as the merry-go-round played around with his life, knives, bolts, and playing cards, repeatedly digging into his flesh and avoiding hitting any of his vitals. The carnival music was getting progressively louder the more of its target's blood it drew. It was also being distorted by screams that sometimes interfered with the audio. Specifically, it was a single man's screaming that kept echoing, in rhythm with the cheerful carnival song. This is actually quite odd. I don't remember programming that part in. I guess it developed this aspect on its own. This is weird since I didn't really give it much sentience. Or, maybe, I gave it the ability to devour the blood of the people it impaled and absorbing their abilities in the process. That includes fighting styles, hatsu and instincts. I guess autonomously, the blood-soaked carnival has also taken the intelligence of the target it devoured. This makes things a bit clearer. To think something this impressive came out of me in a month of boredom. Well, I didn't really plan for this to happen, but it did. Having an intelligent hatsu isn't all that bad a thing. It means I don't really need to micromanage its movements or give it commands the way Netero did to the 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva. Eventually, Crollo was forced to his knees, just as the carnival ride stopped its spinning motion. I looked at him, as he tiredly let go of his book and stamp, all of the puppets falling to the ground as if their strings were cut off. He looked at me with hate, but he didn't say anything. Well, what outcome did you really expect? You already knew that fighting me wouldn't end well. I said with a cold tone. So, what gave you the confidence to plot against me? I tilted my head at him, visualizing my confusion, as my cold expression remained unchanged. He gritted his teeth. This is unfair. He didn't even have enough energy left for a conversation. Then I simply pointed at him, getting one horse on the merry-go-round to shoot off one last projectile. A hook, connected to the horse's mouth by a chain. It sunk to Crollo's shoulder, pulling him towards the carousel with little effort. He could only look in shock as he was thrown upwards, his body refusing to listen to any of his commands. He was impaled much as Hisoka had been, the spike on top of the merry-go-round entering from one side and leaving the other, his blood spilling the exact same way Hisoka's had. But his face didn't hold any agony or fear. It was just filled with indignation and frustration. I looked at him, as he drew his last breath. I regret having to do this, but it needed to be done. My student went a bit over his head one too many times. The horse that had pulled him in quickly sucked up the blood, the empty puppet on top of it gaining a new face. One of frustration and indignation, a forced smile on top of it. The merry-go-round vanished into thin air, it had fulfilled its purpose. I guess that's that, huh? Let's see how the new chairman and Karepika are faring. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 100, Spider's End. POV Ashton. I looked at Cheadle's side of the battle. She seemed to be almost done, having only the vacuum lady to take care of. While that was happening, I signaled to Illumi and Kalito, sending a knife with a little written message I have prepared for them. It was simple and polite. Get your assess off this ship or I will make you swim back home. I don't want any of Zig's descendants going to the continent after all this time. He's lost enough of his offsprings to the horrors of my homeland, one is more than enough. The two of them seemed to understand the message I had subtly sent written to them, and left the scene. Kalito even waved at me. I could see some annoyance on Illumi's face though. Oh well, I don't care about pleasing him. While this was happening, the vacuum lady seemed to be quite shocked to see the body of her boss fall limply on the ground. Cheadle dealt a swift blow to her, sending her into the ground. I don't know if she's dead or not, but she sure isn't getting up anytime soon. I slowly walked towards Cheadle. My spectacle seems to also have shocked her quite a bit. POV narration. Good job. You took two of them down. Ashton said with a friendly smile. Well, as friendly as he could muster after just massacring his Crollo and his friends. Thanks. You seem to be able to handle yourself too, said Cheadle, a bit nervous in the man's presence. She found his way of fighting to be highly efficient, something to be praised, but his lack of hesitation just seemed off-putting to her. Of course, she was a hunter, so she wasn't all that bothered by it, but it left her off with an odd taste in her mouth. It also made her think back on his previous statement, about him being stronger than all of the Zodiacs and beyond put together. She didn't really believe it wholeheartedly, but after seeing him not even get his clothes dusted while fighting a group of powerful men users, she changed her mind. Even when fighting two of them, she had been injured a couple of times. Even if she wasn't being completely serious, they were able to injure her repeatedly, if only due to their pristine teamwork. And that was still a feat. She was strong enough to be acknowledged by Isaac Netero himself after all. Ashton handled 4 of the members all by himself, one of them even being their leader. Cheadle had no doubt the man was playing around at some point, especially when seeing him break Crollo's defenses in a second. He could have done that the entire time, he chose not to. And Crollo was by no means weak. Cheadle even considered him to be on par with her. He was an exceptional fighter, even just judging by what she had just seen. Now, she was trying her best to keep a straight face. She needed some time to think about the events that had just occurred. Ashton could easily notice how uncomfortable Cheadle was. He just smiled a bit. Could you please go and help Karepika a bit? His words seemed to break her out of her trance. She nodded and left after Karepika, who was still fighting Phaeton. Ashton's smile vanished completely as soon as she was out of sight. He looked at Shizuku, who was still alive. POV Ashton. I didn't want any loose ends. Even if my plotting likely isn't known by her, I don't feel like taking that risk. Killing her in an obvious way would paint me in a bad light. Cheadle likely knows she didn't kill her with that last strike. But if she died due to an accumulation of injuries, then it's fine. I just went near her, tapped her abdomen with the slightest of force. Her already broken ribs dug deeper into her lungs, rendering her as good as dead. I then scanned the room with my eyes once more. Underneath the meeting table, I can find what I am looking for. A strange urn with a face. I assume this is the national treasure of the Kaken Empire. And, surprisingly, a relic. It's quite basic. But, from what Mama's described, it should be able to grant the royal family parasitic Nen beasts. Which isn't all that shabby, and should provide enough protection against regular people. That train of thought is also why I decided against teaching Cheadle archery. She also seemed a bit unwilling to learn, so I didn't force her to do it. From her words, this item should only work with the royalty of the Kaken Empire. It must be one of the base conditions for this strange relic. It's by no means a strong relic, but it's also not all that weak. Especially since people that don't use Nen can use it too. Mama's barely knows anything about Nen. She had to learn a bit in our previous operation, but that's about it. I grabbed the urn. I don't yet know what to do with this thing. I guess I need to see if it affects the succession war in any way. I know just the person to ask for this too. The captain of the guards should know about that. The king must have at least told that much to his most trusted subordinate. I decided against placing the urn in my void space, as I don't really know if that will affect the competitors. I just held it in my hand for now. I also started heading for the corridor, where Kurapika's fight was almost coming to an end. Fei was quickly overwhelmed by Cheadle's appearance. It broke the stalemate he had barely been keeping up. A ball and chain smashed into his chest. He fell to the ground dejectedly. With the injuries on him, he should be dead. I doubt he will survive, but killing him now would be quite hard. I noticed something strange in Kurapika's eyes when he gazed at me. I guess he heard a few things from Fei. That shorty isn't usually the type to speak a lot. I wasn't expecting that. Well, I was already expecting something like this to happen, so I guess that's quite fine. Cheadle looked a bit curious about the random clay pot in my hands, but she didn't ask anything about it. You guys can wait around here for the cleanup crew. I have to go somewhere, I said in a simple tone. Kurapika didn't look me in the eyes at all, but I will have time to fix that later. Sure, thank you for the help. I could hear Cheadle's meek voice coming from behind me, signifying that she also wasn't really comfortable around me. But that's not really important. I have to head for Mama's room. I need to call a meeting with the entire alliance. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.